could potentially restrict IVF if their definition of life begins at the point of fertilization. So I'd like to talk with these experts about their thoughts about that.
Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Wednesday, June 15th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from our Orlando, Florida studios. I'll be with you for the next several hours, bringing you all up to speed on the top stories that you want and need to know about to start your day. And I do want to start off with some weather. So we're actually going to bring you out to a live look at our XRAD radar, and that is because more than 100 million Americans from the Midwest to the Southeast are hoping for some relief from record-setting high temperatures this week, and they're going to need to wait a few more days before that happens. Now, this is coming as life-threatening heat continues to build, and the National Weather Service issuing excessive heat watches, excessive heat warnings, and heat advisories for nearly 1/3 of the U.S. population. So if you look to the right-hand side of the nation where you see that dark blue and then that brown kind of surrounding that, those are all different heat watches and warnings there in that Midwestern, southeastern part of the U.S. Now, this includes a large part of the Ohio Valley and areas of the upper and mid-Mississippi Valley. Those are included in an excessive heat warning. This also includes cities of St. Louis, Chicago, Columbus, Ohio. We're also monitoring heat warnings in effect for the Carolinas from Raleigh, North Carolina, into parts of northeastern South Carolina. And then you've got excessive heat watches also in effect for parts of southeastern Michigan and West Virginia. So again, a huge portion of the United States. We're going to be joined throughout the show with our Fox weather reporters. They are out there in these impacted areas. Yesterday, we had Will Nunley in Tennessee, where actually the heat caused a system to malfunction, and a lot of people, I'm talking thousands, were without power, which is definitely not ideal when you've got some temperatures heading into the triple digits. So again, hopefully some relief coming soon. We are going to touch base and bring you live feeds coming from our Fox Weather's broadcast. In the event of major weather events, we are able to show you their show, really. Meanwhile, I do want to take a look at some of the other big top stories that we are monitoring for you today. We've got several, and we've got some live events that are expected to start relatively early. And I do want to start off by letting you know you should be tuning in at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. That is where all eyes are going to be on the Federal Reserve. They are wrapping up a 2-day meeting on interest rates, and Chairman Jerome Powell is is expected to share his plan to fight inflation today. They are likely going to announce the highest interest rate hikes in decades. So we will be airing that news conference for you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We'll also have more with our Fox Business contributors and financial experts sharing their plans and advice on how, with these interest rates rising, it could affect your major purchases. So we'll have the latest on that. We're also anticipating a gun control hearing at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. The Senate Judiciary Committee holding a hearing on protecting America's children from gun violence. This is as all eyes remain on Capitol Hill while lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are looking for a solution to the growing number of mass shooting events nationwide. And then we've also got primary election results coming through for several different states that we're going to get to in just a moment. But on our show, we like to prioritize the live, the raw, and unfiltered. And as we follow the latest on Russia's war in Ukraine, we do have Secretary General of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, speaking from the NATO headquarters. So I do want to listen in here on Live Now from Fox with the time change and, you know, Europe being a little more ahead. It's the afternoon hours there. So we are getting this press conference relatively early in the morning. Again, let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Decisions by Finland and Sweden to apply for NATO membership are historic. We are now working actively on the next steps in the accession process. And as we do, we take into account the security concerns of all allies. Tomorrow, NATO defense ministers will address the need to significantly strengthen our deterrence and defense to respond to a new security reality. We have already done a lot with speed and unity. In response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we have doubled the number of NATO battle groups to 8 and extended them from the Baltic to the Black Sea. Placed over 40,000 troops under direct NATO command, mainly on the eastern flank, backed by major air and naval power, and increased our readiness and exercises. We will now take decisions on the scale and the design of our posture for the longer term to ensure that we can defend every inch of Allied territory, from the first moment, at all times, and against any threat. This will mean more presence, more capabilities, and higher readiness. With more NATO forward deployed combat formations to strengthen our battle groups in the east, more air, sea, and cyber defenses, pre-positioned equipment, and weapon stockpiles. And a new force model with more forces at higher readiness and specific forces pre-assigned to the defense of specific allies. I welcome Germany's intention to strengthen its engagement in Lithuania, where it leads our NATO battle group, and develop it towards a more robust combat brigade. Other allies are also considering what more they can do. Our decision will make NATO stronger and ensure that we can deter any attack across all domains. Stronger defenses in a more dangerous world require more investment, and more investment together. Since Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014, we have seen 7 consecutive years of rising defense investments across European allies and Canada. Allies are also investing more in modern capabilities and contributing to NATO deployments and exercises. This is the right trend, and it needs to continue for the longer term, to rise to the challenges of today and tomorrow. Let me add in closing that the US-led Ukraine Support Contact Group is also meeting today at NATO to discuss Ukraine's urgent needs for military equipment. And I thank the United States for its leadership and coordination. With that, I'm ready to take your questions.
Okay, we'll start with BBC.
Thank you very much. Jonathan Deal from BBC. Thank you. Secretary General, just a quick question on the weapons. I mean, Ukraine's Deputy Defense Minister has said they've only got been given 10% of the weapons and ammo they've asked for. Do you think NATO countries are doing enough to supply Ukraine with lethal aid? And the second question is about Sweden and Finland. We've heard from Turkey that they want to delay that membership. Do you accept that Sweden and Finland's membership of NATO is going to take longer than you had hoped? Thank you.
We will meet the Ukrainian defense ministers, today to discuss exactly how we can improve the way we are delivering support. The starting point is that NATO allies and partners have delivered unprecedented level of support to Ukraine over the last months. And actually NATO allies and NATO have supported Ukraine for many years. We started back in 2014 to train and equip the Ukrainian armed forces. So the Ukrainian armed forces were much better equipped, much better trained, much larger and stronger now than they were back in 2014. And that's one of the reasons they've been able to stand up against invasion from Russia. But of course, after the invasion, there was an urgent need to step up, and that's exactly what allies and partners have done. With more equipment, more advanced equipment, heavier weapon systems, and also with more training outside Ukraine. It's always important to be as closely coordinated and consult as closely as possible with Ukraine on what types of weapons, how to get the weapons in, and what kind of training and maintenance they need to ensure that these weapons are really making a difference on the battlefield. And that's exactly the reason why it's important that we meet the Ukrainian Defense Minister, Resnikov, today, why we also have the meeting not only of the NATO defense ministers meeting with the Ukrainian Defense Minister, but also that we have the US-led contact group for Ukraine meeting also today here at NATO to coordinate the efforts of NATO allies and partners in providing support. So we are extremely focused on stepping up, providing more support, more advanced weapons, and also to do that in the best possible way for the Ukrainians, because we support them in their just fight against the brutal Russian invasion. Then on Finland and Sweden, we are now in very close contact, both with Finland and Sweden. I met with Prime Minister Magdalena Andersson and President Sauli Niinistö over the weekend. I welcome the fact that Finland and Sweden are ready to address some of the concerns that Turkey has put forward on terrorism. And we are also, of course, working very closely with our NATO ally, Turkey, on those concerns they have raised. We are looking for ways to find a solution to these issues as soon as possible, so Sweden and Finland can become members as soon as possible. I cannot tell you exactly when, but I can only tell you that what we do in NATO is the same thing we do always when there are differences, and that is to consult, discuss, and then find a way to address concerns and a united way forward.
Okay. Interfax Ukraine, lady in blue.
Thank you, Anna. Secretary General, here, Irina Sommer, News Agency, Interfax Ukraine. I would like to ask you if Mr. Zelensky, Ukrainian president, will be invited for Madrid summit, and if yes, in which format? Can we expect something like NATO-Ukraine Commission, or it will be something different? And second question is, on Friday, this Friday, we expect that European Commission will issue conclusion regarding candidate status for Ukraine in the EU, and expectations are that this conclusion will be positive, that yes, European Commission will recommend to grant to Ukraine status of candidacy into the European Union. Don't you think that if Ukraine is ready to be a candidate for EU, it's also ready to be candidate for NATO? Thank you.
President Zelensky will be invited to the NATO summit in Madrid. He will be invited to address all the leaders when we meet together there at the end of the month. He is, of course, welcome to come in person. If that's not possible for him, he will address us by video conference, by VTC. We very much look forward to President Zelensky addressing all allied leaders. These leaders are extremely committed to support Ukraine and also to express their solidarity and also demonstrate that solidarity not only in words but also in deeds. And as President Zelensky also addressed the last summit we had here in Brussels in March, he will also then address and take part in the summit in Madrid in 2 weeks' time. Then also, Ukraine is an aspirant for NATO membership. Our focus now is to help them in their fight against the brutal Russian invasion, to help them with practical support, with lethal and non-lethal aid from NATO allies and NATO, and then also to help Ukraine to modernize, continue to modernize its armed forces, something NATO allies have worked on for many years, but stepped up now, including the transition from Soviet-era equipment to modern NATO equipment. This is our focus, and I think the most urgent need in our relationship with Ukraine as we speak.
Okay, we'll go to Rustavi.
Georgian TV company Rustavi Tutamaran Tsubidze. I have the same question as my Ukrainian colleague. As we know, Georgia also invited in Madrid, so is it clear which kind of format will be there for our country, and what can we expect there in Madrid for Georgia? Thank you.
Georgia is invited to participate in the meeting with the leaders. I think that's an important expression of the solidarity and the close partnership we have between Georgia and NATO. I think that not least in light of the brutal invasion of Ukraine, it's even more important that the NATO allies step up their support to other partners that are vulnerable for Russian aggression. And of course, Georgia is one of these countries. Russia has already invaded parts of Georgia, controls parts of Georgian territory, and therefore I also expect that allies will agree on concrete steps to further strengthen the practical partnership, the way we work together on training, on capacity building, on reforms, to increase Georgia's ability to stand up against Russian intervention and efforts to undermine the stability and territorial integrity of Georgia.
Wall Street Journal.
Dan Michaels with the Wall Street Journal. It's clear, as you say, that NATO allies have delivered unprecedented amounts of weapons over recent months to Ukraine. But it was about 2 months ago that Foreign Minister Kuleba was here and said that the 3 items on his agenda were weapons, weapons, and more weapons. Given the situation, do you think that NATO members have felt sufficient urgency in responding to Ukraine's request with the quantity and quality of weapons that the leadership in Kyiv says they need, especially given what the impact on NATO and its members would be if Russia were to prevail in Ukraine? Thank you.
NATO leaders realize the urgency, and that's also the reason why we have stepped up significantly over the last month since the invasion. And actually we started before the invasion because, if anything, this invasion was very well predicted by our intelligence services. So not only have we provided support to Ukraine since 2014, but the allies also started to step up in the last weeks and months in the run-up to the invasion, and then after even more. Then, of course, sometimes these efforts take time, and that's exactly why it is important to have a meeting like we have today, both at the NATO ministerial level, but also in the US-led contact group to meet with the Ukrainian representatives to identify the challenges and the issues they would like to raise with us when it comes to how to speed up delivery of weapons. And of course, we also have to recognize that when we now are delivering more long-range, more advanced air defense systems, more advanced artillery, more heavy weapons, more modern NATO standard weapons, then sometimes it also will take some time to train, to ensure the necessary maintenance and the necessary support for these systems. So it is also a fact that when we now are actually starting the transition from Soviet-era weapons to more modern NATO weapons, there will be also some time needed to just make the Ukrainians ready to use and operate these systems. But that just highlights the importance of doing this in the best possible way, in the closest possible coordination with the Ukrainians, and also not only deliver, of course, weapons, but also a lot of non-lethal aid, which is of critical importance: fuel, medical supplies, different types of protective gear, and many other types of supply, including, of course, training and support in NATO allied countries. Yesterday I was together with 7 NATO leaders in Den Haag, and they all went through different activities where they provide support to Ukraine. And for instance, the Dutch Prime Minister told us about how they are now in the process of delivering howitzers to Ukraine, including with training of the Ukrainians who are going to operate these more advanced weapon systems. So we are working closely with Ukraine to overcome all hurdles in our efforts to provide as much support as possible, as quickly as possible, because it's an urgent need for support. Ukraine is really in a very critical situation, and therefore it's an urgent need to step up.
Politico.
Thank you very much, Lily Bayer from Politico. I have 2 brief questions. The first is, could you update us on where you think the landing zone will be in the debate over the new force posture along the eastern flank? And the second thing is there anything NATO is considering or looking at doing to indirectly or directly help get Ukrainian grain to world markets? Thank you.
First, on the grain and export of food and grain from Ukraine, that's extremely critical. We see the spike in the food and grain prices, and this just demonstrates the global ramifications, consequences of this war. And this is not caused by NATO or sanctions or Western sanctions against Russia. This is a direct consequence of Russia's war against Ukraine. I say this because I also see that Russia tries in a way to create a narrative that the spike in the grain prices is caused by our sanctions. That's not correct. It's caused by the war, and the best way to reduce food prices, to get grain out of Ukraine, is to stop the war, for Russia to stop the illegal war against Ukraine. As long as the war continues, then of course we need to address how to get grain out by other means. There are some efforts. There will be some limitations in the scale, but there are some efforts to get some grain out of also on land, and NATO allies, European countries are involved in that. And last time I spoke to President Erdogan, one of the main issues he updated me on is also the efforts by Turkey to try to facilitate some kind of agreement that could enable export of grain on boat over the Black Sea. I really hope that these efforts can lead to something, but it's too early to say to what extent that will be successful, those efforts. But Turkey, as a NATO ally, is heavily involved in those efforts, as other allies also try to support and find ways to get the grain out. Then on the force model, well, what is clear is that that will significantly strengthen our deterrence and defense. This is, of course, very much about the East, but it's about the whole of NATO in all domains and across the whole alliance, because we need to be prepared for threats and attacks from all directions. But of course, with the current situation in Ukraine, of course, it's also very much about the East. We have already increased significantly our presence there, doubling the number of battle groups from 4 to 8. Higher readiness of our forces. What we will do now is to scale up, do more, both when it comes to presence in the East, scale up the battle groups, and for instance, Germany, I also expect other allies to be ready to step up their presence. And we have to remember that since the invasion, Germany has doubled its presence in Lithuania. UK has practically doubled its presence in Estonia. The United States, they have increased their presence in Europe with roughly 30%, from around 70,000 troops to more than 100,000 troops. So this is significantly increases already taking place. Then built on that, we will have a combination of different things. We will have more presence, especially in the East, forward presence, scalable presence, but more presence of combat formations. We will have more pre-positioned equipment. I think the war in Ukraine has demonstrated the need for supplies, for ammunition, and of course you can much faster reinforce if you already have the heavy material pre-positioned in the East. And for the first time since the Cold War, we will have pre-assigned forces to specific countries in the East, linked to our defense plans. And that's exactly what we are working on with Germany, but we expect all other allies to be to make similar offers, to have pre-assigned forces that are training and are responsible for the defense of specific territories. And then, of course, naval, air, cyber, command and control, many elements that will be part of the package we will agree at the NATO summit in 2 weeks' time.
NTV.
Sonamut from NTV. Two short questions. Secretary General, initially this summit was about strategic concept and NATO 2030. So bearing in mind the new threat posed by Russia, is there a kind of, or can you say that there is an agreement on the updated strategic concept? And with regard to NATO 2030, is there a consensus to give more power to you as a Secretary General in order to have a more efficient institution? And with regard
You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Thanks so much for starting off your morning with us. As always, we prioritize the live, raw, and unfiltered events. So we are live right now in Brussels, Belgium, as NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg is holding a press conference about how NATO is stepping up security in the Baltic region. This all coming amid Sweden and Finland's application process, which was quite historic as we follow Russia's war in Ukraine. So he was talking about how NATO wants to be prepared for any possible threat, and that this is a security measure that they are taking, and it needs to continue in the long term. You can also hear him answering questions from reporters out there about the weapons that NATO is providing Ukraine. Obviously, President Zelensky in Ukraine constantly urging the West to deliver more weapons to his military to fight off Russian forces. So we're going to continue listening in as we have been bringing you every development out of the war in Ukraine. But as you can see here, we've got several top stories working for you. We've got a live look at our XRAD radar as a heat wave and some triple-digit temperatures are impacting 1/3 of the U.S. population. That's about 115 million people. We're also anticipating a gun violence hearing from the Senate Judiciary Committee at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, and then be sure to stick with us at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. That is when Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell is expected to raise interest rates again to curb this record inflation. This could be the highest interest rate hikes in decades, and then we will continue to bring you any story that breaks here on Live Now from Fox. But for right now, we're going to continue listening in.
Pre-assigned forces, more pre-positioned equipment, and more efforts across all domains. We will address funding, both the need to continue to invest more in the national defense budgets, but also invest more together in NATO. Partnerships will be an important part of the summit. For the first time in our history, we will invite our Asia-Pacific partners, the Prime Ministers of New Zealand, Australia, Japan, and also the President of South Korea will participate in the NATO summit, which is a strong demonstration of a close partnership with these like-minded countries in the Asia-Pacific. And then we will agree a comprehensive assistance package for Ukraine. President Zelensky will be at the summit, and we will also, of course, address Swedish and Finnish applications for NATO membership. It's too early to say how far we will be able to get by the summit. The summit has never been a deadline, but I work hard to try to solve, and many other capitals and people in my staff work hard to solve the concerns or address the concerns that Turkey has raised, and hopefully we can have some progress by the summit, but it's too early to say.
Okay, we'll go to the gentleman over there.
Good morning. Thank you for the floor. Mindaugas Laukagalis from Lithuania National Radio and Television. Yesterday, the Financial Times reported that Germany is backing up on plans to base extra troops in Lithuania, and we are hearing that those forces will stay in Germany, but they will be pre-assigned to Lithuania in case of emergency or something. Does that mean that Lithuania and other Baltic states cannot hope for any extra troops, which would be based actually in those countries and not 100 kilometers away? And also, what this new pre-assigned forces model means for the security of Baltic states versus forces being actually on the ground? Thank you very much.
It remains to be decided, or the exact details of the new force structure and the implications for specific countries as, for instance, Lithuania. But what I can say is the following, is that it entails different elements. And one element is more forward presence. We have to remember that Germany has already practically doubled its presence in Romania, adding to the existing battle group with almost an additional battalion. Also, other allies have increased their presence in the NATO multinational battle group in Lithuania. That has already taken place over the last weeks. Second, there will be headquarters elements, which is extremely critical for operating, commanding and controlling any reinforcement, big or small. Thirdly, there will be pre-positioned equipment. And of course, if you have the heavy equipment, the heavy material already pre-positioned, it actually is quite, it goes quickly to move the people. So the pre-positioned equipment, weapons, is essential for any rapid reinforcement. Then we will have pre-assigned forces. And you are correct that they, not all of them will be deployed permanently in Lithuania or in any other countries in the eastern part of the alliance. But the new thing is that they will be earmarked, pre-assigned for that specific territory, meaning that they will train, they will rotate in and out, they will know the country, the territory. They have worked together on interoperability, working with the home defense forces, and they have pre-designed tasks. So it is this, and then of course more naval and more air. We have also, for instance, now Spain stepping up with more air defenses in the Baltic region, and other allies are stepping up with more air and naval presence. So to sum up, it will be a combination of more forward presence of troops, more forward command and control, headquarters, more forward deployed stocks, fuels, weapon systems, especially heavy weapons, and then pre-assigned troops that will train regularly in the different countries in the eastern part of the alliance. And again, the starting point is that over the last weeks we have almost double the battle group in Lithuania, double the battle group in Estonia, double the number of battle groups from 4 to 8. And we also have, for instance, France and Belgium and other allies being part of the NATO increased presence in Romania. And the US has significantly increased their presence. And these are troops that may be based in Germany or Poland, but they are rotating around, not least in the eastern part of the alliance. So altogether, this is significantly strengthening our deterrence and defense across the whole alliance, but especially in the eastern part of the alliance.
Okay, DPA.
Ansgar Hase, German press agency, DPA. Secretary General, can you tell us a little bit more about this new comprehensive assistance package for Ukraine? Does it include only financial assistance, or is it also about a military training mission or things like this? Thank you.
We have to understand that NATO and NATO allies support Ukraine in many different ways. We have a lot of bilateral support, and we strongly welcome that. I expect new announcements at the meeting today, both the ministerial meeting and also the ministerial meeting of the Ukraine contact group, support group for Ukraine, led by the United States, also taking place today. But then we have the comprehensive package, which is another element of support from NATO allies and NATO, and that is partly, first of all, it builds on what we have done for many years. Second, it is very much about enabling the Ukrainians to transition from Soviet era, from old equipment, to more modern NATO standard equipment. That transition requires a lot of, what should I say, sharing of knowledge, of expertise, enabling them to do this quite challenging move from more armed forces based on more old systems to more modern systems. And it's also very much about interoperability, ensuring that they have the standards, they have the routines, they have the command and control that enable them to have interoperability also with other NATO allied countries. It's a combination of practical support, capacity building, and we also scale up the funding for this comprehensive package. And that comes also on top of what NATO allies are, what NATO is delivering when it comes to different types of protective equipment, UAVs and other systems, non-lethal systems, which are critical for Ukraine. So the comprehensive package is about scaling up, doing more, and not least helping them more with the long-term adaptation of the Ukrainian armed forces.
Reuters.
Sabine Siebold with Reuters. Secretary General, you were talking about the transition to Western weapons. Does that also mean that allies will start to supply Ukraine with weapons they want to have, but they are not getting from the West yet, like Western main battle tanks?
So first of all, allies have already started to significantly provide Western weapons, NATO standard weapons, including very advanced air defense systems, multiple rocket systems, and also other types of, not least, advanced Western artillery. We have also provided different types of armored vehicles and a wide range of these different systems. I cannot tell you exactly what kind of announcements that will be made today, but there are now really a wide range of different systems, including heavy systems, armored systems, and weapons, which are provided by NATO allies to Ukraine. And we see an unprecedented level of support from NATO allies. Then I fully understand that being in Ukraine, seeing all the death, all the destruction, seeing the brutal war taking place, not least in Donbass, there is an urgent need for even more. And that's exactly what we're going to address today with the Ukrainians. How can we provide more support, and how can we ensure that that support reach them as soon as possible?
La Vanguardia.
This is Zaman from Finland's local media. So I have a specific question about Ankara's threat about delays, possible delay at least 1 year. So what kind of measure from NATO you are taking? Just specify me. Thank you.
The application of Finland and Sweden to join NATO are historic decisions by Finland and Sweden. I welcome them. I think it will strengthen Finland and Sweden. It will strengthen Europe, it will strengthen NATO, and it will help to ensure stability across the whole Euro-Atlantic area. It will also demonstrate that NATO's door is open and that Finland and Sweden, they make their own sovereign decisions. It's not President Putin that decides what Finland and Sweden can or cannot do. At the same time, Turkey, an important ally, has expressed some concerns about some specific issues, especially related to the fight against terrorism. And when an ally, in this case Turkey, raises some concerns, and these are legitimate concerns related to their fight against PKK, a group, another terrorist organization. The PKK is a group which is prescribed, recognized as a terrorist organization by NATO allies, by the European Union, also by Finland and Sweden. Then, of course, we need to sit down, address those concerns, and that is exactly what we are doing. And I welcome the signal and the messages from Finland and Sweden that they are ready to actually take actions and to work also more closely with Turkey to address their security concerns, not least related to terrorism. My aim is to solve this issue as soon as possible, but since we are several nations involved in this process, there is no way to tell you exactly when we will solve it, but I'm confident that Finland and Sweden will become members of NATO, also because Turkey has made it clear that they are in favor of NATO's open door policy. They see the value of enlargement, but they have some specific concerns that we have to address together.
La Vanguardia, the lady in blue.
Thank you for the floor, Joanna. Beatriz Navarro with La Vanguardia. I have a question again on the reinforcement of the NATO presence in the eastern flank. I understand the basis for the decision not to have a permanent presence, but a persistent presence on a rotatory basis was the founding act signed by NATO and Russia in 1997. I'm wondering whether this legal basis is still a stand for you for NATO, or they died February 24th when Russia invaded Ukraine. Thank you.
So Russia has walked away from the NATO-Russia founding act, the main principles there, not least the respect for the territorial integrity and sovereignty of all countries in Europe. And by invading Ukraine, of course, that's a blatant violation of the NATO-Russia founding act. This act doesn't limit our ability to increase our presence in the eastern part of the alliance, and it doesn't limit our ability to strengthen our posture in general across the whole alliance. Let me add that Putin's goals goes beyond Ukraine. That was clearly stated in the so-called security treaties he proposed for the United States and NATO in December last year. We actually had a meeting here at NATO in January where we sat down with Russia and tried to find a diplomatic solution, and also where we provided our responses to those proposals from Russia. In those proposals, they, of course, threatened Ukraine, but they also threatened NATO by saying that there should be no further NATO enlargement. And they also wanted NATO to agree to remove all troops and all NATO infrastructure from NATO allies that had joined after 1997. If we had accepted that, we would first of all have violated the fundamental principle of all countries to choose their own path, including Finland and Sweden joining NATO. And the Finnish presidents have said that it was actually when Russia wanted to close the door to NATO that they realized that they had to move into NATO. And also the idea that we should remove all forces and infrastructure from the eastern part of the alliance would actually mean that we're going to introduce some kind of first and second class NATO membership. So we, of course, didn't accept those proposals, but it demonstrates that President Putin's goals goes beyond Ukraine, and that's the reason why we need to both provide support to Ukraine, as we do, but also strengthen our deterrence and defense, not least, sorry, in the eastern part of the alliance.
And very last question, Bloomberg. Lady in white.
Natalia Josiak from Bloomberg. I just had two points that I wanted to clarify. Just first on the posture, you said we can expect more troops on the eastern flank, at least pre-assigned. What volume are we talking about? Germany spoke about brigade level. Is that what we'll see in other eastern flank countries as well? And just on the Turkey, Finland, and Sweden issue, I wanted to clarify because a few weeks ago you said you expected that they would be invitees by Madrid, and today, in the last few days, you've said the Madrid summit was never a deadline. So does that suggest your expectations have changed about what will be possible before Madrid? Thank you.
I was more optimistic then, that's correct, because at that stage we didn't have any information indicating that this will be a problem. Since then we saw the concerns expressed by Turkey, and therefore this will take some more time than we originally expected. So that's a new aspect of the whole process, because up till Turkey expressed their concerns, we had no reasons to believe that this would be a problem for NATO allies. Then some problems have been put on the table, and then it will take some more time, and we need to, of course, address those concerns, those issues, and that's exactly what we are doing. And we have positive signals from Finland and Sweden, and we are working closely with our ally Turkey to solve them. So yes, there is a difference now compared to where we were, or at least thought we were earlier in this process. The other, I don't envisage that we will have exactly the same formations in all countries on the eastern flank. Germany has already announced the willingness to provide, to scale up to a brigade with a combination of forward presence, forward pre-position equipment, forward command and control, with pre-assigned forces in Germany that trains and exercises in Lithuania. So it will be.
Good morning, everyone. You're streaming live now from Fox. It is Wednesday, June 15th. We are live and worldwide early for you this morning in Brussels, Belgium, as NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg is holding a press conference on NATO's response as the Russia-Ukraine war is continuing to rage on. Also talking about Finland and Sweden's active application process to join NATO. He's saying that this demonstrates that NATO's door is open, that this is a historic move and will strengthen Europe and NATO as a unit. So talking about the response to that, also talking about NATO's response to the war in Ukraine as far as sending weapons to the Ukrainian military in order to, help them fight against Russian forces, because I actually do want to head out of this press conference and get into some coverage of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We do have some more video coming from on the ground there of the damage that has been seen in some of these, cities, really all over the country. A Ukrainian official actually says that Russian troops control about 80% of a key eastern city and have destroyed all 3 bridges leading out of it. He says Ukrainian troops have been pushed to the industrial outskirts of the city by the Russians' scorched earth policy. Now, Fox News senior correspondent Mike Tobin actually visited a high school in a community north of Kyiv where hundreds of civilians were held by Russian troops hostage for months. So let's get that latest report from Mike Tobin on the ground there in Ukraine.
hanging on in Severodonetsk after weeks of bloody and devastating warfare. Outgunned and outmanned, Ukrainian President Zelensky begs for more weapons as the scorched town appears ready to fall.
The price for this battle for us is terribly high. It's just terrible. And we drew the attention of our partners on a daily basis to the fact that only a sufficient number of modern artillery for Ukraine will ensure our advantage.
If Severodonetsk falls, Russia will occupy an entire province. Less than 500 miles northwest, Ivan Petrovich survived Russian occupation in the village of Yehidna. He and 300 people there were held by the Russian army for 4 weeks in the local high school's dirty, cramped basement. I thought I wouldn't survive, he says. The floor was packed. Ivan spent day and night in this chair. He says that's how he slept for 27 days. Buckets in a squalid closet made the bathroom. Children slept on shelves and painted on the walls.
5 kids? 22 adults.
Adults used the walls to keep record, names of those who lived there, and 8 who died.
Like prison inmates, they mark their captivity with a calendar. March 4th is when they were first taken down into this basement. March 31st, this says ours came, meaning the Ukrainian army liberated them.
Now, burned-out Russian vehicles and abandoned foxholes sit next to unexploded rockets. Mikhailo Sevchenko draws water with a bucket. His 50-year-old son was shot in the back of the head. The other, 46, let off at gunpoint and never seen again.
Those were 2 sons who helped us, and they were our support. But they are no longer with us.
While the U.S. has provided artillery to Ukraine, an advisor to President Zelensky says they need much more, along with rocket launchers, tanks, and drones, and they need the weapons before Russia can cement more of a foothold. In Kiev, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Mike Tobin for that report. Meanwhile, the war in Ukraine putting the global food supply at risk, and some officials in Ukraine are saying that NATO is not doing enough to help. Let's get the latest from Fox News correspondent Rich Edson.
There are options to sell, but it's like just throwing it away. It would be cheaper than selling it.
This one Ukrainian farmer is among countless others who are unable to sell their crops and earn a living. There are more than 20 million tons of grain stuck in silos near Ukrainian ports, courtesy of a Russian blockade. Global food prices are already increasing, and the United Nations warns of worldwide food shortages next year if Russia continues its siege.
The blockade by the Russian Navy has created a global crisis that we cannot solve by ourselves, and NATO is closing its eyes to the problem.
U.S. officials say Russian invaders have also destroyed Ukrainian farming equipment and pilfered their grain. The New York Times reports the State Department sent a cable to more than a dozen countries, largely in Africa, warning them that Russia could be trying to sell them stolen grain. Countries there are already facing food shortages because of drought. The cable identified 3 Russian cargo ships that officials suspected were carrying stolen grain. The Biden administration says it's working to blunt the impact of Russia's actions, encouraging more production in other countries, and trying to dislodge Ukraine's exports.
I'm working closely with our European partners to get 20 million tons of grain locked in Ukraine out onto the market to help bring down food prices. But they can't get out through the Black Sea because they get blown out of the water.
Pope Francis has criticized the, quote, ferocity and cruelty of Russian troops in Ukraine. Among the harshest comments he's directed towards Russia. The Pope was speaking to editors of Jesuit journals last month. His comments surfaced today. He's also maintained there are no good guys and bad guys in this conflict and has condemned NATO for expanding east. In Washington, Rich Edson, Fox News.
Meanwhile, an update to a story we've been following for months now. Brittany Griner is still not allowed to return to the United States. A court in Russia has reportedly extended the detention for Griner, which means she has to remain in jail there until at least July 2nd. She's been in jail for over 100 days after there was an incident at the Moscow airport where she was detained because Russian officials found hash oil in her luggage. The U.S. government classified Griner's case on May 3rd as wrongfully illegally detained in Russia, which means that the U.S. would work to negotiate her release. They said that our position for some time on this has been very clear. Brittany Griner should not be detained. Ned Price said that based on his understanding, no American diplomats were able to gain access to Griner amid news of the extension yesterday. He added that the State Department is continuing to work to gain regular access to U.S. detainees in Russia, including Griner and Paul Whelan, who has been in a Russian prison since 2018. So we'll get more information on that as it comes into our desk. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We're going to reset and bring you all the top stories that we're following here at the top of the hour. Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox, raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here on this Wednesday, June 15th, bringing you all the latest developments on top stories that we're not only following here in the United States, but overseas as well. Actually, for the last hour, we were live and worldwide, bringing you the full live press conference from NATO Secretary Jens Stoltenberg as he talked about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, also talking about Finland and Sweden's active application to join NATO, calling it historic, saying that it is opening the door to NATO and really strengthening NATO as a unit, as well as all of Europe. But because of the response and threats that they have been getting from Russian President Vladimir Putin, they did announce that they are going to step up and heighten security in the Baltic region so that they could be ready for possibly any situation. He said that this is just a security measure that they are taking out of precaution. And then he did answer several questions from reporters talking about providing more weapons to the Ukrainian military as they fight off Russian forces, and then also talking about the global food supply risk that this has posed on the entire world. So as always, we want to bring you all of the latest remarks live, raw, and unfiltered, so you can watch them, soak in that information, and then really evaluate your own decisions on what is happening. As always, we are going to show you all of the major top stories that we are following today. I do want to take you out live this is not live, this is our side panel showing you all of what we are following. So a big announcement that we are expecting today at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. All eyes on the Federal Reserve as they wrap up a 2-day meeting on interest rates. Chairman Jerome Powell expected to share his plan to fight this 40-year record high inflation today. We'll have more on how high interest rates could rise and how it would affect your major purchases. Obviously, it already is. Really, the cost of everything that we use in our daily lives as Americans continuing to go up when it comes to the grocery store, when it comes to the price of gas. We did have President Biden reference all of this in his latest remarks from Philadelphia, where he spoke at a labor union event. So we will play those remarks for you just a little bit later in our show. We are also going to monitor the latest from Congress in Capitol Hill this morning, as lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are looking for a solution to the growing number of mass shooting events nationwide. They are expected to hold a hearing called Protecting America's Children from Gun Violence at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, so we will likely be streaming that for you live, raw, and in its entirety. We are also monitoring severe heat for 1/3 of the U.S. population. I actually do want to take you out live right now to our XRAD radar. You can see that dark blue color really over the southeastern Midwest portion of the United States. That is all, and that brownish color, I should say, around the dark blue. Those are all heat warnings, heat advisories, heat watches. That is just a raw depiction of the huge chunk of America that is facing these excessive temperatures. This is actually going to last for a couple of more days. I know a lot of people in the Midwest to Southeast are hoping for some relief from what some are saying and some are calling triple-digit temperatures. You know, this is going to happen for a little bit longer, but hopefully we will see it cool down in just a little bit. In the meantime, the National Weather Service has issued excessive heat watches, warnings, and heat advisories for nearly 1/3 of the U.S. population. Now, a large part of the Ohio Valley and areas of the upper and mid-Mississippi Valley are included in an excessive heat warning. This also includes the cities of St. Louis, Missouri, Chicago, and Columbus, Ohio. In addition, excessive heat warnings are in effect in the Carolinas, from Raleigh, North Carolina, into parts of northeastern South Carolina. You've also got excessive heat watches in effect for parts of southeastern Michigan and West Virginia. So we will be tapping into Fox Weather's broadcast here in just a little bit. In the event of major weather, we are able to show you their entire show as they have meteorologists tracking these temperatures right now. It actually does look like they have one of their meteorologists talking about this exact topic. So to start off the top of the hour, as millions are watching here from these impacted areas, let's get the very latest on when meteorologists will predict that these temperatures will cool down.
Heat alerts are in place throughout the evening tonight through tomorrow as well. Excessive heat watch just for a few spots out there in West Virginia, but most of us excessive heat warning. We have excessive heat warnings across the Midwest, even down into central Georgia. Advisories that you see shaded there in the darker shade of red. We also have excessive heat warnings in place for Phoenix. That's for southwest Arizona. Now that's going to be for heat, a different heat. We have more of that moist, uncomfortable heat in the Midwest. It's the dry, excessive heat that we're talking about in the southwest. But keep in mind, too, it is very dangerous. Power outage tracker, this is from the storms that rolled through earlier in the week. So Michigan, Indiana, Ohio, even still some of us without power. It doesn't help us out much when we need to get in that air conditioning. Jason.
Well, Jane, we are keeping an eye on a line of storms that is expected to drench parts of the Northeast. Live look this morning at the beautiful Buffalo, New York, which, by the way, if you don't know, that is home of the Buffalo chicken wing. That is where it was originally started. Now, we're seeing some calm conditions there right now, but it is going to be later on today into tonight that we could end up seeing some storms fire up. And temperatures today are going to be above normal. We're going to hit the mid-80s for this afternoon. Later on tonight, we're going down to about 73 degrees. And then tomorrow, it's pretty much rinse and repeat. And then you'll likely end up seeing some clearer skies by tomorrow night. Temperatures will dip down to right around 66 degrees. Now, speaking of the Northeast, you see where the potential severe weather is going to be impacting those of you in that red shade. That includes Buffalo, Watertown, Binghamton, as well as Syracuse, Pittsburgh, Erie, Pennsylvania. And yes, even those of you in Northeast Ohio do have that potential at seeing some severe weather move through. We are talking about potentially seeing some damaging winds as well as even the potential of some pretty strong thunderstorms as well. So Binghamton, Williamsport, as well as those of you in York and Pittsburgh could see the winds going all the way up to about 50 miles per per hour. Future track in the motion. So this is going to be tomorrow morning, as many of you are going to be heading out to either work or potentially the kiddos to school. We're going to see not only the winds really pick up, but some pretty heavy rain showers moving across not only Pennsylvania, but also those of you in southern New Jersey. Jane?
Well, Jason, flooding, rock slides.
All right, a great check of the conditions across the United States from our Fox weather team. We'll continue to bring you in and out of their broadcasts as they talk about that heat, as well as all of the conditions that we are following across the country. We are also going to bring you the very latest a little bit in our show on the historic flooding that is impacting so many people inside of Yellowstone National Park. It actually does look like we've got Max Gordon from Fox Weather on that exact story, so let's head back out to Fox Weather's coverage. I want to show you that really quickly. It's been quite the talk for these couple of days.
And even floating away homes. Essentially what happened is that heavy rainfall started melting the remaining snowpack in the mountains near here and caused the flooding that we're now seeing. Yellowstone National Park is currently closed and the park had to be evacuated. According to the National Park Service, all visitors have now been cleared out of the park except for a small group of backpackers. There have been numerous bridge and road failures inside of Yellowstone, with mudslides and rock falls causing damage. There's been serious flooding in the town of Livingston, where we are, as well as in the town of Red Lodge, also in southern Montana near Yellowstone. According to the Montana National Guard, 12 people had to be rescued via helicopter on Monday, with more rescue operations still underway. Here in Montana, folks are used to the harsh realities of nature, but people we spoke to said they watched the Yellowstone River become violent as heavy rain melted the remaining snowpack and the floodwaters began to rage.
I've lived here my whole life, and I've been on this river my whole life, and I've never seen anything like this. It's just unprecedented.
And while the floodwaters are now starting to recede, folks here in southwestern Montana still have a lot of challenges ahead of them. Folks with flooded homes have to clear the mud out, roads have to be evaluated, and some wells are now unable to be used because the floodwaters tainted the drinking water supply. In Livingston, Montana, Max Gordon, Fox Weather.
All right, thank you to Fox Weather for that report. We are going to continue on with some more information from Yellowstone in just a little bit, but I do want to shift our focus to some more top stories that we are following, and that includes the latest from the primary races that were happening in several states yesterday. Results are beginning to come in, so I do want to start off with a couple that we have right now. So we're going to head out to the state of South Carolina. That is where Tom Rice, a 5-term South Carolina incumbent, was beaten in the primary election by Trump-backed challenger.
This seat doesn't belong to me, it belongs to the voters.
Legislature. I'm going to lower that volume for you for just a second. But another Republican in the state who had criticized Mr. Trump, Nancy Mace, comfortably won her vote. This is some video that we got from watch parties when she received that news there. Rice and Mace have been objects of Trump's anger ever since a mob of his supporters stormed the U.S. Capitol to stop the certification of President Joe Biden's win. So we're going to have more here for you on these results a little bit later in our show. I also do want to head out to another closely watched race in Nevada. That is where Democratic incumbent Governor Steve Sisolak will face Clark County Sheriff Joe Lombardo in November, according to the primary race calls by the Associated Press. Now, Sisolak, a Democrat, shrugged off a challenge from former Clark County Commissioner Tom Collins, who is a long-shot candidate who raised less than $10,000 in campaign funding, according to the most recent filings. Meanwhile, Lombardo, who was endorsed by former President Donald Trump, had to face members of his own party campaigning even further to the right in the state's top primaries. He beat Joey Gilbert, his closest competitor, whom he was leading in polling. So again, as more information comes in about these races, more reaction from these lawmakers, we will definitely bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to shift gears here to another story that we are closely following, and we should let you know that today is another Supreme Court ruling day, where we like to say opinions drop at 10 a.m. Eastern time. Now, we are all watching on whether or not the ruling for the case that would impact the future of Roe v. Wade, which would then fundamentally change abortion rights for women in the United States. We are going to watch to to see if that is going to drop. Obviously, be sure to stick around at around 10 a.m. Eastern time when we get that information. But in relation to this story, members of the House actually passed a bill that would enhance security measures for Supreme Court justices and their families. The final vote was 396 to 27, with all nays coming from Democrats. The bill's passing comes a week after an armed man was arrested outside of Justice Brett Kavanaugh's house, prompting Congress to take action. He said that he was not only, I'm talking about the man that was arrested, he actually admitted to police that he was going to kill Brett Kavanaugh, that he was not happy about the Supreme Court's opinion leak draft that happened, where it suggested that a lot of the conservative justices wanted to overturn Roe v. Wade. Also talking about the Uvalde mass shooting and how he was not happy about the United States' stance on gun legislation. So Fox News Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel is going to bring us all of the latest information surrounding this vote.
With the Supreme Court now barricaded behind 2 rows of fencing, House members passed a bill to beef up security for the justices and their families. The legislation, dubbed the Supreme Court Police Parity Act, was passed last month in the Senate with unanimous support.
We're going to continue to take steps necessary to keep all public servants safe.
The approval of the bill comes after an armed man was charged last week for the attempted murder of Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh. Democrats and Republicans both agree this type of violence will not be tolerated.
This should have been done weeks ago. Any kind of federal judges are not by law allowed to be threatened that way.
Assailants like the man arrested recently for allegedly plotting against the life of one of our justices are a threat to our democracy, but with the right security, they can also be stopped before they inflict harm.
The bill's passing also comes at a crucial time as anxiety rises by the day on a potential ruling on Roe versus Wade. GOP members slammed Chuck Schumer after the Senate Majority Leader suggested in 2020 that justices will pay the price for their decisions.
Senator Schumer understands what his words have consequences. I believe he should apologize for contributing to this heated climate.
Why did it take so long? I mean, the protests at their home are a direct violation of the law.
The Justice Department says it is warning police agencies nationwide about potential violence in advance of the abortion-related Roe v. Wade ruling. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Mike Emanuel for that report. I actually can take you out live right now to the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. Really quick update to just let you all know the January 6th public hearings that have been being held. We've already seen 2, that primetime one last Thursday, and then we were with you as they continued their findings and their investigation on Monday. There was supposed to be another one today, but that has been postponed to next week, or I should say that one has been postponed to tomorrow, and then they will continue this week, next week, I should say. They basically said that this is just to spread out the hearings and really hone in on their investigation for people that are watching. So again, we are going to have coverage of that public hearing continuing tomorrow, and then of course we'll have more of them happening in the weeks to come throughout the month of June. Meanwhile, I do want to continue on with some more top stories that are coming out of Washington, D.C. All eyes will be on Capitol Hill as lawmakers on both sides of the aisle look for a solution to the growing number of mass shooting events nationwide. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell now says he is open to the idea of supporting a gun bill, but only if it reflects the framework agreement struck over the weekend. Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork has the latest.
Gun control legislation remains a hot topic on Capitol Hill.
We have to do something. An 18-year-old stumbles up to a counter at a gun shop a couple days after his birthday, clearly up to no good. Nobody asks any questions. I mean, got to do something.
Over the weekend, a bipartisan group of lawmakers agreed to a monumental framework deal to combat the growing surge of gun violence nationwide. Some Democrats are skeptical and are now lobbying for the framework to be put into writing and finalized sooner than later.
I'm not responding to anything until I see text.
Is there anything?
Everything is in the details right now. I just want to save lives.
We all know that between a framework and a draft is a lot of work and potential pitfalls. As I mentioned over and over again, I'll put it on the floor as quickly as soon as we get the draft completed to get it to the president's desk quickly.
Mitch McConnell says he'll likely vote in favor of a bill that reflects this weekend's gun reform framework. However, some GOP members are slamming the Senate Minority Leader's stance, saying it undermines the right to bear arms in the U.S.
I think Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham and others in the Senate, it's their job to protect our Second Amendment rights, and they are completely failing our base.
Top Democrats are pushing for a gun reform bill to hit the floor in the coming days and weeks. It is, however, important to note that senators leave for a 2-week recess on June the 24th, which means we'll all be watching the calendar closely. In Washington, I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Kevin Cork for that report. Here is another live look at the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. Be sure to stick around because at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, the Senate Judiciary Committee is actually going to be holding a hearing on protecting America's children from gun violence. This is in the wake of that tragic mass shooting inside of Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. 19 children, 2 teachers killed. We have been reporting on the fact that their funerals have been happening in Uvalde for the last several weeks, and today is actually going to be the last funeral for one of those 19 children. So again, we will be streaming this for you here on Live Now from Fox at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Meanwhile, staying in Washington, D.C., here is a look at the White House in really right across the street there. President Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden are going to be holding a Pride event tonight. June is Pride Month, so we should get some remarks from him a little bit later on. But yesterday, we did bring you out to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and that is where he was speaking at a labor union event talking about inflation. And this is all coming as we are expected to get that announcement from Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, likely talking about rising interest rates. Really could be the highest interest rate hike that we are going to see in decades. So really, what can we anticipate from this announcement? We know that it is going to happen at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll be streaming that for you live, raw and unfiltered. Let's get a little bit of insight and background information ahead of this announcement from Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater.
It's not even really a question of whether the Fed will raise interest rates today, but by how much. And some are bracing for a pretty sizable hike. If you borrow to buy, it's about to get more expensive. The Fed today is expected to raise interest rates, and it may be a big jump. The idea is that if it costs more to borrow money, people will spend less, and that will help bring inflation down. At least that's the hope.
A quick dose of tightening and then inflation will go away and we'll all be fine. I think that is wishful thinking.
Maybe so, but there aren't many other tools out there to bring inflation down.
We've made extraordinary progress.
President Biden touted his approach to the economy while speaking to labor leaders in Philadelphia yesterday. He spoke of jobs growth and said inflation is an issue, but it's global.
The worldwide problem is worse everywhere but here. Inflation.
Well, it is a worldwide problem, but that claim that it's worse everywhere but here just isn't true. A number of large economies, including Canada, France, Germany, have lower inflation rates than the U.S. There is a bit of good news, though, as gas prices tick down a fraction of a cent overnight. But the president will travel to Saudi Arabia next month to press for more oil production, something that makes some of his Democratic allies uneasy.
Well, I have mixed feelings on this, and if the president called me, I'd say, Mr. President, you can't trust these people.
A group of White House officials will head to Capitol Hill this week to meet with House Democrats to come up with a messaging strategy on the economy. In Washington, Doug Lazater, Fox News.
And we will be streaming that announcement from Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So be sure to tune in later this afternoon. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to bring you the latest on some crime news that we are following across the country. And that is going to take us to the West Coast, where we are following a very tragic story of 2 police officers in California shot and killed in the line of duty. We're going to be getting the very latest information on that. And then we are also going to head out to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where a fight about a Chick-fil-A order ended up with somebody getting shot. So stay with us. All of that coming up after this quick commercial break. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Wednesday, June 15th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida. We are going to dive into some crime news that we are following across the United States. And that is actually going to take us out to the West Coast, where police in California are investigating the death of 2 police officers that were shot and killed in the line of duty last night. Investigators say the 2 officers responded to a possible stabbing at the Siesta Inn in El Monte, California. This is some footage from the scene from our Fox 11 Los Angeles team. We're likely going to get a live report from them later on in our show. They say when officers arrived is when a gunman opened fire. The 2 officers were shot and taken to a local hospital where they died from their injuries. The gunman was also shot and killed at the scene. Authorities did not immediately release the identities of the 2 officers killed, but said one was a 22-year veteran and the other was a rookie with less than a year on the force. The interim police chief saying that these men were loved and made the ultimate sacrifice protecting their community. They said they are actively investigating, and so far there is no word on any arrests. So we did get a press conference from the El Monte Police Department. It happened literally just about 2 hours ago. So, as we pride ourselves in bringing you these press conferences in full so you can get all of the latest information on breaking news situations, I do want to play for you a couple of minutes of it here on Live Now from Fox.
Andrew Meyer, I'm currently captain of LASD Homicide Bureau and the RAW, MEYER. Tonight I'm here to provide you with an update on the officer-involved shooting that occurred in the city of El Monte. Officers responded to a call for service at a local motel in the city of El Monte. The call was regarding a possible stabbing victim at the location. Officers arrived on scene where they confronted the suspect, and an officer-involved shooting occurred. The suspect fled the hotel room into the parking lot, and a second officer-involved shooting occurred. 2 officers from El Monte Police Department and the suspect were struck by gunfire. The 2 officers were transported to County USC Medical Center, where they passed away earlier this evening. The suspect was also struck by gunfire, and he was pronounced deceased at the scene. We have, this investigation is very preliminary at this point, and we are working together with our law enforcement partners, El Monte Police, very closely with El Monte Police Department, and working together and making sure that we conduct a thorough investigation. That's all I have at this time. I'm going to turn it back over to the captain of Sheriff's Information Bureau.
Thank you, sir. I would like to present now El Monte Police Interim Chief Ben Lowry.
The men and women of El Monte Police Department, as well as the community of El Monte, is grieving. I've heard that the only way to take the sting out of death is to take the love out of life. And believe me, they were loved. These 2 men were loved. They were good men. They paid the ultimate sacrifice, serving their community, trying to help somebody. They do what hundreds and thousands of men and women do every day across the United States, get up with an oath to protect people and to serve them. And these 2 heroes paid the ultimate sacrifice. Today they were murdered by a coward. And we are grieving, and it hurts. We really want to express our appreciation to the surrounding cities and agencies who have been here to support us. Very grateful for that. Please keep these officers' families in your prayers.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of the City of El Monte, Mayor Jessica Ancona.
Good evening. Heartbroken doesn't begin to express the loss that we feel with the news that 2 of our El Monte police officers were shot today in the line of duty. As our officers do on a daily basis, they were acting as the first line of defense for our community members when they were essentially ambushed while trying to keep a family safe. These 2 officers were like family in our community with deep ties to our neighborhoods. One of our officers was raised in El Monte, went through our schools, and was excited to be a part of the El Monte Police Department, where he would be able to serve and protect family and friends. The other fallen officer was a new officer patrolling our streets, excited to be on the force, ensuring that the community members he had met along the way were protected. These men were dedicated to their careers, and even more so as sons, husbands, and fathers. Please keep their families in your prayers. While we always stand behind our officers, today we mourn together and speak with a raised voice in appreciation, respect, and love for our law enforcement brothers and sisters. Today we stand in solidarity with them, embrace them and their families, and pray that the wives, children, and families of our 2 officers who were taken too soon can eventually find peace. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, Field Deputy Antonio Chapa, representing Hilda Solis's office.
Thank you, Captain. Good evening. My name is Antonio Chapa from the Office of LA County Supervisor Hilda L. Solis, and I will read a statement from her. I am heartbroken to learn that both officers involved in today's tragic incident have unfortunately succumbed to their injuries. On behalf of the 1st District, I extend my deepest condolences and regret to their families, loved ones, and fellow officers. My office and I have been in constant contact with the City of El Monte and the LAC, USC medical staff, and we are prepared to support and provide resources to their families. The sacrifice of these public servants to keep our community safe will never be forgotten. May these two heroes rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We will now open it up for questions.
What do we know about how it escalated to the point of somebody pulling the first trigger?
I'm sorry, ma'am, what was the question again?
What do we know about how it escalated until somebody pulling the first trigger, whether it was an officer or the suspect?
It's extremely early in the investigation, so we don't have all the facts yet. But currently there are homicide investigators. We have at least 20 investigators out at the scene, interviewing witnesses, looking for any kind of surveillance video, canvassing the scene. So
I understand that it was a stabbing call first, is that right?
that's correct.
Was this suspect armed with a gun when the officers arrived?
We believe that the suspect, there was a gun recovered at the scene near the suspect.
Can you?
I'm sorry, sir, what was that?
I said, first off, I'm very sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
My question is, when the officers first arrived on the scene, were the first shots fired in the hotel room, and then one officer went down there, and then the other officer pursued in the lot area?
All right, everybody. So we wanted to play for you a couple of minutes of this latest press conference from the El Monte Police Department. Obviously, a very somber, upsetting, emotional night. Police in California investigating the death of their two comrades, two officers that were shot and killed in the line of duty while responding to a possible stabbing at the Siesta Inn in El Monte, California. They said that when officers arrived, a gunman opened fire. The two officers that were shot, they were taken to a local hospital where they later died from their injuries. They did not immediately release the identities of the officers, so we are waiting for that information. But they did say that one was a 22-year veteran on the force and the other was a rookie with less than a year of experience. The interim police chief just saying that these men were loved, that they made the ultimate sacrifice protecting their community. So we are going to keep in touch with our Fox 11 Los Angeles team as they are likely following the latest on this investigation this morning. This did happen last night, and this update did just come in a couple of hours ago. So we wanted to play for it for you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, I do want to head out to some more crime that we are following here in the United States. This situation taking us to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. A pretty wild story here that we are covering for you here this morning. Basically, a 26-year-old man is in custody after police say an argument over a Chick-fil-A fast food order in Philly escalated into gunfire that hit a teenage employee. So we do have our Fox 29 Philly team covering this investigation. So let's get all the details here on the show this morning.
Person in the vehicle that police have not identified. She asked that we keep her and her son anonymous. Her son is home from the hospital but still has a bullet in his leg, which may require a future surgery.
I could be burying my son right now for a milkshake.
The mom of a 17-year-old Chick-fil-A employee says he's a great kid and hard worker, so getting a call he got shot while on the job did not make sense.
I was numb. I couldn't process it. It was absolutely terrifying. On his way to the hospital, he just kept saying, "Mom, I'm scared. Mom, I'm scared."
Police say he intervened after a DoorDash driver told a server the order missed a second milkshake. When asked for a receipt, police say the driver pulled out a gun and put it on his lap. A manager came out and the driver pulled away.
Thinking the actions have ended at that point, unsuspecting of the employees, he drives around the block with crowds of people out there and fires a shot. To use it in a situation like this with a young man who's just simply out there doing his job is just unacceptable.
After a short pursuit, police say they found the car and the DoorDash driver.
It's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's terrifying.
The 17-year-old's mom worries how his injury will impact his favorite sport, basketball, and has this advice.
Just give him the milkshake, whatever it is. Your phone, just give it.
Police say the DoorDash driver is not licensed to carry a gun. In a statement from DoorDash today, they said they are helping law enforcement and they banned the driver from the platform. In Old City, I'm Kelly Rule, Fox 29 News.
All right, thank you. And we will keep in touch with our Fox 29 Philadelphia team for any additional information. Meanwhile, this next story takes us out to Orlando, Florida, right here where our Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub is located. It's a story that we've been following for months now. An autopsy report reveals new details about the death of the 14-year-old Tyree Sampson, who fell from the Orlando free fall ride back in March. As Fox 35's Christy Kern reports, it has now been confirmed that he was nearly 100 pounds over the ride's weight limit. Let's get the latest information from the autopsy.
383 pounds. That's the number listed for 14-year-old Tyree Sampson's weight on the autopsy report. The attorney for Tyree Sampson's mom, Kim Wald, says while the report is disturbing, it confirms what they already knew.
The autopsy report is very important for our case, again, to confirm the information that we previously knew, but getting the exact weight, determining what the medical examiner found was to be the cause of death. Those are all important factors for our case.
A state-ordered investigation found a ride operator modified the safety sensor to allow Tyree on the ride. Tyree was visiting from Missouri on spring break with his friends when he fell more than 200 feet out of the ride to his death in March. Sampson's family filed a wrongful death lawsuit in April.
Last week was Tyree's 8th grade graduation, and now with the timing of this medical examiner's report coming out, it's just another difficult reminder for the family of the horrible loss that they've suffered and Tyree's untimely death.
The report lists the cause of death as blunt force trauma. It also ruled the death accidental. Wald says seeing the details of Tyree's death on paper is, of course, emotional for his mother.
Tyree's 15th birthday is next month, so the timing with this coming out between his graduation and his birthday, it's all a lot for her.
As far as the lawsuits, Wald says they are in the process of serving all the parties involved. She expects to begin pushing the case forward in the next couple of weeks. In the studio tonight, Christy Kern, Fox 35 News.
All right, Christy Kern, thank you for that report. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to shift our focus to some weather-related news. We've got triple-digit temperatures, heat watches, waves, advisories impacting more than 100 million Americans. That's basically a third of the United States' population. So when we come back, we are going to bring you some reports from our Fox weather team as they are out on the ground in some of these really impacted areas. So we'll get the latest on how people are dealing with these excessively high temperatures and hopefully some more information on when things will cool down. We're also going to be bringing you the very latest when it comes to the Yellowstone National Park flooding. We have seen very wild video coming into our desk. This is
Look at the big divot there on the left.
You can actually hear the man that was filming this speaking in the background. This was some really wild video that surfaced on social media of a house that basically lost its footing from this excessive flooding and then fell into this river. Thankfully, nobody was inside. We'll get you the very latest information on this specific situation and then what is happening as far as reopening Yellowstone when we come back. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Wednesday, June 15th. Thanks so much for starting off your day with us. As promised, we are going to tackle some weather-related news here, as 1/3 of the U.S.'s population is dealing with excessive heat. Warnings, watches, advisories, some areas seeing triple-digit temperatures. Well, Fox Weather's Will Nunley has been out in Tennessee. We actually spoke with him live yesterday. That heat getting so bad that it actually caused one of the electric systems there to malfunction and cause power outages. So imagine having no power and no AC when it's more than 100 degrees out. Well, Will Nunley speaking to a lot of these impacted residents. So let's get the very latest here on Live Now from Fox.
It's very hot. There's no other way to explain it except it's extremely hot.
She's one of the 107 million Americans now being advised to stay indoors after a major heat wave moved into the Midwest and East Coast. It started out west, breaking high temperature records and causing still frozen snow to melt quickly, resulting in flooding that completely closed down Yellowstone National Park. Now a massive area from the Great Lakes down to the Gulf Coast is baking under triple digits, prompting some folks to get out and about early before the mercury rises.
It's a lot cooler in the morning, and they've already talked about how warm it's going to be. I don't want to be out here then, so get out here early.
Most major cities baking under this heat dome have opened cooling centers, including Chicago, Minneapolis, and Memphis and Charlotte, where officials are offering free rides to seniors and others at risk from the extreme heat. In South Carolina, folks are heading to the polls for one of the hottest primary elections on record. The real feel there topping 110 degrees. And there are also concerns about whether the air conditioning will stay on, with some cities setting new records for electricity demand. And experts are worried about what that means as we head into the summer.
To see us actually get above the all-time record on a Sunday in June is alarming.
The TVA, which manages this plant here along the Tennessee River, is asking its customers to conserve energy for now during the hottest parts of the day until some cooler temperatures can roll in. In Savannah, Tennessee, Will Nunley, Fox Weather.
Look at the big divot there on the left. It's the water rushing down and pulling all the dirt away.
Some wild video caught on camera inside of Yellowstone National Park as the Yellowstone River raged amid record high levels on Monday. This one visitor could only watch as this nearby housing center along the river's bank succumbed to the powerful flood, as you can see right here in front of you, starting to float down the way. This video was actually shot by a man named Parker Manning. That's whose voice you heard just moments ago, and shows the entire house falling into the river, mostly still in one piece, and then being carried away downstream. Now, the building stayed together as it floated for several miles before finally breaking apart. You could see them kind of panning out there. Park officials said that the building was a housing unit for park staff members. Park staff lost everything they had inside, but thankfully no one was inside and nobody was injured. Now, the National Weather Service in Billings, Montana said the combination of 0.8 to more than 5 inches of rain and 2 to 5 inches of snowmelt from June 10th to June 13th created unprecedented flooding across the area. So we can tell you that some areas, a majority of it, still not open just yet. They did open one road, but obviously this impacting a lot of people's vacation plans. A lot of people camp out there, and obviously we are going to keep you updated on all of the conditions that we are seeing in this area. We do have Fox Weather's Max Gordon providing some live reports, so we did have him on the show yesterday. Hopefully we will be able to get him out here again. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, it is a major story that we are keeping tabs on here. We are expecting the Federal Reserve to hike interest rates, which could possibly be the largest interest rate hikes in decades. That announcement is coming at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time, so we will be streaming it for you here on on Live Now from Fox. This is coming as the United States is seeing a 40-year high inflation, and we are going to see how this is impacting all sorts of sectors, from supply chain shortages causing a tampon shortage to the car industry, also shrinkflation. Now companies trying to get by on packaging and not necessarily giving you all of their products. So stay tuned. We'll have some consumer news here when we come back. Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox. It is Wednesday, June 15th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida. But we are going to head out live to the White House right now in Washington, D.C. President Biden on the road again yesterday to tell Americans that he is focused on the economy. Now, this was all happening as the Federal Reserve was holding a two-day meeting that wraps up today. We're going to hear from Chairman Jerome Powell at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, where he is likely to announce very high interest rate hikes, possibly the highest in decades. So be sure to stick with us for that announcement. This also coming as the stock market was showing signs that investors are nervous, sinking into a bear market. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington, D.C. with the latest on our nation's economy.
Inflation could put a real dent in summer travel budgets for many Americans. Gas now over $5 a gallon on average, with no signs of slowing.
Inflation is just going up. Gas prices are going up. I don't anticipate it going down until, the summer ends.
The latest data from the Labor Department shows that in May, wholesale prices were up 10.8% over a year ago, meaning producers are paying more and, as people can tell, passing those costs on to the consumer. President Biden says his administration has a plan to help.
Under my plan for the economy, we made extraordinary progress. And we put America in a position to tackle a worldwide problem is worse everywhere but here, inflation.
But the U.S. at 8.6% does have worse inflation than some other large economies, including Germany, France, Canada, and India. And part of the president's plan to fix it is to leave it to the Federal Reserve to figure it out. The Fed is meeting Tuesday and Wednesday as they decide how much to raise interest rates yet again. Republicans say the administration and the Fed are a step behind.
Biden has no plan. Nobody in the Biden administration, including Biden, has any plan to reduce inflation. All they do is they wake up every day and say, who could I possibly blame it on?
The Fed has to try to raise interest rates enough to cool inflation, but not so much that they risk a recession. We'll find out their plan Wednesday afternoon. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Lauren Blanchard for that report. Meanwhile, yesterday we got word that the crypto plunge is now costing people their jobs. We're going to get the latest from Fox Business Network's Susan. She has all the details this morning.
The value of all cryptocurrency is now less than $1 trillion, and that's just a third of the records that we saw back in November. Falling prices also means less jobs, and the largest listed U.S. crypto exchange, Coinbase, just announced job cuts. Its CEO Brian Armstrong tweeting that he has made the difficult decision to reduce the size of the team by around 18%, saying in part, quote, that the broader market downturn means that we need to be more mindful of costs as we head into a potential recession. Now, Coinbase joins other crypto and blockchain companies in cutting positions. BlockFi, which is a Celsius competitor and a crypto lender, chopping 20% of its workforce. Crypto.com laying off 5%. The Winklevoss twins and their company Gemini cutting 10%. Now, I recently spoke to FTX, which is one of the largest crypto exchanges in the world, founded by 30-year-old billionaire Sam Bankman-Fried, dubbed the crypto emperor by the New York Times. And FTX's U.S. President Brett Harrison told me that they are not freezing or cutting jobs.
Now, we've been able to weather a storm of, crypto prices going down, general private and public market valuations going down. And so we're continuing to expand. We're continuing to hire. We're continuing to look at potential sources of, either acquisitions or other kinds of investments across the space. And we're able to do that even in times like this.
The crypto world and confidence has clearly been shaken by the recent Celsius blow-up, which is equivalent to a bank run in cryptocurrencies. Also, a $40 billion wipeout in one of the stable coins called Luna Terra. And there are concerns about who's next in the steep price drop. In New York, Susan Lee, Fox News.
All right, thank you, Susan. Meanwhile, some businesses are dealing with inflation by giving you less of their product. It's actually something being called shrinkflation, and our Fox Business Network's reporters are kind of really explaining what that means. Let's listen in.
Shoppers are paying more for just about everything, but chances are some price hikes might have gone unnoticed because of shrinkflation, the stealthy practice of keeping prices stable but reducing the quantity of a product.
It's a way to pass on a price increase without the consumer feeling like they're paying more at the grocery store.
The watchdog website Consumer World compared how product size and weight changed between last year and since inflation rates soared over 8%. The website found that a $4 20.5-ounce box of Cocoa Pebbles is now reduced to 19.5 ounces. $1.79 used to be able to get you 7 ounces of Dawn dish detergent. Now, the same price only gets you 6.5. A box of Kleenex has gone down from a count of 65 tissues to 60. Both had an average cost of $2.50. Consumer advocates say shrinkflation is nothing new, but we're seeing more of it due to economic turbulence.
When I've asked manufacturers, why are you downsizing? They'll say, well, the raw material costs have gone up. We're paying more because of high gasoline prices.
Shrinkflation is likely here to stay, at least until the inflation rates start to drop.
This didn't happen overnight. It's not going to go away overnight either.
We reached out for comment to the product manufacturers mentioned in our report, but have not heard back. Although some shoppers consider it deceptive for companies to keep prices stable and shrink product size, it is not illegal as long as the item is correctly labeled. In New York, David Lee Miller, Fox News.
And supply shortages may now be affecting feminine hygiene products. Recent online reports say particularly tampons are in short supply nationally. Now, Procter & Gamble, makers of Tampax and Always, say they're making them as fast as they can, but a shortage of cotton is slowing production. So just continuing to see how all of the products that we use in our everyday lives as Americans, as women, are falling short in the midst of inflation and in the status of our economy. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to get you up to speed on all of the major top stories that we are following. We are expected to get that announcement from the Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell about possibly the highest interest rate hikes in decades. So be sure to stick around for that announcement later this afternoon. We're also going to be talking about gun legislation at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. The Senate Judiciary Committee holding a hearing on protecting America's children from gun violence. So we'll likely be airing that for you live, raw, and unfiltered. It's also a Supreme Court decision day. Rulings are going to be released at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Will the future of abortion rights be decided today? Well, we will see later this morning. But when we come back, we're going to get you all up to speed on all the top stories that we're following here on this Wednesday, June 15th. Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox, raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from our Orlando, Florida studios. On this Wednesday, June 15th, we are getting you all up to speed on the stories that you want and need to know about as you start off your morning. So we are going to bring you this side panel showing you all of the major ones that we've got coming up for you this afternoon, also this morning. So let's get right to it. We are anticipating an announcement from Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, and he is likely going to announce that interest rates are going to hike up once again, possibly the largest interest rate hike in decades. We're going to bring you more information and what we can anticipate from Doug Lazader, our Fox News correspondent, here in just a moment, but wanted to let you know to tune in at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll be streaming that announcement for you live, raw, and unfiltered. Meanwhile, we can also let you know that at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we are expecting live feeds of the Senate Judiciary Committee's hearing on protecting America's children from gun violence. Obviously, all eyes on Capitol Hill as lawmakers from both sides of the aisle are looking for a solution to the growing number of mass shooting events nationwide. We did get that bipartisan framework over the weekend, but obviously nothing set in stone and discussions are still underway. So we're going to be streaming that for you around 10 a.m. Eastern Time. And then we're also monitoring a very dangerous heat. We can actually show you our LiveNOW XRAD radar. You've got these conditions right in front of you. That blue color to the Midwest, southeastern part of the United States, surrounded by all that brown. Those are all excessive heat warnings, advisories issued for basically 1/3 of the American population. So we'll likely be touching base with our Fox weather correspondents. They are out there on the ground ground, speaking to impacted people. Something that stuck out to me yesterday, we were live with Fox Weather in Tennessee, where the heat was so bad it actually caused an electrical system to malfunction, and it left thousands of people in the area without power, without AC. Not an ideal situation when the temperature is rising to triple digits. So we'll continue to bring you updates on all of the conditions. It's also caused historic flooding in Yellowstone National Park. We've been streaming for you some crazy video of all of the damage and devastation. A lot of the area still closed down, so we'll bring you some more information on that. It is also a Supreme Court opinion day, as we like to call it. They are going to issue rulings on major cases at 10 a.m. Eastern time, and we are all keeping an eye out on whether or not the future of abortion rights, a case that would ultimately decide if Roe v. Wade will still stay in place, or will individual states be allowed to make their own laws related to abortion rights. This is all coming after that bombshell leak of that opinion draft weeks ago, suggesting that a number of conservative justices were looking to overturn Roe v. Wade. And then we saw protests erupt over it. Last week, somebody was arrested outside of conservative Justice Brett Kavanaugh's home, saying that he was not happy with the status of the Supreme Court when it comes to abortion rights and gun legislation. And in addition to that situation, members of the House actually passed a bill that would enhance security measures for Supreme Court justices in their families. The final vote was 396 to 27, with all nays coming from Democrats. So again, another angle to the story, and of course at 10 a.m. Eastern time, we will monitor the opinions and the rulings, I should say, coming out, and we'll bring you all of that latest information. But I do want to head out to Washington, D.C. Here's a live now look at the White House. A sunny Wednesday there. President Biden was actually in Philadelphia yesterday attending a labor union event, and he spoke on inflation. Now, this was happening as the Federal Reserve was meeting in our nation's capital today. They're wrapping up 2 days of meetings, and then at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time, we are going to get that announcement on interest rates from Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell. So to give us some insight into what we can expect, here's the latest report from Fox's Doug Lazater.
It's not even really a question of whether the Fed will raise interest rates today, but by how much. And some are bracing for a pretty sizable hike. If you borrow to buy, it's about to get more expensive. The Fed today is expected to raise interest rates, and it may be a big jump. The idea is that if it costs more to borrow money, people will spend less, and that will help bring inflation down. At least that's the hope.
A quick dose of tightening and then inflation will go away and we'll all be fine. I think that is wishful thinking.
Maybe so, but there aren't many other tools out there to bring inflation down.
We've made extraordinary progress.
President Biden touted his approach to the economy while speaking to labor leaders in Philadelphia yesterday. He spoke of jobs growth and said inflation is an issue, but it's global.
The worldwide problem is worse everywhere but here. Inflation.
Well, it is a worldwide problem, but that claim that it's worse everywhere but here just isn't true. A number of large economies, including Canada, France, Germany, have lower inflation rates than the U.S. There is a bit of good news, though, as gas prices tick down a fraction of a cent overnight. But the president will travel to Saudi Arabia next month to press for more oil production, something that makes some of his Democratic allies uneasy.
Well, I have mixed feelings on this, and if the president called me, I'd say, Mr. President, you can't trust these people.
A group of White House officials will head to Capitol Hill this week to meet with House Democrats to come up with a messaging strategy on the economy. In Washington, Doug Lazater, Fox News.
And here is another look at the White House in Washington, D.C. To really give you all of the information and notable remarks that came from President Biden's speech yesterday, I'm going to play it for you in full. And then, as always, we will keep on our screen all of the major top stories that we are following. But here is President Biden attending that labor union event in Philadelphia. Let's listen in.
Hello, AFL-CIO. You ain't labor, you're union. It makes a difference. It's good to be home. As they say in Claymont, y'all brung me to the dance. Thank you. Please, please, have a seat if there is one. You're a gigantic reason why I'm standing here. Standing here today as your president. I really mean it. I owe you from the very beginning of my running for office back when I was a kid. It was labor, unions, made a difference. At the time, we were right-to-work state, and we changed that too. I've never forgotten not only what you've done for me, but how importantly it meant to me and to the country, to our country, what you've done for the country. And I want to thank Liz for being such a good friend for so long, the first woman to lead the AFL-CIO. Born of a union household, started out as an organizer, and she never stopped. Congratulations, Liz, congratulations. And congratulations to Fred Redmond, Secretary-Treasurer as well. I hope your daughter-in-law knows she's married into a union family. Anyway, look, I know this is bittersweet for all of us. This is the first convention without Rich Trumka. Rich was not only a legendary labor leader, he literally was a close friend to me and to so many of you, a true friend. Particularly there when things weren't going well, he was always there. Above all, he was an American worker. No matter how high he rose through the ranks, he never forgot where he came from. We use that phrase all the time, never forget where you came from. He never forgot where he came from or what this work is all about. You know, before Rich passed, he gave me the highest compliment that I've ever gotten in my life, and I mean it sincerely. He called me, what your president just did, the most pro-union president in history. I promised you I would be, and I commit to you as long as I have this job, I will remain that. Folks, thank you. I've got to tell you, nothing made me prouder than that. That's why I made sure we put a former union president in, Secretary of Labor. Marty Walsh. Marty. He's going to learn how to speak English, but he's real. I kid him all the time. I'm joking. He parks his car in a car barn, but he knows what he's doing. Marty was here yesterday, and he's doing a hell of a job, but he fights like hell for us all. And just yesterday, I had a conversation, a Zoom conversation with our next senator from the state, John Fetterman. You know, if you're in a foxhole, you want John with you, man. I know he can't wait to get back on the trail, and he's looking good, and there's no bigger, stronger voice for working people in this state than John. Certainly no bigger one, for that matter. Look, we're also joined here today by three great members of Congress who flew up with me on Air Force One. Brendan Boyle, who was labor. Donald Norcross, who's labor, and Mary Kay Scanlon as well. All, by the way, they've all been there when the votes were tough. When the votes were tough to stay with you, they were there. And they're great champions of unions. And Stacey Abrams is here as well. By the way, I'm going to ask you all a favor. Help her in Georgia. Help Stacey Abrams in Georgia. There's three things I learned about early on. One, she's loyal. Two, she's capable. And three, she's smarter than you, me. She knows what she's doing. So, folks, please help her out. And, folks, thanks to all of you coming along. And we come a long way in a short time. Do you remember when our economy was like what it looked like before we took office? 3,000 Americans are dying every day from COVID. 20 million Americans had lost their jobs in the last guy. In fact, so many Americans lost their jobs that my predecessor became just the second president in history to leave office with fewer jobs in America than when he took office. But you stepped up. The other one, by the way, was Herbert Hoover. And just remember those long lines of cars stretching miles back waiting for just a box of food to be put back in their trunk? It wasn't just poor folk. It was working class folks, middle class folks. A lot of pretty nice cars in those lines. And while it was going on, America created more billionaires during that crisis in 2020 than any year in history. Talk about a contrast. Ordinary people waiting in line for an hour for a box of food. And the policies in the past created more billionaires than ever in American history. Folks, it's hard to believe, but it's true. That's what we inherited. And then, with your help, we went to work with an economic vision that looks out from Scranton, Pennsylvania, hardworking towns like it all across America, not down from Wall Street. Wall Street didn't build this country. The middle class built this country, and unions built the middle class. I'm not joking. Without unions, there'd be no middle class. That's a fact. And by the way, there's a reason. You're the best trained workers in the world. That's not hyperbole. When you do well, everybody does well. You know, if investment bankers in America, they're all bad guys. They're not bad. But I guess what? If they went on strike, not a whole hell of a lot would happen. But guess what? Guess what? I tell this to my buddy. If the IBEW went on strike, everything shuts down. All of you, go down the road. I'm serious. No, you guys don't understand. You don't talk. I don't think you appreciate how critically important you are. I'm not trying to be nice to you. It's just a fact. Folks, we need an economy built from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down. Because I know when the middle class does well, everybody does. The wealthy do very well. They're never hurt. But I also know too often we've had an economy where the wealthy do better and better while the middle class gets left behind. So we went to work to change that and started with the American Rescue Plan. The law helped 41 million people put food on their table. Remember, they were in trouble putting food on their table. Put money in the pockets of hardworking Americans who were in trouble, being thrown out in the street because they couldn't pay the rent through no fault of their own. It gave them what my dad used to call just a little bit of breathing room. The next step was the bipartisan infrastructure law. And now not only is it infrastructure week, we've arrived at infrastructure decade. People are going to see a lot of it. We got to remind them where it's coming from. We announced nearly $3 billion this year to improve more than 3,000 airports across 50 states this year. This year. We announced $5 billion so union workers can get to work building a national network of electric vehicle charging stations. We announced the largest investment in public transit in American history, more than the entire Amtrak system when it started. $20.5 billion. And the people we come from, like when President Obama used to always give me the good assignments. Well, I remember one day walked in, not a joke, and said, "Joe, fix Detroit." I said, "Okay, no problem." No, you think I'm kidding? You think I'm kidding? What I didn't realize, I thought I knew a lot about the cities. Went out to Detroit. The vast majority of the people living in the city, their jobs are out of town because they're not doing manufacturing in towns anymore. Out of town. So we got a rail system for them. We got a freight system. We got a bus system. It changed it. It's growing. It's going to create more good jobs using products that are made in America. And folks, it's also going to reduce pollution while it's making it safer and safer for folks to go to work and get to work every day. What all this means for all of you is a simple proposition. And I remember us having this discussion, old buddy. When I think global warming, I think jobs. Jobs, jobs, jobs. Good paying union jobs. Jobs you can raise a family on. Jobs you can't be outsourced. Look, the infrastructure law is about more than rebuilding our infrastructure. It's about rebuilding the middle class. And that's why we made sure that the infrastructure law included significant labor protections. For example, I insist that the overwhelming majority of the funds included in the law are subject to Davis-Bacon requirements. Union has to do it. And it's not just because I want to help unions. It's simple. We're the best in the world. If we're going to build infrastructure, we should have, what I always find we don't talk enough about, and I'm not going to take the time today. But you know what? You don't just decide you want to be a pipe fitter or an electrician or whatever else you want to pick. It takes you 4 or 5 years. Hard work. It's like going to college. Fortunately, you get these union paid, you can get paid to do some of it. But my point is, people don't realize, and I see every place I go, and you've heard me do it at Chambers of Commerce, the best trained workers in the world. So folks rebuilding our country will earn a prevailing wage. They should. Another thing the law does, it's helped expand registered apprenticeships. Remember when the business said, we'll take care of the apprenticeships? Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. Come on, man. Come on. Union partnerships that allow workers to earn while they learn. That matters. Because laying a strong foundation for the future of this country is about more than having strong roads and bridges. It's about making sure that here in America, folks who work hard can live their lives with dignity and respect. That's why I continue to call on Congress to finally pass the PRO Act, which will make it easier for workers to organize. You know, when Franklin Roosevelt passed the NLRB, it didn't say you can't have unions. It said we should encourage unions. That's what NLRB says. It's a big difference. And look, I'm not just saying that to be pro-union. I'm saying it because I'm pro-American. Folks, that's the approach I've taken to build this economy. And what has to be done? Well, we brought down COVID deaths by 90%. We opened schools and businesses that were shuttered. It all created the greatest job recovery in American history. People don't want to talk about these days, but it's true. Since I've become president, we've created 8.7 million new jobs in 16 months, an all-time record. And even last month, 390,000 jobs and 600,000 new manufacturing jobs. They said manufacturing is dead in America. Look, folks, our unemployment rate is near historic lows, 3.7%. And millions of Americans are leaving. I love these guys talking about why these guy left my employment, went to another job. Because he got paid more. Isn't that awful? Isn't that a shame that they got to compete for labor? Better paying jobs. For better jobs for them and their families. It's been a long time since that's happened in this country. But it's happening now. And it's working. Since I took office, with your help, families are carrying less debt nationwide. They have more savings nationwide. More Americans applied for new small businesses last year than ever before in American history. 5.4 million new small business applications. Jobs and companies are coming home again. We're making Buy American a reality, not just a slogan. I award no contracts from the federal government unless they can prove they bought it in America. And by the way, Republicans like to portray me as some kind of big spender. We have spent a lot of money. But let's compare the facts. Under my predecessor, the deficit exploded, rising every single year, and all of the benefit going to the top 1%, basically. Under my plan, last year, we cut the deficit by $350 billion. Doing all this. You know, they talk about Biden wants to spend more on schools and all this. But guess what? He's going to create a deficit. Ladies and gentlemen, this year, by the end of the fiscal year, we will have cut the federal deficit by another $1.6 trillion in 1 year. 1 year. So when they come to you and talk about big spenders, let them know. Almost $2 trillion in deficit reduction. I don't want to hear any more of these lies about reckless spending. We're changing people's lives. And because of the fact this year, we're delivering the biggest drop in deficit in the history of the United States of America. Look, the point is this. Under my plan for the economy, we made extraordinary progress. And we put America in a position to tackle a worldwide problem that's worse everywhere but here, inflation. It's sapping the strength of a lot of families. I grew up in a household not far from here, Claymont and Wilmington, where the price of a gallon of gasoline went up. It was a conversation at the dinner table. It mattered. It mattered to my working family. It mattered if the price of food went up. The problem is, Republicans in Congress are doing everything they can to stop my plans to bring down costs on ordinary families. That's why my plan is not finished and why the results aren't finished either. Jobs are back, but prices are still too high. COVID is down, but gas prices are up. Our work isn't done. But here's the deal. America still has a choice to make. A choice between a government by the few, for the few, or a government for all of us. Democracy for all of us, an economy where all of us have a fair shot and a chance to earn our place in the economy. My plan is simple. First, I'm doing everything in my power to blunt Putin's gas price hike. Just since he invaded Ukraine, it's gone up $1.74 a gallon because of nothing else but that. So I have a plan to bring down the cost of gas and food. It's going to take time, but let the world coordinate the largest release, what I've been able to do, the largest release of oil from the global fund in history. 1 million barrels a day, and 240 million barrels to boost global supply while I convinced other nations to join us, to keep prices from rising even more. And I'm working closely with our European partners to get 20 million tons of grain locked in Ukraine out onto the market to help bring down food prices. Folks, look, what Putin's war has done is not only try to wipe out the culture of the Ukrainians, decimate people and commit innumerable war crimes, but he's also prevented the grain, thousands of tons of grain that are locked up in those silos ready to be exported, but they can't get out through the Black Sea because they get blown out of the water. So we're working on a plan to get it out through other countries by rail. But guess what? Ukraine has a system like Russia has a rail gauge that is different than the gauge of the rest of the tracks in Europe. So we're going to build silos, temporary silos, in the borders of Ukraine, including in Poland, so we can transfer it from those cars into those silos into cars in Europe and get it out to the ocean and get it across the world. But it's taking time. Second, we're to bring down gas and food prices. We can save families money in other items. We can change the dynamic of middle-class families. Look, give them a little breathing room, my dad said. You heard me say that before, but imagine. What most middle-class and working-class families do is they look at that monthly bill they have on everything. The rent or the mortgage, the cost of maintaining the car, the food, everything. So if portions of that go up, one of the ways to deal with inflation for families is bring the other costs down. For example, 200,000 people with type 1 diabetes are paying up to $1,000 a month for insulin. We can make sure they pay no more than $35 a month. By that, and by the way, drug companies will still do very well. It'll cost them $10 to develop that insulin. So they're making 3.5 times their cost. My plan gives Medicare the power to negotiate with the pharmaceutical companies, just like the Veterans Administration does. Bring down the average cost of prescription drugs is a gigantic way. It really does. It affects the total amount of money you got to write out of that checkbook. So gas is up and food is up, which we're going to get down come hell or high water. But there's other things we can do beyond getting the price of insulin down to $35 a month. Imagine the difference it could make. Imagine the difference it could make if, in fact, you had other things that I've been proposing. Just imagine if you're in a situation where you're going to able to be in a position where pay for preschool for kids that are 3 and 4 years old, increasing exponentially their possibility of going out no matter what kind of family they come from in terms of educational standing. To raise.
All right, everybody, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are listening in to President Joe Biden speaking yesterday in Philadelphia, talking about inflation and the economy. And we do know coming up later today, the Federal Reserve is expected to raise its benchmark short-term interest rates by about 3/4 of a point. Typically, it raises rates 1/4 of a point. So again, that is expected to happen at about 2:30 this afternoon. And it's all part of the Fed's way to curb record high inflation. And that also means there's fear raising that rates too much could possibly cause a recession. Let's head out to New York with our Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses, who is joining us live at a gas station in Queens. Robert, good morning to you. What can you tell us?
Well, Mackenzie, nowhere is inflation clearer than right here at the gas pump. In fact, according to AAA, the average price of a gallon of regular is north of $5 per gallon in nearly half of all U.S. states, including right here in New York. So consumers are tired of paying more for basically everything. But taming inflation, yes, may cause a recession. Rate hike since 1994, 3/4 of a point when the central bank typically hikes rates by 1/4 point. That means borrowing money for big-ticket items like homes will get more expensive. Raising rates is a blunt force instrument the Fed can wield at times of high inflation like this one, but such an action has consequences.
The intended effect there is to cool the economy down a little bit, get people to spend a little bit less, but it's hard to fine-tune that quite right. Very often what happens in this situation is that the central bank goes a little farther than it needs to, cools the economy down too much, and those high interest rates basically cause the economy to start shrinking.
The war in Ukraine has not helped matters. It has made food and gas far more expensive. And speaking of gas, the White House is considering a federal gas tax holiday, according to The Hill. A holiday would take an act of Congress and has the support of Senator Maggie Hassan, a Democrat from New Hampshire.
That helps put some more money back in people's pockets. I'm pushing the administration to support that. They haven't yet, and that's frustrating.
In an effort to ease inflation, the White House is also reportedly considering reducing some of the tariffs that former President Donald Trump imposed on Chinese imports. But Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen told a House committee last week that the effects of such a reduction would be muted.
I think some reductions may be warranted, could help to bring down the prices of things that people buy that are burdensome. I honestly don't think tariff policy is a panacea with respect to inflation.
And back to that big interest rate announcement later today from the Fed. We expect to hear from Fed Chair Jerome Powell at about 2:30 this afternoon, and then we will watch closely as the markets respond to what he has to say in the 90 minutes until today's closing bell. Could be a wild ride on Wall Street. Mackenzie, back to you.
All right, sure will be. Our Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses live for us in Queens. Robert, thank you so much as always. All right, everybody, we do want to take you out to the White House where, as we told you earlier today, President Joe Biden addressing inflation yesterday in Philadelphia, saying that the economy and curbing inflation are all top priorities for him this year. And we, of course, want to take you back out live to the United States Capitol, where we do know that the Senate Judiciary Committee will be holding a hearing later this morning on how to protect America's children from gun violence. That's going to be starting at 10 o'clock this morning, and it comes, of course, following the shooting in Uvalde, Texas. We do know that the final funeral for one of the 21 victims killed at Robb Elementary will be held this week. It is 7:34 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us here on this Wednesday morning. My name is Mackenzie Stasko. I'll be with you for the next few hours, bringing you up to speed on all of the top stories we are following on this Tuesday morning. We do want to take you live out to the United States Capitol, where coming up in about 2.5 hours, the Senate Judiciary Committee will be holding another hearing on gun violence, specifically how to protect America's children from gun violence. That is, again, going to start at 10 o'clock Eastern Time. We, of course, will be carrying that for you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Also happening in the Capitol today, we do know that it is Supreme Court ruling day. We've been reporting to you for the past few weeks that the Supreme Court every single week, every Monday and Wednesday typically, that they will be releasing rulings on cases. It is unclear if the case impacting abortion rights will be included. But again, we, of course, will be keeping all eyes on that as the Supreme Court, again, drops those opinion rulings starting at 10 o'clock this morning. We do also know that the Federal Reserve will be meeting at 2:30 this afternoon. Of course, the Federal Reserve is expected to raise its benchmark short-term interest rates 3/4 of a point. Typically, it raises rates 1/4 of a point. That means consumers will be paying more on anything that they buy a loan through, such as cars, new homes and renovations, and even consumer purchases with credit cards. Interest rates could be raised, again, as much as 3.5% by the end of this year. And that's different from the predicted 2% from earlier this year. And there, of course, is a lot of fears, raising that rates too much could be causing a recession in the near future. So we want to head to a full story from our Fox News correspondent, Doug Lazader.
It's not even really a question of whether the Fed will raise interest rates today, but by how much. And some are bracing for a pretty sizable hike. If you borrow to buy, it's about to get more expensive. The Fed today is expected to raise interest rates, and it may be a big jump. The idea is that if it costs more to borrow money, people will spend less, and that will help bring inflation down. At least that's the hope.
A quick dose of tightening and then inflation will go away and we'll all be fine. I think that is wishful thinking.
Maybe so, but there aren't many other tools out there to bring inflation down.
We made extraordinary progress.
President Biden touted his approach to the economy while speaking to labor leaders in Philadelphia yesterday. He spoke of jobs growth and said inflation is an issue, but it's global.
A worldwide problem is worse everywhere but here. Inflation.
Well, it is a worldwide problem, but that claim that it's worse everywhere but here just isn't true. A number of large economies, including Canada, France, Germany, have lower inflation rates than the U.S. There is a bit of good news, though, as gas prices tick down a fraction of a cent overnight. But the president will travel to Saudi Arabia next month to press for more oil production, something that makes some of his Democratic allies uneasy.
I have mixed feelings on this, and if the president called me, I'd say, Mr. President, you can't trust these people.
Now, a group of White House officials will head to Capitol Hill this week to meet with House Democrats to come up with a messaging strategy on the economy. In Washington, Doug Lazader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you for that report. We do want to bring you out to some news in California, in the Los Angeles area. Police there are investigating the death of 2 police officers that were shot and killed in the line of duty last night. Investigators say that the 2 officers responded to a possible stabbing at the Siesta Inn in El Monte, California. They say when officers arrived, that's when a gunman opened fire. The 2 officers were shot and taken to the hospital where they died from their injuries. The gunman was also shot and killed at the scene. Now, authorities did not immediately release the identities of the officers who were killed, but said one was a 22-year veteran and the other was a rookie with less than a year on the force. The interim police chief there saying that, quote, these men were loved and made the ultimate sacrifice protecting their community. They said that they are actively investigating, and so far, there is no word on any arrests. And on the topic of gun violence, we do want to give you an update on the school shooting in Uvalde, Texas. There's some new conflicting details that have surfaced in the Uvalde mass shooting that left 19 children and 2 teachers dead. The state senator who represents Uvalde says more than a dozen state troopers with ballistic shields were among the law enforcement who waited in a hall outside of the classroom where the gunman was shooting, and that the head of the Texas DPS admitted this. But DPS officials also say troopers were moving in and out of the hallway to help with evacuations. The Uvalde school shooting district police chief, as you know, has been criticized for not ordering law enforcement to confront the shooter for more than an hour. Meanwhile, state lawmakers have approved $85,000 to investigate the shooting. There's also a proposal to spend $100 million to increase school safety and make mental health care more accessible before classes resume in August. And also, again, 21 victims killed in the Uvalde school shooting, and the funerals will continue this week. We do know 10-year-old Tessa Mata was laid to rest this week. Her obituary said that she enjoyed gymnastics, softball, and soccer. And this is 11-year-old Layla Salazar. She will be the final funeral for the victims in Uvalde. A visitation will be held in Uvalde today, and her funeral will be held tomorrow. Layla's obituary says that she loved dancing and singing and also loved the Dallas Cowboys. Her obituary also says that she would sing with her father every single morning while heading to school and again on her way home with her mother. They say that she was smart-witted and rambunctious. And as we wait for the final funeral for the victims in Uvalde to take place tomorrow for, again, 11-year-old Layla Salazar that you can see right there on your screen. We do know that all eyes will be on Capitol Hill as lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are looking for a solution to the growing number of mass shootings nationwide. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell now says that he is open to the idea of supporting a gun bill, but only if it reflects the framework agreement struck over the weekend. Our Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork has the details.
Gun control legislation remains a hot topic on Capitol Hill.
We have to do something. An 18-year-old stumbles up to a counter at a gun shop a couple days after his birthday, clearly up to no good. Nobody asked any questions. I mean, got to do something.
Over the weekend, a bipartisan group of lawmakers agreed to a monumental framework deal to combat the growing surge of gun violence nationwide. Some Democrats are skeptical and are now lobbying for the framework to be put into writing and finalized sooner than later.
I'm not responding to anything until I see text.
Is there anything?
Everything is in the details right now. I just want to save lives.
We all know that between a framework and a draft is a lot of work and potential pitfalls. As I mentioned over and over again, I'll put it on the floor as quickly as soon as we get the draft completed to get it to the president's desk quickly.
Mitch McConnell says he'll likely vote in favor of a bill that reflects this weekend's gun reform framework. However, some GOP members are slamming the Senate Minority Leader's stance, saying it undermines the right to bear arms in the U.S.
I think Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham and others in the Senate, it's their job to protect our Second Amendment rights, and they are completely failing our base.
Top Democrats are pushing for a gun reform bill to hit the floor in the coming days and weeks. It is, however, important to note that senators leave for a 2-week recess on June the 24th, which means we'll all be watching the calendar closely. In Washington, I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
Kevin, thank you for that report. Also happening today at 10 a.m., we do know that the Supreme Court will be dropping its opinions. Again, that is happening at 10 o'clock this morning. And that all comes as we know members of the House just passed a bill that would enhance security members for Supreme Court justices and their immediate families. The Supreme Court Police Parity Act already passed in the Senate last month. The Supreme Court, again, will have increased security for not only themselves, but also for their families. And this approval comes after an armed man was charged last week for the attempted murder of Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh. Throughout the country, people are anxiously awaiting for the court's ruling on Roe versus Wade. Again, that bill was introduced after nationwide protests over a leaked draft of the High Court's Roe versus Wade opinion. Let's head to our Fox News correspondent Mike Emanuel for the latest.
With the Supreme Court now barricaded behind 2 rows of fencing, House members passed a bill to beef up security for the justices and their families. The legislation, dubbed the Supreme Court Police Parity Act, was passed last month in the Senate with unanimous support.
We're going to continue to take steps necessary to keep all public servants safe.
The approval of the bill comes after an armed man was charged last week for the attempted murder of Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh. Democrats and Republicans both agree this type of violence will not be tolerated.
This should have been done weeks ago. Any kind of federal judges are not by law allowed to be threatened that way.
Assailants like the man arrested recently for allegedly plotting against the life of one of our justices are a threat to our democracy, but with the right security, they can also be stopped before they inflict harm.
The bill's passing also comes at a crucial time as anxiety rises by the day on a potential ruling on Roe versus Wade. GOP members slammed Chuck Schumer after the Senate Majority Leader suggested in 2020 that justices will pay the price for their decisions.
Senator Schumer understands what his words have consequences. I believe he should apologize for contributing to this heated climate.
Why did it take so long? I mean, the protests at their home are a direct violation of the law.
The Justice Department says it is warning police agencies nationwide about potential violence in advance of the abortion-related Roe v. Wade ruling. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
Mike, thank you for that report. And as we wait for the Supreme Court opinion rulings to drop at 10 o'clock this morning, and of course, wait and see what will happen with abortion rights here in the United States, we do know that Vice President Kamala Harris held a roundtable with constitutional law, privacy, and technology experts yesterday to discuss what is at stake if the Supreme Court, in fact, does overturn Roe versus Wade. So let's go ahead and listen in to Vice President Kamala Harris and her full remarks on Roe v. Wade.
Principles of freedom, liberty, and self-determination. And I do believe that all of those principles are at stake when we look at the leaked draft opinion about what this decision may end up being. From these principles, most notably, come the constitutional right to privacy, the right of an individual to make decisions about their life, about their family, about their body, without government interference. And so there's a lot at stake in the outcome of this decision. And for that reason, I've asked these experts to be here to talk with me about how we might best prepare the American people for the consequences of what this decision will be in terms of their life and the choices that they are able to make and have a right to make, so that at the very least folks can be prepared. But I do believe that we should prepare for the right to privacy to be attacked and under attack with this decision. And that will have a number of implications. If Roe is overturned, I believe that states will then have the power to interfere in personal decisions. I do believe that there are 3 specific areas that we should be prepared to address. One is the issue of data privacy, and the potential that if Roe is overturned, that states that have criminalized abortion could subpoena a woman's personal data. And so I want to talk with these experts about their concern and the level of their concern about that very issue, including, for example, the vulnerability of women who are using menstrual tracking apps, those who use a search engine to find certain locations or certain help in terms of their reproductive health, and how vulnerable those searches will be to bad actors attempting to track their history, much less any government forces that may be interested in investigating that for whatever purpose. The issue of IVF, in vitro fertilization. I have a concern that if Roe is overturned, states with abortion bans could potentially restrict IVF if their definition of life begins at the point of fertilization. So I'd like to talk with these experts about their thoughts about that and whether the law is established or not, well established or not, in terms of the protection that individuals have if they are in the process of IVF. And then on the issue of contraception, if Roe is overturned, we believe that states with abortion bans from the moment of fertilization could potentially restrict specific types of contraception, in particular IUDs, and the so-called morning after pill. And so I'd like to talk with these experts about their thoughts in terms of the legal theories that would be at play if that were to take place. I do believe that overturning Roe could clear the way for challenges to other fundamental rights, including the right to use contraception and same-sex marriage. And so I'm going to talk with these folks about that, and I think it's a very important point to make that many of the states that have passed trigger ban laws are also the states that are passing laws to restrict trans rights, gay rights, and the freedom to vote. And when you look at a diagram of the, just a Venn diagram in that regard, it tells a real tale of the ideological perspective that some of these state legislatures have in terms of these various rights that folks have been given as part of what we believe are inherent rights under the principles and the ideals and the values that we hold dear. So I look forward to this conversation. In particular, again, it is focused on the right to privacy, to which all Americans should be entitled, and what we must do to be aware of what the court might be doing to attack those rights to privacy, and what we can do to educate and inform the American people of what is at stake with this decision coming down probably sometime this month. So with that, let's get started with our conversation, and I thank the press for being part of this part of it. Thank you.
Well,
See you later.
time to go. Thank you. Thank you. It's time to go, y'all. Come on, we're moving. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here to be a part of this conversation, and I look forward to consulting with you about the implications of what we believe might be the Supreme Court's decision on Roe, and what the implications of that will be for the people of our country. I think we all believe and know that our nation was founded on certain principles that we hold dear. Principles of freedom, liberty, and self-determination. And I do believe that all of those principles are at stake when we look at the leaked draft opinion about what this decision may end up being. From these principles, most notably, come the constitutional right to privacy, the right of an individual to make decisions about their life, about their family, about their body, without government interference. And so there's a lot at stake in the outcome of this decision, and for that reason I've asked these experts to be here to talk with me about how we might best prepare the American people for the consequences of what this decision will be in terms of their life and the choices that they are able to make and have a right to make, so that at the very least folks can be prepared. But I do believe that we should prepare for the right to privacy to be attacked and under attack with this decision. And that will have a number of implications. If Roe is overturned, I believe that states will then have the power to interfere in personal decisions. I do believe that there are 3 specific areas that we should be prepared to address. One is the issue of data privacy and the potential that if Roe is overturned, that states that have criminalized abortion could subpoena a woman's personal data. And so I want to talk with these experts about their concern and the level of their concern about that very issue, including, for example, the vulnerability of women who are using menstrual tracking apps, those who use a search engine to find certain locations or certain help in terms of their reproductive health, and how vulnerable those searches will be to bad actors attempting to track their history, much less any government forces that may be interested in investigating that for whatever purpose. The issue of IVF, in vitro fertilization. I have a concern that if Roe is overturned, states with abortion bans could potentially restrict IVF if their definition of life begins at the point of fertilization. So I'd like to talk with these experts about their thoughts about that and whether the law is established or not, well established or not, in terms of the protection that individuals have if they are in the process of IVF. And then on the issue of contraception, if Roe is overturned, we believe that states with abortion bans from the moment of fertilization could potentially restrict specific types of contraception, in particular IUDs, and the so-called morning after pill. And so I'd like to talk with these experts about their thoughts in terms of the legal theories that would be at play if that were to take place. I do believe that overturning Roe could clear the way for challenges to other fundamental rights, including the right to use contraception and same-sex marriage. And so I'm going to talk with these folks about that, and I think it's a very important point to make that many of the states that have passed trigger ban laws are also the states that are passing laws to restrict trans rights, gay rights, and the freedom to vote. And when you look at a diagram of just a Venn diagram in that regard, it tells a real tale of the ideological perspective that some of these state legislatures have in terms of these various rights that folks have been given as part of what we believe are inherent rights under the principles and the ideals and the values that we hold dear. So I look forward to this conversation. In particular, again, it is focused on the right to privacy, to which all Americans should be entitled, and what we must do to be aware of what the court might be doing to attack those rights to privacy, and what we can do to educate and inform the American people of what is at stake with this decision coming down probably sometime this month. So with that, let's get started with our conversation, and I thank the press for being part of this part of it. Thank you. See you later.
Time to go. Thank you. Thank you. It's time to go.
All right, everybody, we are listening in to Vice President Kamala Harris holding some sort of round table, if you will, about the consequences of overturning Roe v. Wade. Of course, we are watching and waiting to see what exactly the Supreme Court will do. They will be dropping case rulings coming up in just about 2 hours. So again, the Supreme Court will be dropping or revealing their case rulings at 10 a.m. And we, of course, are waiting to see if the case impacting abortion rights will be included. Also at 10 a.m., we do have a Senate hearing today on gun violence and how to protect our children here in America from gun violence. That's going to be starting in about 2 hours as well. And in weather-related news, there's a heat wave impacting millions of Americans, about 1/3 of the country dealing with scorching hot temperatures, mostly in the central part of the country and eastern part as well. We're going to have a live update from our Fox weather team coming up in just a little bit. It is 8 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us on this Wednesday morning. We have a lot going on today here on this Wednesday morning and later today as well. We are awaiting the Supreme Court to drop a number of case rulings. That's expected to happen at about 10 o'clock this morning. Of course, all eyes are on the case that could impact abortion rights as we know them. So definitely stay tuned for that coming up at 10 o'clock this morning Eastern Standard Time. Also happening at 10, we do know that the Senate Judiciary Committee will be holding another hearing on gun violence following a series of mass shootings here in the United States. Specifically, this was called after the shooting in Uvalde, Texas, which again took the lives of 21 people, including 19 students and 2 teachers. So that's going to be happening at 10 a.m. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle really trying to reach some sort of agreement on gun legislation. And we also know that the Federal Reserve will be meeting at 2:30 this afternoon and is expected to raise interest rates again to try and curb record inflation. So we do know that the Federal Reserve has been raising interest rates really throughout the year to try and curb inflation, and they are expected to do that again. And at least, again, we do know that economists are expecting those interest rates to go up. Our Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater has more from Washington this morning.
It's not even really a question of whether the Fed will raise interest rates today, but by how much. And some are bracing for a pretty sizable hike. If you borrow to buy, it's about to get more expensive. The Fed today is expected to raise interest rates, and it may be a big jump. The idea is that if it costs more to borrow money, people will spend less, and that will help bring inflation down. At least that's the hope.
A quick dose of tightening and then inflation will go away and we'll all be fine. I think that is wishful thinking.
Maybe so, but there aren't many other tools out there to bring inflation down.
We made extraordinary progress.
President Biden touted his approach to the economy while speaking to labor leaders in Philadelphia yesterday. He spoke of jobs growth and said inflation is an issue, but it's global.
A worldwide problem is worse everywhere but here. Inflation.
Well, it is a worldwide problem, but that claim that it's worse everywhere but here just isn't true. A number of large economies, including Canada, France, Germany, have lower inflation rates than the U.S. There is a bit of good news, though, as gas prices tick down a fraction of a cent overnight. But the president will travel to Saudi Arabia next month to press for more oil production, something that makes some of his Democratic allies uneasy.
Well, I have mixed feelings on this, and if the president called me, I'd say, Mr. President, you can't trust these people.
A group of White House officials will head to Capitol Hill this week to meet with House Democrats to come up with a messaging strategy on the economy. In Washington, Doug Lazater, Fox News.
Doug, thank you for that report. And we do know President Biden was on the road again yesterday, telling Americans he is focused on the economy. We do want to take you out to a shot of the White House. Again, President Joe Biden on the road, reiterating to Americans that the economy is one of his top priorities. And this comes as the stock market, however, is showing signs that investors are nervous, sinking into a bear market. Our Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with more.
Inflation could put a real dent in summer travel budgets for many Americans. Gas now over $5 a gallon on average, with no signs of slowing.
Inflation is just going up. Gas prices are going up. I don't anticipate it going down until, the summer ends.
The latest data from the Labor Department shows that in May, wholesale prices were up 10.8% over a year ago, meaning producers are paying more and, as people can tell, passing those costs on to the consumer. President Biden says his administration has a plan to help.
Under my plan for the economy, we made extraordinary progress. And we put America in a position to tackle a worldwide problem is worse everywhere but here, inflation.
But the U.S. at 8.6% does have worse inflation than some other large economies, including Germany, France, Canada, and India. And part of the president's plan to fix it is to leave it to the Federal Reserve to figure it out. The Fed is meeting Tuesday and Wednesday as they decide how much to raise interest rates yet again. Republicans say the administration and the Fed are a step behind.
Biden has no plan. Nobody in the Biden administration, including Biden, has any plan to reduce inflation. All they do is they wake up every day and say, who could I possibly blame it on?
The Fed has to try to raise interest rates enough to cool inflation, but not so much that they risk a recession. We'll find out their plan Wednesday afternoon. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thank you for that report. And as you heard her say, we will find out exactly how much the Feds will raise interest rates coming up at 2:30 this afternoon. And the crypto plunge is now costing people their jobs. A lot happening on Wall Street. Our Fox Business Network's Suzanne has the details.
The value of all cryptocurrency is now less than $1 trillion, and that's just a third of the records that we saw back in November. Falling prices also means less jobs, and the largest listed U.S. crypto exchange, Coinbase, just announced job cuts. Its CEO Brian Armstrong tweeting that he has made the difficult decision to reduce the size of the team by around 18%, saying in part, quote, that the broader market downturn means that we need to be more mindful of costs as we head into a potential recession. Now, Coinbase joins other crypto and blockchain companies in cutting positions. BlockFi, which is a Celsius competitor and a crypto lender, chopping 20% of its workforce. Crypto.com laying off 5%. The Winklevoss twins and their company Gemini cutting 10%. Now, I recently spoke to FTX, which is one of the largest crypto exchanges in the world, founded by 30-year-old billionaire Sam Bankman-Fried, dubbed the crypto emperor by the New York Times. And FTX's U.S. President Brett Harrison told me that they are not freezing or cutting jobs.
Now, we've been able to weather a storm of, crypto prices going down, general private and public market valuations going down. And so we're continuing to expand. We're continuing to hire. We're continuing to look at potential sources of, either acquisitions or other kinds of investments across the space. And we're able to do that even in times like this.
The crypto world and confidence has clearly been shaken by the recent Celsius blow-up, which is equivalent to a bank run in cryptocurrencies. Also, a $40 billion wipeout in one of the stable coins called Luna Terra. And there are concerns about who's next in the steep price drop. In New York, Susan Lee, Fox News.
All right, a big thanks to our Fox News business correspondent, Susan Lee, for that update on crypto. Definitely all eyes will be on that for people investing in cryptocurrency. And related to the economy, we do know one way businesses are dealing with high prices is by offering customers less of their products. That's right, it's called shrinkflation, and it's getting quite a bit of attention. Our Fox News correspondent David Lee Miller shows us how it works.
Shoppers are paying more for just about everything, but chances are some price hikes might have gone unnoticed because of shrinkflation, the stealthy practice of keeping prices stable but reducing the quantity of a product.
It's a way to pass on a price increase without the consumer feeling like they're paying more at the grocery store.
The watchdog website Consumer World compared how product size and weight changed between last year and since inflation rates soared over 8%. The website found that a $4 20.5-ounce box of Cocoa Pebbles is now reduced to 19.5 ounces. $1.79 used to be able to get you 7 ounces of Dawn dish detergent. Now, the same price only gets you 6.5. A box of Kleenex has gone down from a count of 65 tissues to 60. Both had an average cost of $2.50. Consumer advocates say shrinkflation is nothing new, but we're seeing more of it due to economic turbulence.
When I've asked manufacturers, why are you downsizing? They'll say, well, the raw material costs have gone up. We're paying more because of high gasoline prices.
Shrinkflation is likely here to stay, at least until the inflation rates start to drop.
This didn't happen overnight. It's not going to go away overnight either.
We reached out for comment to the product manufacturers mentioned in our report, but have not heard back. Although some shoppers consider it deceptive for companies to keep prices stable and shrink product size, It is not illegal as long as the item is correctly labeled. In New York, David Lee Miller, Fox News.
David, thank you for that report. We're going to take you out to Seattle, Washington, a beautiful sunrise over there on the West Coast. Time there is 5:13 in the morning, 8:13 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us on this Wednesday morning. A lot happening today and a lot happening in Washington, D.C. You can see some of our top stories right up there on the screen. Of course, we are awaiting the Supreme Court opinion drop, which is happening at 10 o'clock this morning. All eyes are going to be on the case that could impact abortion rights as we know them. Also at 10 o'clock this morning, the Senate will be holding a hearing on gun violence after a series of mass shootings here in the United States. And we also know that the FDA will also be holding a meeting today talking about COVID vaccines. Both Moderna and Pfizer will have to convince what's essentially a science court advisors to the Food and Drug Administration that their shots work well in babies, toddlers, and preschoolers as well. And for more on that story, we're going to head out live to our Fox 13 Tampa's Matt McClellan, who is joining us live in Tampa. Matt, good morning to you. Again, the FDA is going to be meeting today. Can you break it down and walk us through what we could see happen?
Hey, Mackenzie, good morning. So community transmission still very high in Florida, as with the rest of the U.S., and the youngest kids in the country still not eligible for any of the COVID-19 vaccines currently available, but that all could be changing today. It'll be all eyes on the FDA 15 minutes from now as they listen to an expert committee advising the agency. They're going to be taking a vote on whether to recommend emergency authorization of both the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines for kids 6 months old through preschool age. This comes after the committee unanimously recommended Moderna's vaccine Tuesday for use in kids and teenagers ages 6 to 17, giving parents a second option for that age group besides Pfizer if approved. Until now, Moderna's shots have been authorized only for adults, and officials say both the FDA and the CDC will decide on shots for the very youngest kids before deciding on Moderna for older ones because of the unmet need here. If the committee approves the shots, the FDA is likely to give them emergency use authorization before the end of the week, and they would then need final approval, Mackenzie, from the CDC. So we're going to be listening in on that meeting moments from now, see what they decide, see what they recommend. We know that COVID right now remains the 5th leading cause of death in that age group, 6 months to preschool. So there is a demand. A lot of doctors and pediatricians we know are already stocking up on these vaccines in anticipation of this recommendation from this committee today.
All right, our Fox 13 Tampa's Matt McClellan live for us in Tampa this morning, previewing what we could possibly see happen at that FDA meeting later today. Matt, thank you so much for joining us.
You bet.
All right, everybody, we do want to switch gears and give you some updates coming out of the nation's capital. As we told you, all eyes will not only be on the Supreme Court today, the FDA, but also on Capitol Hill, as lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are looking for a solution to the growing number of mass shootings here in the United States, happening in just a few hours at the U.S. Capitol. We do know that the House members and Senate leaders will be discussing gun legislation and how to protect our children. For more on that story, let's head out to Kevin Cork.
Gun control legislation remains a hot topic on Capitol Hill.
We have to do something. An 18-year-old stumbles up to a counter at a gun shop a couple days after his birthday, clearly up to no good. Nobody asked any questions. I mean, gotta do something.
Over the weekend, a bipartisan group of lawmakers agreed to a monumental framework deal to combat the growing surge of gun violence nationwide. Some Democrats are skeptical and are now lobbying for the framework to be put into writing and finalized sooner than later.
I'm not responding to anything until I see text.
Is there anything?
Everything is in the details right now. I just want to save lives.
We all know that between a framework and a draft is a lot of work and potential pitfalls. As I mentioned over and over again, I'll put it on the floor as quickly as soon as we get the draft completed to get it to the president's desk quickly.
Mitch McConnell says he'll likely vote in favor of a bill that reflects this weekend's gun reform framework. However, some GOP members are slamming the Senate Minority Leader's stance, saying it undermines the right to bear arms in the U.S.
I think Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham and others in the Senate, it's their job to protect our Second Amendment rights, and they are completely failing our base.
Top Democrats are pushing for a gun reform bill to hit the floor in the coming days and weeks. It is, however, important to note that senators leave for a 2-week recess on June the 24th, which means we'll all be watching the calendar closely. In Washington, I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
Kevin, thank you for that report. We do want to give you an update on the shooting in Uvalde, Texas. There are new conflicting details that have surfaced in the Uvalde shooting that left 19 children and 2 teachers dead. The state senator who represents Uvalde says more than a dozen state troopers with ballistic shields were among the law enforcement who waited in a hall outside of the classroom where the gunman was shooting, and that the head of the Texas Department of Public Safety admitted this. But DPS officials also say troopers were moving in and out of the hallway to help with evacuations. The Uvalde School District police chief has been criticized for not ordering law enforcement to confront the shooter for more than an hour. Meanwhile, state lawmakers have approved $85,000 to investigate the shooting. And there's also a proposal to spend $100 million to increase school safety and make mental health care more accessible before classes resume in August. And again, we do know that the final funeral for the Uvalde school shooting victims will be held this week. This is 10-year-old Tess Mata. She was laid to rest just a few days ago. Her obituary says that she enjoyed gymnastics, softball, and soccer. Again, this is 10-year-old Tess Mata. But the final funeral will be for 11-year-old Layla Salazar. Visitation will be held today in Uvalde, and the funeral for Layla, who you see right there on your screen, will be held tomorrow. Her obituary says that she loved dancing and singing and loved the Dallas Cowboys. She also would sing with her father every single morning on her way to school and again with her mother on her way home. Layla, again, was a smart-witted and rambunctious girl, and that is exactly how her family described her in that obituary. And on the topic of shootings, we have another one to report to you here on Live Now from Fox. This one coming into our desk from the Los Angeles area. We do know that 2 police officers were shot and killed in El Monte, California. This happened last night, again, in the Los Angeles area. We know police in California are investigating the death of these two officers, again, who were shot in the line of duty last night. Investigators say that the two officers responded to a possible stabbing at the Siesta Inn in El Monte. They say when officers arrived, a gunman opened fire. The two officers were shot and taken to the hospital, where they later died from their injuries. The gunman was also shot and killed at the scene. Authorities did not immediately release the identities of the officers who were killed, but said one was a 22-year veteran of the force. The other was a rookie with just less than a year experience. The interim police chief there saying that, quote, these men were loved and made the ultimate sacrifice protecting their community. Again, this all happened last night in the Los Angeles area. So we're going to show you a full update from police in El Monte, California.
Andrew Meyer, currently captain of LASD Homicide Bureau and the REW, MEYER. Tonight I'm here to provide you with an update on the officer-involved shooting that occurred in the city of El Monte. Officers responded to a call for service at a local motel in the city of El Monte. The call was regarding a possible stabbing victim at the location. Officers arrived on scene where they confronted the suspect and an officer-involved shooting occurred. The suspect fled the hotel room into the parking lot, and a second officer-involved shooting occurred. Two officers from El Monte Police Department and the suspect were struck by gunfire. The two officers were transported to County USC Medical Center, where they passed away earlier this evening. The suspect was also struck by gunfire, and he was pronounced deceased at the scene. We have, this investigation is very preliminary at this point, and we are working together with our law enforcement partners, El Monte Police, very closely with El Monte Police Department, and working together and making sure that we conduct a thorough investigation. That's all I have at this time. I'm going to turn it back over to the captain of Sheriff's Information Bureau.
Thank you, sir. I would like to present now El Monte Police Interim Chief Ben Lowry.
The men and women of El Monte Police Department, as well as the community of El Monte, is grieving. I've heard that the only way to take the sting out of death is to take the love out of life. And believe me, they were loved. These two men were loved. They were good men. They paid the ultimate sacrifice, serving their community, trying to help somebody. They do what hundreds and thousands of men and women do every day across the United States, get up with an oath to protect people and to serve them. And these two heroes paid the ultimate sacrifice. Today they were murdered by a coward. And we are grieving, and it hurts. We really want to express our appreciation to the surrounding cities and agencies who have been here to support us. Very grateful for that. Please keep these officers' families in your prayers.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of the City of El Monte, Mayor Jessica Ancona.
Good evening. Heartbroken doesn't begin to express the loss that we feel with the news that two of our El Monte police officers were shot today in the line of duty. As our officers do on a daily basis, they were acting as the first line of defense for our community members when they were essentially ambushed while trying to keep a family safe. These two officers were like family in our community with deep ties to our neighborhoods. One of our officers was raised in El Monte, went through our schools, and was excited to be a part of the El Monte Police Department, where he would be able to serve and protect family and friends. The other fallen officer was a new officer patrolling our streets, excited to be on the force, ensuring that the community members he had met along the way were protected. These men were dedicated to their careers, and even more so as sons, husbands, and fathers. Please keep their families in your prayers. While we always stand behind our officers, today we mourn together and speak with a raised voice in appreciation, respect, and love for our law enforcement brothers and sisters. Today we stand in solidarity with them, embrace them and their families, and pray that the wives, children, and families of our 2 officers who were taken too soon can eventually find peace. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, Field Deputy Antonio Chapa, representing Hilda Solis's office.
Thank you, Captain. Good evening. My name is Antonio Chapa from the Office of LA County Supervisor Hilda Solis, and I will read a statement from her. I am heartbroken to learn that both officers involved in today's tragic incident have unfortunately succumbed to their injuries. On behalf of the 1st District, I extend my deepest condolences and regret to their families, loved ones, and fellow officers. My office and I have been in constant contact with the City of El Monte and the LAC USC medical staff, and we are prepared to support and provide resources to their families. The sacrifice of these public servants to keep our community safe will never be forgotten. May these 2 heroes rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We will now open it up for questions.
What do we know about how it escalated to the point of somebody pulling the first trigger?
I'm sorry, ma'am, what was the question again?
What do we know about how it escalated until somebody pulling the first trigger, whether it was an officer or the suspect?
It's extremely early in the investigation, so we don't have all the facts yet. But currently there are homicide investigators. We have at least 20 investigators out at the scene, interviewing witnesses, but looking for any kind of surveillance video, canvassing the scene. So
I understand that it was a stabbing call first, is that right?
that's correct.
Was this suspect armed with a gun when the officers arrived?
We believe that the suspect, there was a gun recovered at the scene near the suspect.
Can you?
I'm sorry, sir, what was that?
I said, first off, I'm very sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
My question is, when the officers first arrived on the scene, were the first shots fired in the hotel room, and then one officer went down there, and then the other officer pursued in the lot area? Is that right?
Sir, I'm not going to speculate on exactly what happened or what occurred, but we believe that it started in the hotel room, and an additional shooting occurred outside in the parking lot.
How many arrests were made in this case?
I'm sorry, say it again?
How many arrests have been made in that incident?
Oh, how many arrests have been made? None that I'm aware of.
There was some, I think we had someone on scene who saw some people detained at the scene. Was that not in connection, or not aware of that?
I'm not aware of anybody being physically detained, but there may have been witnesses at the scene that investigators or the witnesses were waiting to speak to the investigators, or it could have been the female that was there.
Emily has a question.
Sir, what's the status of the stabbing victim?
It's my understanding she was not stabbed, but investigators are currently interviewing her.
So was this a family situation where the male was the suspect? The mayor mentioned that one of the officers was protecting the family. Was this a family situation where the male became the suspect?
It's too early in the investigation to speculate or talk about that. The female we believe, was the suspect's girlfriend.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the officers, how long they served on the force, and obviously...
I'm sorry, sir, can you speak up a little bit?
Yeah, can you tell us more about the officers on the force? I understand one of them, obviously, for the mayor, was someone who grew up in El Monte, and the other was new. Can you tell us more about how old they were and how long they served?
Yes, sir. Chief?
One of the officers was a veteran police officer at least 22 years on the job, and the other officer was newer, less than a year on the job.
How old were they?
I don't have that information right now. We're going to hold off on information about that because family members have still not notified.
I have a question for the captain. There were reports.
I'm sorry, ma'am, what was that?
Were they the first two officers to arrive on the scene? The two that were shot and killed. Were they the first two to arrive on the scene, or were there other officers there during the shootout?
I don't have that information. I'm not exactly sure how many officers were there at the time of the shootout, so it's just too early to talk about that.
And my other question is, we heard that other officers put them in patrol cars and drove them to the hospital. They didn't wait for an ambulance. Is that correct?
I'm not going to speculate on that. I wasn't given that information, so that may be the case or it may not be the case. I can't say.
And why is the street blocked off here? Does that have anything to do with this case?
Not that I'm aware of.
Sir, I'm sorry, can you clarify, was the veteran police officer the officer who grew up in El Monte, and the newer officer was not originally part of that community? Is that correct?
I don't know if the chief wants to speak to that. We're not obviously giving out the officers' names or anything at this point.
Yeah, both officers had family ties in El Monte.
Just to clarify the timeline, so there was a shooting inside the motel, and then the suspect made his way outside and then got into a shootout with other officers. Is that the preliminary, I guess you could say, sequence of events?
I'm sorry, we'll take this last question. We're going to have a follow-up. We'll have some more information tomorrow, but if I could take this last question, go ahead, good sir.
Yes, I'm just wondering, just to clarify the sequence of events, you're saying that there was a shooting inside the motel, there was some sort of exchange of gunfire, then the suspect made his way outside, and there was another exchange of gunfire between him and other officers, and that's where the suspect was killed?
Yes, we believe so. Was there a question? That's basically what I said earlier, is that when the officers contacted the suspect in the hotel room or the motel room, an officer-involved shooting occurred. At that point, the suspect fled the hotel room, and a second officer-involved shooting occurred in the parking lot of the location.
Which one were the officers hit inside the motel room, or were they hit by bullets out in the second shooting? Were they hit during
I don't know that information, and it's too early in the investigation to tell. I left the scene. I left before I could even do a walkthrough of the scene with the handling investigators. So I will. That will be the last question, and we will put out more information tomorrow. Thank you.
We will now have it in Spanish. Thank you.
All right, everybody, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are getting the latest update coming in out of El Monte, California, where 2 police officers were shot and killed in the line of duty. This all happened last night. We are hopefully going to get another update from El Monte Police coming up in just a little bit. And as soon as we do, we, of course, will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to switch gears, though, and bring you out to the West Coast, a beautiful view of Seattle, Washington, Phoenix, Arizona, and San Francisco, California as well. Some news coming out of San Francisco. The parent company of Facebook, Meta, and Instagram have all been hit with lawsuits over alleged exploitation. Meta and Instagram, which are part of the same tech family, as you may know, again, have all been sued for exploiting young people for profit. They're facing 8 lawsuits altogether filed by the Beasley Allen law firm over allegedly addictive psychological tactics to get more frequent teen use through algorithms, despite knowing the risks and for failing to protect users. Instagram says its platform is giving a voice to marginalized teens and helps combat complex social issues like bullying, self-harm, and suicide. Again, that is not what those lawsuits are saying, though. We do know that about 22 million teens use Instagram on a daily basis. So again, some news coming out of the San Francisco area when it pertains to both Meta and its parent company, Instagram. We do want to give you a look right there. So again, Meta and Instagram sued for exploiting young people for profit. Some other news that we have coming out of the San Francisco area, we do know that a Google employee has been fired. A Google engineer has been fired for saying that robots, artificial intelligence by Google, that robot, saying it has feelings and thinks that it's human. So again, that engineer was suspended for saying its conversational software known as LaMDA is a person. He posted this transcript of their conversation on his blog, saying that LaMDA has become self-aware and considers itself human. In the transcript, LaMDA mentions what emotions it believes it feels, including love, sadness, depression, and anger. So again, this Google engineer saying that its artificial intelligence is claiming that it feels love, sadness, depression, and anger, and also said it had a, quote, very deep fear of being turned off. The AI even claimed to have a soul. Definitely some creepy information on this when it comes to robots and artificial intelligence. Google, however, says hundreds of other researchers and engineers ran tests and communicated with the chat box, but found no evidence that it had feelings. So again, that's the latest information coming out of the San Francisco area when it comes to artificial intelligence. So again, definitely a very disturbing story, if you will. It is 8:40 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us on this Wednesday morning. We're going to take you live out to Phoenix, Arizona for an update on WNBA star Brittany Griner, who is currently detained in Russia. She plays for the Phoenix Mercury, the WNBA team there. And we have learned that Griner's detention in Russia has been extended at least through July 2nd. She is one of several Americans currently detained in Russia. The U.S. State Department says that it is meeting with members of the Phoenix Mercury about Brittany Griner's months-long detention in Russia and the White House's efforts to try and secure her release. And so for more on that, let's head to the latest update with State Department spokesman Ned Price.
Us from Belarus, Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine. These journalists are here as part of the Václav Havel Journalism Fellowship, a unique joint initiative between RFERL and the Czech Republic for aspiring journalists in support of pluralism, press freedom, and media independence everywhere. Welcome to you all. Welcome to the State Department. And before we begin, allow me just a moment of personal privilege, and I need to stop making a habit out of this, but we have another very sad departure from my team. JT Ice, who has served as our deputy Spox for the past 2+ years, just over 2 years, having started in June of 2020, will be moving on today. Today is his final day, I'm very sad to say. JT, as you all know, is a career member of the Foreign Service. He has had a storied career overseas here as well, and his tenure on the spokesperson's team across these two administrations has been a fine example of that. I met JT on January 20th around 8:30 in the morning or so, and he's been by my side ever since. I could not have done the job without him, without his expertise, without his experience, without his wise counsel at every step of the way. So JT will be sorely missed, not only by me, but everyone in the Bureau, everyone on my team, and many, many people in this department. Of course, he's not going far. He is going to the very pleasant confines of the Naval War College for a tour there before he continues with his next adventure in the Foreign Service. So, JT, thank you. And with that, turn to your questions.
Thanks, Ned. Welcome back. And JT, have fun in Rhode Island. I hope they're ready for you there. Can I just very briefly, something wrong with the?
I think the floor is yours.
There was an echo. Before we, I just want to ask very briefly if you're aware of Brittany Griner's detention being extended by the Russians.
So I've seen those reports. I've seen the reports emanate from Russia that her detention has been extended. Our position for some time on this has been very clear. Brittany Griner should not be detained. She should not be detained for a single day longer. We have characterized her, we have characterized Paul Whelan, who was also spent far too long in Russian detention as wrongful detainees. The team here, individuals around the world are working around the clock to secure and to effect their safe and prompt release, and also the safe and prompt release of wrongful American detainees around the world.
But were you aware, was the embassy aware that there was a hearing, or that this was a possibility today? Was there an actual hearing that anyone was able to go to?
My understanding is that we became aware through TASS.
So nothing.
I was.
Subsequent to the TASS report, have you been able to confirm with Russian authorities that this is in fact the case?
To confirm that her detention has been extended.
Right.
Look, we are in constant contact regarding her case. We are in constant contact with her team and her network back here at home. I think you all have seen that yesterday representatives of the department, representatives of the Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs, and a senior representative from our Bureau of Educational and Cultural Affairs met with Phoenix Mercury as they are here, so we are regularly keeping them apprised of her case. We were last able to have consular access to Brittany Griner last month. We continue to press for regular continued access to all American detainees who are in pretrial detention, whether they are unjustly detained, as is Brittany Griner, or whether they are facing criminal charges. This is a case that we are working assiduously behind the scenes. We've been in regular contact with Russian authorities
well,
regarding
I mean,
it.
is it problematic for you? Are you going to complain to the Russians?
Well, of course it's problematic. Her detention.
No. Well,
her.
I get the entire detention is.
Let's leave aside. Let's leave
okay,
aside
but
2
what
weeks.
happened today? Right. I get that the entire thing is problematic for you. I understand that, but I'm talking about specifically what happened today. The fact that you learned about it from a state news agency, and there was no apparent no notification to the embassy or the consular officials there. Is that in particular a problem?
I don't want to speak for the embassy and whether they had any contact prior to this. I can tell you that everyone I've spoken to learned of it today from the news reports. But to your question, absolutely this is problematic. This case is problematic from top to bottom. It is precisely why we have characterized Brittany Griner as a wrongful detainee. It's precisely why we are doing everything we can to see and to affect her prompt release from Russian detention. Yes, Francesca.
Yes, also on Russian detainees, do you have any comment on Navalny being transferred to a more strict colony, and his lawyers saying they don't know where exactly he is?
Well, similarly, we've seen these reports that Alexei Navalny has been transferred from the penal colony where he has been in prison, and that his current whereabouts are unknown. We call on Russian authorities to allow Mr. Navalny access to his lawyers, to his legal representation, as well as to receive medical care. We have communicated to the Russian government repeatedly that they are responsible for what happens to Mr. Navalny as he is in their custody. They will be held accountable by the international community were anything to befall Mr. Navalny while he is in their custody. His exposure over many years of this government's corruption and his pro-democracy activism prompted this politically motivated arrest. We have urged authorities to take all necessary action to ensure his safety and good health, and we reiterate our call for his immediate release as well as an end to the persecution of his many supporters.
You have communicated that to the Russian government even after February 24th?
We have communicated this to the Russian government previously, and I am confident that we will be in a position to reiterate that message soon. Yes, Jenny?
On U.S. detainees, how many are in pretrial detention right now in Russia?
So this is a figure, especially in a country as large as Russia, that is constantly changing. It doesn't do us any good to release a particular figure on any given day. There are cases where Americans are detained and subsequently released in short order. There are cases where Americans are detained and are held for far too long, as is the case with Brittany Griner, as is the case with Paul Whelan, as was the case with Trevor Reed. So we are working and making the point relentlessly to our Russian counterparts that consistent with their obligations under the Vienna Convention, consistent with their obligations under our bilateral arrangements, we expect to have regular access to Americans who are held in pretrial detention.
And when was the last time the embassy had access to Paul Whelan?
We'll get you the updated date there, but it was, we'll get you the updated date. Yes?
Can we switch to Iran?
Sure.
The Iranian foreign minister has said that they put forward a new proposal to revive the JCPOA. Is that true? And if so, when did they make this proposal?
As we and our European partners have made clear, we are prepared to immediately conclude and implement the deal we negotiated in Vienna, the deal that has been on the table for a number of months now for a mutual return to full compliance with the JCPOA. But for that to happen, Tehran needs to decide to drop demands that go beyond the scope of the JCPOA, needs to decide to drop issues that are extraneous to the JCPOA. We have made very clear where we are. We believe that if Iran makes this political decision, we'll be in a position to conclude and to pursue a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA very swiftly. If Iran does not do that, it will further imperil the odds that we will ever be able to reach a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA.
But has Iran put a new proposal forward?
We have been in regular indirect contact via the European Union, so we're not going to speak to the specific dynamics of this diplomacy, other than to say that Enrique Mora has served as an important go-between role, and we await a constructive response from the Iranians, a response that leaves behind issues that are extraneous to the JCPOA.
You're saying extraneous. What are the extraneous things that they're asking?
Extraneous in this case means something that is not a part, should not be a part of the JCPOA.
I know perfectly well what it means. I'm just saying, what are these things?
Look, I'm not going to get into the diplomacy. I'm not going to speak to proposals
Is it
something
akin to the Iranians maybe demanding some sort of a guarantee that you will not have a new administration nullifying whatever deal you arrive at? Is that
on that side? Yeah, fancy, huh? On that side, we've made very clear to the Iranians. We did this in October of last year when the president met with his European counterparts in Rome on the sidelines of the G20. And if you take a close look at the readout that emanated from that meeting, we made very clear that our intention is and was and is to effect a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA, and that we intend to remain there in so long as Iran would live up to its end of the deal. It would serve us no purpose to achieve a mutual return to compliance only to scrap it down the line. Now, beyond that, I'm not going to speak to proposals that have been sent back and forth, other than to say we are prepared to re-enter the JCPOA on a mutual basis. That is to say, if Iran decides that it is willing to reimpose the nuclear restrictions that the JCPOA calls for, we are willing to do what is necessary in terms of sanctions lifting on our end to once again be in compliance with the JCPOA. That choice is now Iran's. It has been Iran's for some time. There has been a deal that has been on the table in Vienna for a number of months now. It is a deal that is still in our national security interest because it is a deal that conveys non-proliferation advantages that go beyond what we have now. And what we have now, the urgency that we have now, and the challenge that we face is that given the advancements Iran has been able to make to its nuclear program since May of 2018, when the last administration abandoned the nuclear deal, a nuclear deal that with which Iran was in full compliance, by the way, Iran has advanced its nuclear programs in ways that are profoundly dangerous and that are profoundly corrosive to the global non-proliferation regime. We went from a breakout time that, upon implementation of the JCPOA, that was out at about 12 months. It is a breakout time that is now measured in weeks or less. To us, that is unacceptable. That is why we continue to pursue a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA. We will do that for as long as the deal that's on the table conveys benefits that the present moment, in terms of Iran's nuclear program, does not.
Until when will you keep talking to the Iranians? And second, on the deterrence front, is the U.S. trying to form a coalition in the region that includes Israel and Arab countries to counter the Iranian influence?
So on the first part of your question, as you know, we're not talking directly to the Iranians. As we've said before, we would prefer that. It would make the business of diplomacy much simpler. It would allow us to address complex and multifaceted issues in a more effective way. But of course, the Iranians have not been willing to do that. And so, as I mentioned a moment ago, we have been going through our European partners and allies to convey these messages. In terms of the time frame, and what I just said is the core point. We will continue to pursue a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA for as long as doing so is in our national interest. And right now, a mutual return to the JCPOA would convey non-proliferation benefits that we don't have at the present moment. Again, the fact is that Iran's breakout time is dangerously low at the present. It has dwindled by months and months since Iran began distancing itself from the stringent requirements of the JCPOA in mid-2018. We are constantly looking at the non-proliferation benefits that a mutual return to compliance would convey versus what we have now. Every week, every day that this goes on, those benefits are eroded. So we will reach a point where a mutual return to compliance is no longer in our interest, even if we wanted to. That's not, almost certainly not a date that I could give you right now, because it is based on an assessment of where Iran's program is. It is based on an assessment of what a mutual return to compliance would convey in terms of a resulting breakout time. And that's an assessment that experts here, experts in our intelligence community and elsewhere, are constantly refining to determine what's in our national interest.
On the second question,
Rob Malley and Brett McGurk, when they go up to the Hill for this closed hearing before SFRC tomorrow, to make the same case that it is still, that the administration still assesses that it is in the U.S. national interest to return to compliance?
It is,
because if that's going to be their message, it's going to be a long meeting and not a very pleasant one for them.
I can't speak to the reaction that we'll hear from the Hill, other than to say that we regularly engage with our counterparts on Capitol Hill. As you know, Matt, it was just last month that Rob Malley spent several hours in an open hearing before lawmakers.
Closed, which means that it might, I suppose maybe there might be less like public performance.
The message you heard from Rob when he was before lawmakers last month is consistent with where we are now, and Rob made the case.
So then what's the point of going up there and to do this classified briefing if your position is still the same?
The point of going up there is that we want to ensure that we keep lawmakers fully and presently informed of what it is that we're doing.
Since the appearance last month, there has been this IAEA report. There has been the Board of Governors resolution. So things have.
Of course, and I am confident that every time we speak to lawmakers, that they will pose those questions and that we will offer those answers.
Realistically, if the president goes to Israel, let's say around the 15th of July and so on, as planned or scheduled, before arriving at or returning back to this deal, is it likely that it's dead in the water? Would it be dead by then?
Again, we're not going to put a time frame on it, largely because we can't. It is an assessment. It is an assessment that is evolving as Iran's nuclear program advances. And if Iran continues to make these advances, if it continues to spend advanced centrifuges, if it continues to blow beyond limits to its stockpile, this is a deal that before too long will not convey the non-proliferation benefits that we would need it to convey if we were to pursue it.
Ned, we didn't answer my second question.
Oh, on the look, we are, and you've heard from us before consistently, and again today with the announcement of the president's travel to Israel. But our commitment to Israel's security is ironclad, and we, in cooperation with our allies and regional partners, including Israel, we will use every appropriate tool at our disposal to confront the IRGC's destabilizing influence in the region. You've seen evidence of that with the financial sanctions that we've imposed. We continue to coordinate closely with our Israeli partners on this, with our Gulf partners, with other partners throughout the Middle East. And I have no doubt that the challenge that Iran poses to the region and beyond will be high on the agenda when President Biden is in Israel next month and when he is in Saudi Arabia next month, meeting with the GCC and meeting with his Saudi partners as well. Let me move around.
Since you are on the trip, what has changed really? I mean, the president, when he was running for office, he called Saudi Arabia a pariah and so on. What has changed since then that Saudi Arabia is recognized, as it has always been, as a major partner of the United States?
So this is a president who, of course, will not hesitate when we have an opportunity to engage in a way that advances America's interests and in a way that is consistent with our values. I can tell you it hasn't changed. And President Biden actually said this just the other week. He said, I'm not going to change my view on human rights. So in every relationship, of course, we bring our values with us, and human rights is always on the agenda. Human rights is always on the table. So too are the interests of the American people, and these two things can be, and I would say must be, complementary. When it comes to Saudi Arabia, this is a relationship where a multiplicity of interests are at play. Of course, there's the issue of extremism, of terrorism. We have worked side by side with our Saudi partners for years on this scourge, combating it. There's the issue of Yemen, and just the other week, there was an extension of the truce in Yemen, a truce that is now in its 9th week, a truce that has allowed humanitarian access to parts of Yemen that have been bereft of aid and humanitarian assistance for far too long. One of the first appointments from this administration was when President Biden came here. Early on, it was maybe the 2nd week of the administration, and we made public our appointment of Tim Linderking as a special envoy for Yemen. Over the course of these past 15 or so months, Special Envoy Linderking and his team have worked assiduously with partners around the world, including the UN, now UN Special Envoy Hans Grunberg, but also with partners in the Gulf, and principally with our Saudi partners. Saudi Arabia was pivotal to getting to that humanitarian ceasefire and indispensable to extending it just the other week. This is not only about a civil war in Yemen, which of course is a cause of great concern for the United States, both the violence, the instability, and the humanitarian implications, but this is also about our direct interests, our core interests. The number, hundreds of cross-border attacks have emanated from Yemen in recent years. Of course, that is of concern to us for the threat that it poses to Saudi Arabia, but it's also of concern to us because there are 70,000 Americans in the kingdom. Beyond Yemen, there's a question of regional stability. There's the question of healing regional rifts, regional divides within the Gulf, within Lebanon. Saudi Arabia has been a partner on that as well. We've talked about the challenge that Iran poses. Not only are we working with Israel, we are working closely with our Gulf partners, including the Saudis and the broader GCC, by the way, the GCC +3, which will be in Saudi Arabia when President Biden visits there. There are also other interests, including energy, and we've spoken of our desire to see a steady global supply of energy. This has been a topic of discussion on a bilateral basis with members of OPEC. It will be on the agenda when President Biden meets with the GCC and meets with Saudi counterparts in Saudi Arabia next month as well. So I think you can see the line through all of this is doing whatever we can to pursue America's interests while not leaving by the wayside our values. And one of the first things that we did, one of the first marquee events, I believe it might have been his 2nd visit down to this very room. Secretary Blinken came down, released the Khashoggi report, a report that was compiled under the previous administration, released it with the full imprimatur of the U.S. government in a powerful signal, and a signal of our commitment to human rights, our prioritization of human rights, announced the Khashoggi ban. We've implemented the Khashoggi ban dozens of times. We've sanctioned the Quick Reaction Force. We've taken measures to hold accountable those who have committed grave human rights abuses. And we'll continue to do that. But we can have human rights at the center of our foreign policy, as they have been, as we continue to pursue the interests of the American people across all of these interests and the many other interests that we have and that we share with our Saudi partners. Yes?
Following up on Michelle's question about the military defense system probably in the Middle East, I think he spoke generally, including the Arab countries of the region. You addressed Israel, but does the same policy apply towards the Arab countries of the region? And don't you think, and late last week, there was a bipartisan legislation both in the House and the Senate to to bolster the military or defense capabilities of these countries vis-a-vis Iran. Wouldn't that just aggravate things in the region and probably cause Iran to react in a more more disturbing way?
Well, the shared interest that I mentioned a moment ago that we have with our Saudi partners, we have with the full array of our Gulf partners.
Good morning, everyone. The time is now 9:08 a.m. here on the East Coast. My name is Raina Augustine, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. We are continuing to bring you all top stories and breaking news from across the country. Currently listening into the most recent update from the State Department. As you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, we are closely following the following top stories and major news headlines. But let's go ahead and switch gears and bring you all a story that we have been covering since day one. Meaning since January 6th, when all of these events first took place. I would like to welcome an expert to the show because as the House Committee continues to investigate what led to the Capitol riots, we now have learned that today's hearings are postponed, but they will resume on Thursday, focusing on former Vice President Pence. So let's go ahead and welcome into the show former federal prosecutor and trial attorney Renato Mariotti. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us live from Chicago. Let's jump right into it. I know that you've been following this very closely. What are your key takeaways from the past several days of the hearings?
There has been a lot of evidence that's been presented regarding former President Trump's knowledge regarding his defeat in the 2020 election. There has also been a lot of testimony that he was told by a lot of the people around him, a lot of his senior advisors, Attorney General Barr, some of his own attorneys, that there was no widespread election fraud in the 2020 election. And that's really, I think, the committee's attempt to set up the fact that when President Trump was telling the public that he had actually lost the election, or excuse me, that he actually won the election and that there had been widespread fraud, that he was deliberately telling a falsehood. So I think that's an important component of a potential criminal charge that the committee is going to try to refer to the Justice Department.
So you raise an interesting point because we are seeing a lot of people who worked very closely with former President Trump testify, some of his key advisors. What is the significance of this?
Yeah, I think that's very significant. I mean, it would, I think, you know, there's been some talk about whether or not the committee is biased. I think the committee's gone out of its way to present mostly, if not close to all of their witnesses have been former Trump staff. So we've heard from the former campaign manager for President Trump. We've heard from his senior advisors, Jason Miller, for example. We've heard from a lot of his attorneys, some of the folks who are working in the White House, his own daughter, son-in-law. And basically the picture that they all painted was that the former president was being told that the numbers didn't go their way, that they needed to concede the race, that an attempt to overturn the election was unlawful. There is no basis for these fraud theories. Former Attorney General Barr said that they were BS. I think that brings some credibility to what the committee is doing. I think if they presented a bunch of Democrats saying all of this, I think it would seem more partisan. The fact that they're relying on Trump's own staff suggests that he had a good reason to trust those people who were telling him the things that they were at the time.
So you bring out these underlying points. However, of course, some people still feel as though that this is just a partisan show, if you will. So what are your thoughts for people who still have somewhat of a biased point of view when it comes to the hearings, especially being televised?
Sure. I think anything that Congress does has a partisan element to it, right? These are politicians after all. I think that part of what they're trying to do is they're trying to make the case to the public that President Trump shouldn't be president again, that he did by encouraging the people who attacked the Capitol and by spreading these falsehoods, that he did not uphold his oath of office. I think there's that political element to this. I think in the end of the day, whether there's any criminal charges is really going to be up to the Justice Department. And I think that they're going to take a look at this not from a political lens, but from the lens of whether or not they could prevail at trial in a courtroom. And we haven't seen very quick action by the Justice Department here. I think because they're taking it very carefully. They realize that this would be a very difficult case, and so they are trying very hard to be careful with this one.
So you mentioned that that is really up to the Justice Department. Do you believe that we can at least see this introduced by the committee either tomorrow or sometime soon?
Yeah, I do think that at the end of the hearings, I expect that the committee is going to refer this case to the United States Justice Department. Obviously, Attorney General Garland said that he's watching the hearings, but at the end of the day, I think this will be a challenging case just because there's obviously strong opinions about President Trump for and against. Proving his state of mind would be difficult. I don't know whether the Justice Department will bring a case. Obviously, they have brought a case against a lot of the people who attacked the Capitol. I do think some of former President Trump's advisors have significant liability. The attorneys in particular, who should have known better than to advise him to overturn the election.
All right, Renato Mariotti, former federal prosecutor as well as an accomplished trial attorney. Thank you so much for joining us with your insight.
Thank you.
All right, guys, and let's take a quick commercial break and we'll have more top stories right after this.
Thank you. You're great. Thanks a lot. Real pleasure.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 9:15 a.m. This is what we do here. Take a look. We are bringing you all these live images as Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin speaks on the ongoing situation in Ukraine. Now, we've heard from a Ukrainian official who says that Russian troops control about 80% of a key eastern city and have destroyed all 3 bridges leading out of it. That leader also went on to say that Ukrainian troops have been pushed into the industrial outskirts of the city by Russian scorched earth policy. So let's go ahead and listen in to Mr. Austin. He's going to speak more on the Russian invasion of Ukraine, specifically how civilians are continuing to being killed by Russian troops.
So we're here to dig in our spurs. We're going to deepen our support for the Ukrainian armed forces in today's fight, and we're going to build their enduring strength for tomorrow's dangers. And by working together, we can help Ukraine defend itself from Russia's cruel assault. And we can strengthen Ukraine's security for the long haul. And we can rally together to show that rules, in fact, do matter, and that might does not make right. And thank you for everything that you're doing. And now let me turn it over to my good friend, Minister Reznikov. Okay, we're going to pause just for 1 minute, so.
All right, guys, it looks as though that live event has concluded. However, make sure you're staying tuned in to our programming. We'll continue to keep you all updated when it comes to the ongoing situation, the Russian invasion of Ukraine. However, it does look like we are getting yet another live event to LiveNOW from Fox. We have here a group of lawmakers in Washington, D.C. discussing DACA, which is the Dreamers Act. Let's go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
That meant that when it came time for me to go to college, I could receive Pell Grants, federal loans, and work to put myself through my classes at the University of Miami. Now, it is my great pleasure to introduce Representative Maria Elvira Salazar, who, as the daughter of Cuban exiles and a staunch supporter for our Dreamers, I feel a very close kinship with. Representing Florida's 27th Congressional District, she passionately serves the people of South Florida and is a member of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs as well as the House Committee on Small Business. She's also well known for her advocacy for human rights and democracy around the world. Please welcome my friend, Representative Salazar.
Thank you, Irma. And it's very refreshing to be among members of both parties and be such a bipartisan act or press conference, something that usually we don't see in Congress nowadays. And I'm delighted to be in front of all of you. As Irma said, my name is Maria Salazar. I represent District Number 27 in South Florida, probably the ultimate melting pot in the United States. And Dreamers, I believe they're Americans, and there's no way to put it. I promise that my comments are going to be short, and I will say some words in Spanish after that. They go to school, they live in our economy, have you heard, they pay taxes, and they serve in the military. There are 5,100 Dreamers in my district, the city of Miami, contributing to more than $1 million each year to our local economy. They make my city and this country better. It's been 10 years since DACA was enacted, but still haven't fixed the problem. It was since the time of Ronald Reagan, 35 years ago, when the last immigration reform bill was seen in the House of Congress, but ever since, the entire immigration system hasn't worked. It's broken. Since I came to Congress 18 months ago, this has been my most important topic. I'm here to try to fix the immigration reform, and I'm trying to give some type of dignity to you guys, to the Dreamers. That's why I introduced in February of this year a bill called the Dignity Act. It not only tries to reform immigration, but it includes the Dream and the Promise Act in it. Both are in my Dignity Act. I need to bring the undocumented out of the shadows, including the Dreamers. And not only the Dreamers, but their parents and their families. I think we all deserve. Yes. Because what do you do without your parents, right? Yes. And it's very, I think it's very cruel to put a parent in a situation where in order to save your child, you have to abandon it. So that's why it's not only Dreamers, it's the DACA and the DAPA. The parents are there as well. So that's why dignity for me is very important. And I'm giving a chance to the United States Congress to put an end to this broken system with the Dignity Act. You guys are victims of that broken system, and I think it's time for us, United States Congress, to act on it. That's what I'm doing, and may the Lord help me. So, lo vamos a decir en español, porque sé que también hay prensa de habla hispana. Los Dreamers son americanos y no hay otra forma de decirlo. Estudian en los colegios americanos, hablan inglés, trabajan en nuestra economía. Hay más de 5,000 Dreamers en mi distrito, la ciudad de Miami, contribuyendo a más de $100 millones cada año. Como ustedes saben, han pasado 10 años desde que se promulgó la ley DACA. No hay ningún tipo de problema resuelto. Desde el tiempo de Ronald Reagan, hace 35 años, este sistema migratorio está completamente roto y la razón por la cual yo estoy en el Congreso es básica y exclusivamente para trabajar en el problema migratorio. Eso es lo que he hecho en los primeros 18 meses de mi mandato. Por eso presenté una ley que se llama la Ley Dignidad. Y esa Ley Dignidad incluye las otras dos leyes que ya pasaron el Congreso, el Dream Act y el Promise Act. Es tiempo que los indocumentados salgan, incluyendo los Dreamers y sus padres, salgan de la oscuridad y que vivan en dignidad, como queremos vivir todos los que vivimos en este país. Por eso, los Dreamers desgraciadamente son víctimas de este sistema roto y es momento de arreglarlo. Y el único que puede arreglarlo es el Congreso Federal de una manera bipartidista. Por eso yo, como miembro del Partido Republicano, estoy dándole la bienvenida a los hispanos y diciéndole que nosotros queremos darle dignidad a los Dreamers, a los padres y a todo aquel que vive en la oscuridad en este país. Suficiente tiempo, ya se acabó el tiempo de bajar la cabeza. Hay que levantar la cabeza, vivir en dignidad y ser parte del sueño americano. Muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman, and for another Republican who is a champion for our Dreamers and food security, please welcome Congressman Dan Newhouse from the great state of Washington.
Thank you, Rebecca. Buenos días a todos. Es un día muy bueno, ¿no? Poco calor, pero muy importante que todos estamos aquí. My name is Dan Newhouse. I represent the 4th District of the state of Washington, as you heard, and today is a very important day, underscoring the time it has taken for us to get this far. You know, for years, more than 10 years, Dreamers have been kept in legal limbo. They truly have. I don't think, and I don't think you believe either, that they should be used as pawns in a political game. You know, I've met hundreds of DACA individuals in my own district, hundreds of them who are, they are contributors to our economy. They're our neighbors, they're our friends, they're our students. And I've grown to respect them immensely. And as you know, they were brought here to this country as children through no fault of their own. And we may do a lot of things in this country, but we do not hold our children responsible for actions of their parents. Congress can no longer continue to kick this can down the road. We have to have a permanent solution signed into law. Being collateral damage in the fight between what's happening at the border, which is a problem that we must address, we must come together in a bipartisan way to find real solutions so that we can secure our border, but no longer can these young people be held hostage. There is bipartisan support for providing the solutions for Dreamers, just like there is for my Farm Workforce Modernization Act. And if I could lobby my senator friends here for just a minute, let's get that on the floor and pass it as well. So thank you for being here. Thank you for documenting this important day. And together, let's get this legislation passed. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Kim Wilcox. I'm the Chancellor at the University of California, Riverside, and a member of the President's Alliance on Immigration and Higher Education. And it's my pleasure to introduce my senator, Alex Padilla. Senator Padilla is the proud son of Mexican immigrants, former city council member in Los Angeles, a member of the state Senate, and has been fighting for representation and immigrant persons since before he was a senator in 2021. He's made enormous contributions to voter rights in California and now represents us, the first Latino to represent California in the U.S. Senate, a proud champion of California and a champion of DACA, Senator Alex Padilla.
Thank you, and it is not a coincidence. Proud to represent California, which is home to more immigrants, including more Dreamers, than any state in the nation. So this is a big deal for us. Thank you all for coming out today. Thank you for your passion. Thank you for your activism, and thank you for your commitment, because on the one hand, we are celebrating 10 years, but we're celebrating 10 years of not giving up. We need to codify DACA protections and more into federal law. I want to take a moment to thank some of my colleagues who were here earlier, Senator Durbin, who chaired the Judiciary Committee and has been a longtime champion of the cause. Senator Bob Menendez, who for many years was the primary, if not the only, Latino voice in the United States Senate fighting for dreamers. But the good news is he's got help now. You're going to be hearing from Catherine Cortez Masto in a bit. Our colleague Ben Ray Lujan, who isn't here right now, is with us in this cause, and I'm proud to join it as not just a member of the Senate, but as chair of the Judiciary Subcommittee on Immigration and Border Safety. Les quiero dar las gracias a todos ustedes por su presencia aquí, pero también por su compromiso a esta causa. Todos los soñadores que están aquí compartiendo sus sueños y sus esperanzas. El programa de DACA fue creado por el esfuerzo de ustedes, de esta comunidad. Y por 10 años el programa DACA ha ayudado a cientos de miles de jóvenes inmigrantes perseguir y lograr su sueño americano, contribuyendo a las comunidades donde vivimos, fortaleciendo nuestra economía y nuestro país. Pero sabemos que desde el principio el programa DACA no era una solución permanente. Era lo que era posible bajo el presidente Obama con la esperanza de ser una acción del Congreso. Pero el Congreso ha fallado en establecer las protecciones en ley federal. Y no es aceptable. Celebrando 10 años del programa de DACA es una cosa, pero celebrando 10 años de su activismo, la falta de acción de parte del Congreso es lo que nos une aquí hoy en día, y vamos a seguir luchando hasta que se cambien las leyes de inmigración en este país, porque los Dreamers merecen mejor, nuestras comunidades merecen mejor, este país merece mejor. You know, I have to acknowledge that DACA was created 10 years ago because of your voices, your activism, your organizing. And for 10 years, DACA has stood at times in question, and for all the benefits and protections that DACA has meant for Dreamers and your families and communities, we know that many times it's been in limbo, including to this very day. You deserve better. America is better than this, and that's why we are not giving up. We point to the examples of DACA recipients having graduated high school, many times as valedictorians. I hear the stories every June. Having graduated from college, having gone on to graduate school, becoming teachers, nurses, doctors, frontline workers in so many sectors that have been so critical during the course of this pandemic. Dreamers putting their health and that of their families on the line for the rest of the nation during the pandemic. They deserve better than to live in uncertainty or fear in change of status and possible deportation. For more than 10 years, you've contributed and have earned protections and a pathway to citizenship, and that's why we are not giving up. We're going to keep up the fight until we codify DACA and build on its success, like the t-shirts say, because that is in the best interest of our nation. So we'll keep fighting. We know that we'll explore any path forward. Can't wait for our Republican colleagues in the Senate to come along, to overcome the filibuster, to codify this into federal law. And in the meantime, we'll keep pressing President Biden to use his executive authority to build on DACA and protect more Dreamers. Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you so much for your leadership, Senator. And from the great state of Nevada, please welcome Senator Catherine Cortez Masto.
Listen, I'll be quick because everything's already been said, but let me just say this. I am from Nevada, and I'm proud that a third of my population are Latinos. And they are strong Dreamers, DACA recipients, their families, their TPS recipients, their essential workers, their farm workers. That's what this is about, and they belong. It doesn't matter how much we are here talking to all of you. What matters are your voices. What matters is your marching. What matters is your advocacy. And what matters are people in our communities feeling the same way. Because I know at this point, at least in my state and what I've seen across the country, for Dreamers, for DACA recipients, that you contribute to our economy. You and your family is the essential fabric of our community. And it is really incumbent on the rest of the community members to recognize that and come out and support you. Where are the businesses? The businesses need to be here supporting all of you. Where are community members? Where are our faith-based? Where's everybody should be out here talking to our senators who have not passed any of this legislation? Let me tell you, we are all on the same boat here, Republican or Democrat. We would pass this legislation right now. But there's still on Capitol Hill some who refuse to do so. So we need all of our community members to come out. And that means we have to talk with them. We have to show them. We pay taxes. Dreamers, you know, I just can't say this enough. The people that I know in my community, my dreamers, my DACA recipients, the ones who are on the front lines of this pandemic, risking their lives to save others. Every single day, they're contributing. And listen, we've been at this fight for a long time. People talk about these young people. They're no longer these young people. They are adults. They are working in our communities. They deserve the right to be on that pathway, to be here. They belong. They've been here contributing for so long. How much more do they have to prove? That's what this is about. So this is a call to action. Not just for us in Congress, not just for the White House, and I agree with Bob Menendez every step of the way. The White House plays a crucial role here in getting this done. But this is a call to action to all of our community members. Every single person who knows our dreamers, who knows their family members, who hires them, who goes to church with them, who works with them, who has received benefits from them, it is a call for them to come out. Now's our moment. Now's the time to make this happen. You belong here. It is time to make sure that everybody's voices are heard. Thank you so much for coming out today.
Thank you so much, Senator. I just want to say we do have Microsoft and other employers that are going to be speaking shortly, but we want to make sure the senators get their remarks in first. But we need more employers. I completely agree. To share her personal story is a leader with Dream.us, Isidera.
Hi, everyone. My name is Indira Islas, and with me here I have my two sisters, Ingrid and Imarani. I was just 6 years old when my parents, with both doctors in Mexico, decided to leave everything behind to give their 3 daughters here today a safer and better future. Since then, America has been the only place we have ever called home. From the moment I enrolled into kindergarten to the day of my high school graduation, I faced the American flag and pledged a promise that I vowed to keep to this day. When DACA was established 10 years ago, it became America's pledge to protect me. Having DACA meant that I could work, drive, and go to college without fear of deportation. But there were still many obstacles. In my home state of Georgia, where my family and I have lived for 18 years, undocumented students are charged out-of-state tuition and are banned from attending Georgia's top institutions. My dream of attending college remained an uncertainty, and it was after my high school graduation that I applied for a scholarship, the Dream.us, for undocumented students that changed my life. As the eldest of 7, 4 of whom are U.S. citizens, I had no choice but to take the only opportunity to go to college, because I decided early on that my parents' sacrifices would not be lost on me. So I moved to Delaware, where for the first time in my life, I felt like I was wanted. And my dream of following in my parents' footsteps and becoming a doctor was once again within reach. But in 2017, when I was just starting my second year of college as a 19-year-old, DACA was rescinded. It seemed like my aspirations were all but gone. But what was even more difficult to watch was my little sister not being able to apply for DACA. During a time when her peers were getting their driver's licenses and working their first jobs, she could not. To this day, my sister's DACA application is one of the 80,000 applications still on hold, along with the $495 fee. Although in college now, my sister will soon enter her 3rd year without much hope that she will get to have a job regardless of earning a college degree. And beside me here is my other sister, who will soon graduate as a nurse. But if DACA cannot withstand the legal challenges, she will not be able to contribute to the already critical shortage of nurses. It is because of my sisters and the rest of my family that I stand here today, not simply because we are at risk of losing our jobs, but because this country is at a greater risk of losing the talent and skills it needs now more than ever. From a young age, we have faced adversity, but we always find great strength inside ourselves to rise to meet those adversities. This has been our story as Dreamers. DACA has changed the lives of thousands of young undocumented students, and as the program continues to hang by a thread, it is now time to pass bipartisan permanent legislation for both DACA recipients and undocumented immigrant students so we can fully participate in the country we call home. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Indira. And I'm so honored to introduce the chairman of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, Raul Ruiz.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome to our Dreamers here today. We celebrate you, we stand with you, and we fight alongside you. I'm Congressman Dr. Raul Ruiz, an emergency medicine physician and public health expert. I represent the Southern California District of 36th District here in Congress. I also serve as chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. We celebrate 10 years of DACA today with a relentless focus on our goal to provide permanent protections and a pathway to citizenship for our dreamers. Yes, DACA has been a rocket booster for our economy and for dreamers. In my district, they contribute $300 million to the GDP. Dreamers are doctors, are nurses, are essential workers, engineers, business owners, job creators. And however, not passing permanent protections also comes at a cost. You see, the average DACA recipient is a young adult aging into traditional American milestones like home ownership. Alongside chronic uncertainty, the lack of a pathway to citizenship is a barrier to fulfill their full participation in the American economy. Think about the implications for this for a second. Can you imagine trying to start a family but not knowing how long you will be able to live in the country you've always known as home? It is a burden that none of us should carry, and a burden that over 800,000 DACA recipients carry on their shoulders every day. So as we celebrate, we must also take a deep breath of resolve and say, enough is enough. Ya basta. In the House, we twice passed the Dream and Promise Act to provide permanent protections and a pathway to citizenship for the millions of dreamers who call our nation home, including the over 200,000 dreamers in California and over 5,000 in my own district. In the House, we have had ample bipartisan support. Now we only need 10 Republican senators to get on board, and we say to them, enough is enough. Ya basta. Hardworking immigrants who are in school or working essential jobs on the front lines of the pandemic should not live in fear of deportation. Ya basta. Let's not forget that under the Trump administration, we witnessed an attack on immigration protections that left dreamers and countless others in a legal limbo. To them, we say, ya basta. Now, with a Democratic majority and President Biden in the White House, we're fighting con puño y fuerza to change the course for the millions of dreamers, TPS recipients, and DED holders who push our country forward. And as chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, I am working with our members, our congressional leaders, and the Biden administration, and all of you to protect our dreamers, bring humanity back to our immigration system, and restore our values. So the CHC is not hiding from this issue. We're doubling down. We've spoken to President Biden, urged him and the administration to expand protections, to expand TPS, to pass the Dream and Promise in the Senate. We speak to our Senate Republicans, and we want to pass comprehensive immigration reform once and for all, the U.S. citizenship introduced by Senator Menendez and Representative Sanchez, both CHC members. So together, with advocates and dreamers across the nation, we can fix our broken immigration system. I'm proud to stand with all of you today to say, estás en casa, you are home, home is here, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Congressman Ruiz. And next, I am proud to introduce Portia Wu, who is the Managing Director of Government Relations at Microsoft. Portia?
Thank you, Rebecca. Portia Wu with Microsoft. It's great to be here. I know it's a hot day, but it's time for things to get a little hotter, huh? It's an honor to be here today as we mark the 10th anniversary of DACA. Dreamers are a key part of our company and our communities, but they are living in uncertainty every day. At Microsoft, we have 88 colleagues who are dreamers and who, despite that uncertainty, get up giving us their best every day, the best of their talents, the best of their skills, and their energy. They're software engineers, accountants, lawyers. They make products that American businesses, workers, students, and gamers use on a daily basis, the tools and the toys that kept us going during the pandemic. That's why Microsoft was proud to be the only company that filed a lawsuit in court to defend the DACA program, a fight that we brought with Princeton University and Maria Perales Sanchez and many others, and that we took all the way to the Supreme Court and won. And I'm here to say that we're proud to commit to continue to defend the hundreds of thousands of dreamers in this country who play a critical role for our business and the innovation economy. We want to keep these valued employees here to contribute and to help our economy continue to grow. Dreamers want and need certainty, and American businesses want and need certainty for dreamers. So we're happy to celebrate today. We thank our congressional champions on this 10th anniversary, but we also know we have much more to do. And so we urge Congress to pass a bipartisan legislative solution to provide permanent protection for our nation's dreamers. Thank you for the opportunity to join me today.
Thank you so much, Portia. I just want to recognize President Raj Antrabadi from the Illinois Institute of Technology. Due to the heat, he's decided not to, he does speak. Okay, he's going to speak right now. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, thank you. It's an honor to be here today, and given cognizant of the heat, I'll make it very quick. I'm here as part of the President's Alliance on Higher Education and Immigration, where I'm actually proud to join more than 550 other university and college presidents in nearly all of the 50 states, plus the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico, to advocate on behalf of our assets, our undocumented, international, and other immigrant students. I want to thank Senator Durbin from the great state of Illinois, my home state, who has advocated on behalf of the hundreds of thousands of undocumented students who enrich our campuses and communities. We are counting on all our senators and members of the Congress to not only ensure a future for those whose lives have been transformed by DACA, but as Indra so eloquently said, but also all those who are eager to enter our colleges and universities now, but lack the basic protection afforded by DACA. It is my privilege to speak with you today as an international student here, as an immigrant, for whom America meant a beacon of opportunity, for whom America has been a magical place. And that is what I want for all of our undocumented students. Because when we are talking about the COVID pandemic, climate change, healthcare, jobs, or how the government serve the people, ensuring that all our students have access to affordable, quality higher education and opportunities is absolutely the core to a better future. And that is what we do at Illinois Tech. We were founded on the noble mission in 1890 to make possible futures in science, technology, and engineering for the children of factory workers in the south side of Chicago. We continue to fulfill that mission, and essential for us continuing that mission is opening all opportunity to the talented young people who need the protection of DREAM legislation because they are our assets and because they are Americans. I'm also deeply appreciative of the leadership of the American Business Immigration Coalition and appreciate their partnership in this event, as well as the Dreamer-led organizations like UWD and Dream.us, who have helped not only today possible, but even more importantly, did the hard work that led to the establishment of DACA in the first place. On behalf of all the university presidents across the country, we look forward to continued partnership and fierce advocacy to achieve citizenship for all our undocumented students. Thank you.
Hi everyone, it's really great to be among so much community and also congressional champions like Congressman Reese here. My name is Diana Plague. I'm a policy associate at the National Immigration Law Center, but I'm also a DACA recipient. About 11 years ago, I stood anxiously in my high school guidance counselor's office as she persistently questioned why I wasn't going to college. I eventually ran out of excuses and I broke down in tears. In South Carolina, undocumented students are barred from attending institutions of higher education. And despite my strong academic record, because of that, my future looked bleak. So for the next several months, my counselor worked with me until I found a college that welcomed me and even helped me without my status. I earned a full tuition scholarship, but my family was still barely making ends meet. So I still needed to find a way to pay for room and board. Then DACA happened that summer, exactly 10 years ago today. With that, me and my siblings were able to work, and without that, I wouldn't have even made it to my second year of college, much less graduate. I wouldn't have done it without DACA and my family's support. And since then, DACA has allowed me to walk through doors that I never imagined I could. My job here at the National Immigration Law Center has a direct impact on me, my family, and my community. And I don't have to worry about making ends meet. I can have a driver's license, and I don't have to fear routine traffic stops leading to my deportation. I can actually thrive. But the life that I have stands on shaky ground. DACA continues to be under attack because it was never the permanent solution that we have been calling for, that we deserve. While DACA has changed my life for the better, I still cannot live in peace and security that one day this won't all just be taken from me by powerful people who do not walk in my shoes. I live my life in 2-year increments, never being able to plan long term because I have to have plans A through Z in case something happens to DACA and my ability to work, my ability to drive, and to stay in the country that I know. So enough is enough, as you've heard. It's 2022, and DACA is once again working its way through the courts, but our community deserves stability in the place that we call home. We deserve full inclusion and not arbitrary cutoff dates that leave out our youngest community members. We deserve citizenship and full access to basic human rights like health care. Last fall, I lost my brother to this global pandemic, and I can't help but wonder if access to preventative health care would have made the difference in his treatment. How many other immigrant families are asking themselves the same question? My brother had DACA, but he didn't have enough. He didn't have enough access to health care because DACA is not enough and never has been. And at NILC, we know this, and it's why we will continue to call for permanent solutions and for a pathway to citizenship that is well past due. We need Congress to step up and fulfill its promises made to our community, because home is here and we are here to stay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ina. And NILC is such a crucial partner, and to just bring us home, I'm so proud to introduce Zulema, who is a leader with Cherla.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. My name is Suleima, and I came here with my family when I was 10 years old. I was raised in the San Fernando Valley, where I currently reside, and I have been a DACA recipient since 2012. I am here not to celebrate the 10-year anniversary of DACA. Although it has changed my life and opened many doors, it was supposed to be a temporary fix. So I'm here to say it's been long enough, and we need a temporary solution. We have spent the last 10 years not only having to prove ourselves every 2 years, but also we have spent it fighting for this program to stay alive. And it is time for a permanent solution. We have been under attack, and instead of focusing on the next step, which is a pathway to citizenship, we have had to defend this program. So I am here also to say that the identity that the DACA recipient has been given of being just a young student is no longer the case. For many of us, we are reaching the age where we will be excluded from the program. So if that isn't proven enough that we need something permanent for everyone, I don't know what else is. I have also seen my parents struggle beyond what's necessary to give my sister and I a bright future. And it is time that as the original dreamers, they are also given a pathway to citizenship. We need everybody here with the power to do something and pass legislation that includes a pathway to citizenship for all, not just the DACA recipients. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zulema. We need 218 in the House and 60 in the Senate to get that permanent solutions that Zulema talked about, and Indira and Diana. That's what we're here to do today. There's 200 dreamers, presidents, and employers that are part of our lobby day today. So please connect with your organizer. We're going to nearly 100 offices, and we're going to get that done this year. 60 and 218, and that's why we're here, and thank you all so much.
Many years, I even knew Tyler back in the day.
Right, guys, you're streaming live now from Fox. We are slowly approaching the 10 a.m. mark. The time is now 9:52 a.m. Just wrapping up this Live Now event that we are bringing you all raw and unfiltered as lawmakers and supporters of DACA commemorate its 10th anniversary. Now, it's been exactly 1 decade since President Obama, at the urging of undocumented students, signed an executive order that created DACA, which is also known as the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals. Now, this allows young people who are raised in America, known as dreamers, to secure an education and legal jobs despite their immigration status. Now, this is a challenge to the federal program that has been what a lot of people call accomplished for the past several years, because 600,000 people are still currently enrolled in it, but no one can apply for the program currently because of various fights in court. So again, we just witnessed a few lawmakers commemorating DACA's 10th anniversary. Let's go ahead and take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 9:57. Let's head out to New York. We have here the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul. Looks like she's being joined by the mayor of New York, Eric Adams, the two holding this live press conference just moments ago.
Really living up to what they should be doing, and let people live in them. People who are homeless or on the verge of being homeless. This is how the mayor and I change people's lives. That's powerful. Childcare, what does that mean? It means, unlike me, when I had a baby a long time ago, I had to leave a job I loved and left our family in different financial circumstances. I had no one to watch my children. I had no family around. I didn't have any ability to find childcare. I know what that struggle is like, and I don't want my daughter or my daughter-in-law with a brand new baby to have to suffer the same way. Everybody should have access to high quality, affordable health care, and that's what the mayor and I are delivering as well. And the jobs we are so excited about. Yes, people, as the mayor often says, don't ever bet against New York City, and I say don't bet against the state of New York either, because you'll be a loser every single time, and we don't want losers. We're not a city or state of losers. We are a city and state of winners. And we are going to win the battle for the hearts and minds and say we are working tirelessly with all of you to give people the reasons to come back and to not just survive, but to thrive. People deserve better than they start. The next generation should always stand on the shoulders of their parents and do better off. And for too long, that once American dream that we say is the New York dream, where we celebrate diversity, we say we honor your stories, and together we are this beautiful melting pot. That is why businesses are now starting to discover us again. They're starting to come back, and that's how we're ready. We are ready to accept that and to regain the exceptionalism and that sense of invincibility that we've always had as New Yorker that powered us through some tough times in the past. We get that back. And there is no stopping us. So relationships in government matter. Relationships matter. And I have some repairing to do even when I went to Albany. People weren't expecting a governor who'd say, here's money on the table. How can we collectively decide to spend it to help lift our constituents up? They were shocked. But that's to call a new day in New York. And working with Mayor Adams, we can get so much more done for people. This is not about our own egos. This is about lifting other people up. And that's why I'm energized and so honored to have the support of Mayor Adams as we go forth with your energy, your boots on the ground, your power unleashed in the next election on June 28th, and then onward to November. When we say to Republicans, at a time when you're trying to take away women's right to make decisions about their bodies, you will not get a stronghold in the state of New York. And when you're trying to take away our rights to protect people from gun violence, we say you will not get a foothold in the state of New York. We will make sure that we show the nation that we can pass laws that are sensible, that stop teenagers from having an AR-15 and slaughtering my neighbors in the city of Buffalo. That will end. But also the day-to-day gun violence where the guns are coming up from other states, and the mayor and I are unified in this. Don't you dare come to our borders and bring those weapons of destruction and result in the continuation of the violence in our streets. We have turned the corner. We are driving those numbers down, and it's because of a great partnership. I said to the mayor, I will bring my team to work with your team, and together we'll do this. That has not happened before. That is the new day for New York. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
That was the latest from New York Governor Kathy Hochul. They are joined by fellow supporters, including the mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, speaking on a few topics as she announces her bid for re-election. The two topics that are really gaining a lot of attention coming from New York are, of course, gun control measures as well as abortion. We've just learned within the past few days that the state of New York has expanded abortion protections for those both seeking abortions and those who are providing abortions. Now, we are also taking a live now look from Washington, D.C. This is the very steps of the Supreme Court, something that we have been following since that draft decision leaked here at Live Now from Fox. But we are seeing protesters all gather as we await that historic ruling, whether or not Roe v. Wade will be overturned. Let's go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered, and stand by because momentarily we will have an expert on our show answering all of your questions as we await for this ruling.
I have two moms. One gave me life, one taught me how to live it, and I'm here fighting because of both of them, and I'm here fighting for the 2,363 babies who, unlike me, did not get to see a birthday today. And I believe everyone deserves a birthday, and we are here to end abortion. Hey, hey, ho, ho, Roe v. Wade is going to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, Roe v. Wade is going to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, Roe v. Wade is going to go. Hey, ho, ho, Roe v. Wade is going to go.
Hey everyone, my name is Noah. I am a part of a family that has done foster care. We had over 10 kids in our family over the course of 10 years. And I'm here to tell you that it is a lie that foster children should be aborted because they could potentially have a terrible life. That is a eugenics, ableist approach to life. It is wrong. And I'm here to tell you that every person, regardless of where they came from or what life they might lead, deserves life and the pursuit of happiness. Abortion hurts women! Women deserve better! 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 Pro-choice, that's a lie! Babies never choose to die! Pro-choice, that's a lie! Babies never choose to die!
In the mid-40s, my grandma was 16 years old and she was raped. She got pregnant through that sexual assault, but because of the bravery that she had and the bravery of my family, she carried my father to term. She placed him in an orphanage at that time in Helena, Montana, and he was adopted by a loving family who raised him. I was able to meet my grandmother before she passed away, my biological grandmother, and thank her because what she did was a mama bear decision for her child, and what she has done is created a legacy because not only is my dad alive, but I'm alive, my brother's alive. He has 4 children, I have 4 children. There is a legacy decision, and there is no reason why anyone, no matter how they're conceived, whether it's rape or incest, whatever it is, that is a valid human being that has potential. It doesn't matter how someone is conceived. The fact is that someone is conceived. And there is a loving, supportive group of people at pregnancy health centers and churches right here in this very group that if you've been gotten pregnant through sexual assault, we will stand with you, we will support you, we will find the care you need to not only walk through your trauma, but make sure your child has a chance at life. We are the pro-life generation, and we will abolish abortion. We are the pro-life generation, and we will abolish abortion. Our nation has been in this place before. For anyone that tells you that Roe is settled law and that abortion cannot be sent back to the states is obviously forgetting our history. Brown versus Board of Education
education was a collective reckoning in this nation when our Supreme Court had to look at 58 years of settled law and say this was wrong. You cannot judge people based on their skin color, and we cannot tell people that they're worthy of life because of the days that they have been alive. This is the civil rights issue of our day. Hey, hey, ho, ho, Roe v. Wade has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, Roe v. Wade has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, Roe v. Wade has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, Roe v. Wade has got to go. Forceps off their bodies. Chemicals off their bodies. Forceps off their bodies. Poison off their bodies. Your laws off their bodies. Forceps off their bodies. Poison off their bodies. Your laws off their bodies. Forceps off their bodies. Poison off their bodies. Your laws off their bodies. Hey, hey, ho, ho, dismemberment has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, dismemberment has got to go. Hey guys, I'm Brittany. I'm the CEO and president of Concerned Women for America. We're the nation's largest public policy women's organization. We're here linking arms with women from all different perspectives. As pro-life women, we're here to advocate for life. And I was just reminded of Deuteronomy 30:19 says, today I have given you a choice between life and death, between blessings and curses. Now I call on heaven and earth to witness. Oh, that you would choose life so that you and your descendants might live. And we're here today together in prayer, together in one in unity and love, and to urge our nation to advocate for life, to embrace life. And we are here with alternatives and love and open arms. This is going to be a new day in America when our nation never turns its back on life, in which we open our arms in love and welcome the least of these. This is a chance for the church to step forward and to show our love and courage. It's a chance to make our nation a better place. So thank you all for being here, and thank you for allowing me to be here with all of you. Come on. Hey, hey, ho, ho, dismemberment has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, dismemberment has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, dismemberment has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, dismemberment has got to go. Forceps off their bodies. Poison off their bodies. Your laws off their bodies. Forceps off their bodies. Poison off their bodies. Your laws off their bodies.
My name's Lauren. I'm a member of Gen Z, leader of the pro-life generation with Students for Life, and I, like every other woman in my generation, have been a victim of the lies coming from the billion-dollar abortion industry, telling us that we as women need abortion to succeed, that we need to pay them money to kill our children in order to be equal to men, as good as men, as able of succeeding in this world and contributing to society as men. That is a lie, that there is something so wrong with women that for some reason we need to kill other people in order to achieve equality. Equality will never come through oppression. And with Roe v. Wade being overturned, we are one step closer to an America that values women equally with men, that values life, that protects life, preborn children, and that sees all people as equal.
Hey, hey, ho, ho, Roe v. Wade is going to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, Roe v. Wade is going to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, Roe v. Wade is going to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, Roe v. Wade is going to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, Roe v. Wade is going to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, Roe v. Wade is going to go. Abortion hurts women.
Everyone, you are streaming live now from Fox. The time is now 10:11 a.m. We're taking a live now look from outside of the steps of the Supreme Court. You can see here many protesters gathering when it comes to the future of abortion rights. The country, the world is really waiting for this monumental Supreme Court decision that could come down in any moment. We are on standby for that news, and of course we have our LiveNOW experts on standby ready to break down exactly what we learned in real time. Now, as we await for a decision, we already know that the White House is already planning alternative action. We recently witnessed Vice President Kamala Harris meet with a group of experts. This took place on Tuesday, and they discussed the impact of possibly overturning Roe v. Wade. Now, constitutional law, privacy, and tech experts were all in the meeting. The United States, again, waiting with anticipation. So let's go ahead and listen in. Again, Vice President Kamala Harris.
Prepare the American people for the consequences of what this decision will be in terms of their life and the choices that they are able to make and have a right to make, so that at the very least folks can be prepared. But I do believe that we should prepare for the right to privacy to be attacked and under attack with this decision. And that will have a number of implications. If Roe is overturned, I believe that states will then have the power to interfere in personal decisions. I do believe that there are 3 specific areas that we should be prepared to address. One is the issue of data privacy and the potential that if Roe is overturned, that states that have criminalized abortion could subpoena a woman's personal data. And so I want to talk with these experts about their concern and the level of their concern about that very issue, including, for example, the vulnerability of women who are using menstrual tracking apps, those who use a search engine to find certain locations or certain help in terms of their reproductive health, and how vulnerable those searches will be to bad actors attempting to track their history, much less any government forces that may be interested in investigating that for whatever purpose. The issue of IVF, in vitro fertilization. I have a concern that if Roe is overturned, states with abortion bans could potentially restrict IVF if their definition of life begins at the point of fertilization. So I'd like to talk with these experts about their thoughts about that and whether the law is established or not, well established or not, in terms of the protection that individuals have if they are in the process of IVF. And then on the issue of contraception, if Roe is overturned, we believe that states with abortion bans from the moment of fertilization could potentially restrict specific types of contraception, in particular IUDs, and the so-called morning after pill. And so I'd like to talk with these experts about their thoughts in terms of the legal theories that would be at play if that were to take place. I do believe that overturning Roe could clear the way for challenges to other fundamental rights, including the right to use contraception and same-sex marriage. And so I'm going to talk with these folks about that, and I think it's a very important point to make that many of the states that have passed trigger ban laws are also the states that are passing laws to restrict trans rights, gay rights, and the freedom to vote. And when you look at a diagram of the, just a Venn diagram in that regard, it tells a real tale of the ideological perspective that some of these state legislatures have in terms of these various rights that folks have been given as part of what we believe are inherent rights under the principles and the ideals and the values that we hold dear. So I look forward to this conversation. In particular, again, it is focused on the right to privacy, to which all Americans should be entitled, and what we must do to be aware of what the court might be doing to attack those rights to privacy, and what we can do to educate and inform the American people of what is at stake with this decision coming down probably sometime this month. So with that, let's get started with our conversation, and I thank the press for for being part of this part of it. Thank you.
Well,
See you later.
time to go. Thank you. Thank you. It's time to go, y'all. Come on. We're moving. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. The time is now 10:19. Getting these Live Now images as people gather outside of the Supreme Court. Americans in the world really awaiting a SCOTUS decision on Roe v. Wade, deciding the future of abortion rights. Let's go ahead and bring in our expert, Elizabeth Wydra. She is the president of the Constitutional Accountability Center. Good morning, Elizabeth. Thank you so much for joining.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, so you saw it there live. People are beginning to gather outside of those steps. The world really on edge right now as we are continuing to wait. So what's your political insight to a possible decision coming down today, especially considering that we've already seen that draft decision, which actually overturned Roe v. Wade, just leak a few weeks ago?
So I think the reaction to the leaked draft opinion, which I just want to emphasize is not law yet, that was a leaked draft opinion. Roe remains good law at this moment. We're monitoring to see if it could come down any time now, but at least as of this moment, Roe remains good law. But I think the outcry that we saw after the leaked draft opinion shows exactly the impact that overturning Roe in this Dobbs case that the Supreme Court could rule on at any moment would have. You know, we've seen polls where the number of people who think that abortion should remain legal has gone up since that leaked draft opinion. And, you know, I think that a lot of people, because Roe has been the law since 1973 and has been reaffirmed time after time, even by the Roberts Court prior to the Trump appointees to the court. I think a lot of us simply took it for granted that we would have these rights to a certain extent, even as some states chipped away at them for sure. But the fundamental right to access abortion was there for decades. And now we are facing a reality where for women across the country, depending on what state they live in, they could be completely denied that right. There are more than a dozen states that have so-called trigger laws on the books that if Roe is overturned by the Supreme Court would go into effect that ban abortion. And so then we'd be looking at a patchwork where women in some states are able to exercise their right to choose for themselves whether or not to have a child. whether or not to carry a pregnancy to term, whether or not it's in her best interest to, in terms of her health, to continue carrying a pregnancy to term. And so those women in states that allow that access would be able to exercise that right of autonomy and self-determination and control over one's own body. But women who live in states where they have banned abortion would not be able to access that right. And so I think one of the big concerns is that then we're basically having a patchwork of rights across the country where your ability to exercise your fundamental right of liberty and privacy over your own body depends on where you live. And if you don't have the means, the money, or the time, or the support to go to a state where you would be able to exercise those rights, you are being denied that basic understanding of what it means to be equal, making decisions about one's own body, especially in something as important, as fundamental as this.
Now, you raise an interesting point because, of course, Roe v. Wade guarantees nationwide abortion access for women. And you briefly touched on the implications, what could happen if, in fact, it is overturned. But let's talk about the doctors, the medical providers who are providing these abortions. What could be the implications for them if, in fact, Roe v. Wade is overturned?
Yes, you know, there are doctors who are trying to provide health care to their patients, and abortion is included in that. And they are faced with this extremely difficult decision of whether to defy laws, including criminalization of abortion, both for the providers who give abortions, who give abortion care, and patients who choose to exercise their right to abortion, the women who are getting these abortions. And so if a state criminalizes that behavior, then, you know, we're looking at very severe penalties for exercising a right that I think many of us consider to be something that is our right to make alone, our right to make over our own bodies and to shape our own destiny. And so, you know, it really puts providers in a difficult spot. We have seen, and many abortion advocates are talking about ways in which people can access medical abortion. So taking a pill to access abortion in that way, although that, of course, is limited in many ways. But it places doctors in a very difficult position. And especially when you have some life-threatening situations with patients, if they're in states that ban abortion, when abortion could be what saves that woman's life, it's going to be an extremely difficult situation, and in some cases could be heart-wrenching. And we know from when Roe was not the law, when abortion was not protected nationwide, that many people died. And it's not as if abortions will stop, but they could be far less safe, and lives of women could be lost.
And that's actually a few of the chants and comments that we have been hearing from this morning. Let's go ahead out live to Washington, D.C. as we continue to see protesters from both sides as we await this decision. Now, let's kind of talk about the ideology of justices. Maybe we can get some insight into what could possibly happen today or in the coming days. Specifically, I want to talk about Chief Justice John Roberts, because first and foremost, he did call the release of that draft Roe v. Wade reversal an egregious breach of trust. And he is actually ordering an investigation. We'll get to that later. But when we evaluate the leaked opinion, it doesn't really seem that Roberts is on the majority side. So what can his ideology and the ideology of the other justices tell us about the future of abortion rights?
So that's a really great question. You know, obviously it's a leaked draft opinion, so we don't exactly know anything other than that there were at least 5 votes in support of that position, at least at the moment that opinion was written, because 5 justices is enough to get in a majority. So we don't know exactly who else has signed on to that, but there was some suggestion at the time of the leak that Chief Justice Roberts was trying to take perhaps a less aggressive approach to the case, but nonetheless would have let the Mississippi law stand, which is a much further restriction on the right to abortion than Roe protects. So it's still, even under what we understand to be a potential Chief Justice Roberts' approach to the case, it still would significantly undermine Roe versus Wade. But I think what we're seeing with this decision and potentially other decisions this term on the issues of guns, immigration, environmental protection, we're seeing a court that has become much more conservative after President Trump's appointees joined the court. And certainly the court, when Chief Justice Roberts was the swing vote, was very, very conservative. But now we have a court with a 6-justice conservative majority where they could lose the vote of already conservative Chief Justice Roberts and still be able to render decisions that substantially change the legal landscape for Americans, like gutting Roe versus Wade. And Chief Justice Roberts has been concerned about the institutional legitimacy, the public's faith in the court. And so he has voted in some cases to uphold abortion rights because of what's called stare decisis, which is a legal term that means that there are other cases on the books by the Supreme Court that protect certain rights and rule in a certain way, and the court shouldn't just overturn those cases without a really good reason. And certainly there are extremely strong arguments that there are no good reasons to overturn Roe versus Wade based on the Constitution, which protects fundamental equality and liberty, including bodily autonomy and privacy, as well as simply the workability of Roe, which has worked for decades to ensure that women are able to access abortion for healthcare. And if the court were to overturn that, it would be an enormous rupture. And I think the outcry we saw across the country to that leaked draft opinion emphasizes that. That's probably exactly what Chief Justice Roberts wanted to avoid.
Yeah, and you bring up an interesting point. It's very interesting to see how this new Supreme Court makeup will impact the future of other landmark decisions possibly. Now, let's go back to that investigation that Chief Roberts ordered. What could this look like, and what is a possible timeline?
So this is really unprecedented to have a full draft opinion leaked by the court, and it certainly appears to have disrupted the workings of the court. You know, this is obviously an issue that the country cares deeply about, and the court is concerned about its legitimacy, and frankly, it should be, not just because of the leak, but because of what was in the leaked opinion. But we have Chief Justice Roberts, our understanding of the investigation is that they are seeking information from the law clerks. These are the mostly recent law graduates who work for the justices and do a lot of their research and drafting and are really integral to the workings of the court, that they're seeking information from those clerks. We don't know if they are seeking information from other justices, if they think that could be a source of the leak. But the Supreme Court, as opposed to many other Washington institutions, is notorious for not having leaks. And so the fact that this draft opinion did leak really is extraordinary. But I think perhaps is outmatched by the extraordinary contents of the leaked draft opinion.
Extraordinary. That's a very great word to sum that up. Now, again, we're looking live. We're seeing protesters gather at the steps of the Supreme Court. My co-host actually mentioned that she doesn't remember the last time she saw this many people protesting outside of the Supreme Court. So let's talk about the fact that in recent days, Congress has passed a bill, I believe, to extend protection of Supreme Court justices to their family members, of course, in the wake of these major landmark Supreme Court rulings. What's your take on this, and how exactly will this new law work?
So Congress has passed a law that would provide greater protection to the Supreme Court justices and their families. They already get protection from the U.S. Marshals who work for the courts and protect our judges across the country, in the Supreme Court and in the lower courts as well. But this would provide even greater security for specifically the Supreme Court justices, although there was some concern by some Democrats in the House that it should be more broadly applied both to clerks of the Supreme Court, if they're going to be the subjects of the investigation and their names are knowable, you can Google it, that they should receive protection, and that judges in lower courts, one of whom in New Jersey had a tragic incident where her son was murdered and her husband was gravely injured by a gunman who came to her house. So the security for our judges is definitely of concern, and this bill now will go to President Biden's desk. And there are many protesters making their voice heard, and this would not impact the right to peacefully protest. It shouldn't impact the right to peacefully protest, but would simply provide security against violence directed at our justices and their families.
Absolutely. We know that safety of justice is really front and center during this time, especially now that 26-year-old is behind bars after attempting to kill Justice Brett Kavanaugh. We've been covering that story for the past several days. Elizabeth, as we continue to wait for this decision, are there any final thoughts, any key takeaways that you would like our viewers to be paying attention to during this time?
Yeah, I think, this is one of those times where all eyes are on the Supreme Court. What the Supreme Court does impacts all of us in pretty much every aspect of our lives. But very often we're so understandably wrapped up in just getting through our days and focusing on, how can we put food on the table, the price of gas, that we don't always pay attention to what the Supreme Court is doing. But I think right now, Americans are laser focused on what the Supreme Court is doing, because something like overturning Roe versus Wade, which has been accepted American law for decades and decades and affirmed over and over, something like that would change what we understand under our Constitution to be an irreducible minimum of liberty. What does it mean to be an equal person? It must mean that you get to make these decisions about your own body. To have that changed, I think will really make Americans look very closely at the Supreme Court. And when they do, they'll see that just even this term alone, the Supreme Court is considering not just abortion, but also important cases relating to gun regulations, immigration, the ability of the federal government to act against climate change, and many other important cases that really do impact all of our daily lives.
All right, and we will definitely be paying attention as we watch these important cases unfold this year. All right, Elizabeth Wajra, president of the Constitutional Accountability Center, thank you so much for joining us. Very insightful conversation, and we look forward to having you on again.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys, let's head back out to Washington, D.C., bring you all these live images as we get them to our desk again as we await the future of abortion rights. Now, Elizabeth, she gave us a kind of a heads up that there are some other very important cases that the world needs to pay attention to when it comes to the Supreme Court and their future decisions. Gun control being one. So let's go ahead. Staying in Washington, D.C., we do have a few lawmakers speaking on this very topic, and we're going to listen in. We're on Unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox.
% of the time, but this is a critical element preventing future tragedies like the one in Uvalde. We also have to address the availability of firearms for individuals who could do harm. I am really encouraged that a bipartisan group of senators have reached a framework agreement to address gun violence. The framework includes new federal investments in mental health, school security, and red flag laws. It also includes meaningful reforms to gun laws, such as improvements in background checks. And we encourage Congress to complete action on this proposal without delay. While this framework is a significant step forward, it's only a start. Safe gun storage is also urgently needed to prevent child suicide, homicide, and accidental death. As a pediatrician who has treated 5 children who were accidentally shot by themselves or another child after accessing an unsecured, loaded gun, I've seen the impacts firsthand. Sadly, 2 of these children lost their lives. We must do more to encourage gun owners to safely store their firearms. We also need to address the ease of purchasing assault weapons and fill the significant gaps that remain in background checks. And lastly, we call on Congress to increase the federal investment in public health gun violence prevention research. While we know some of what works, we must never stop learning better strategies to keep children safe. Thank you for listening. Our children are counting on you.
Thank you, Doctor. Ms. Swear.
Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Grassley, and distinguished senators. We're holding this hearing on juvenile gun violence today for one simple reason. The kids are not all right. But the reasons why they're not all right are far more complex than our current national dialogue often admits. Despite some horrific high-profile mass school shootings in recent years, these are just a fraction of a % of the problem. And I know, how can I possibly sit here next to a witness who lost a child at Parkland and when we're still burying kids after Uvalde and say that? I don't expect that statistical probabilities make any parent feel the least bit better when mourning the loss of a child. The rarity doesn't lessen their pain or make it any less traumatic, and these shootings devastate communities. But numbers matter when shaping public policy to keep the nation's kids safe. An average of 10 students are killed by gunfire on school property during school hours every year. That's 10 too many. That number should be 0. We can and should make our schools safer. But schools are not where most of our kids are dying. The vast majority of juvenile gun deaths are out-of-school suicides and homicides, neither of which receives nearly as much attention. And suggesting that the problem is simply guns does everyone a disservice. The problem is deeper. Our kids are suffering from a decades-long downward spiral of mental and emotional unwellness, and it's leading them to take their lives at increasing rates, especially since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. Well over 1,000 high school-aged teens killed themselves with firearms last year. Over 1,000 more killed themselves without a firearm. Our kids are also increasingly uninterested in going to school, with chronic absenteeism rates in major districts this year reaching as high as 40%. This, unsurprisingly, correlates with kids increasingly engaging in serious criminal behaviors that make it more likely they'll victimize others or become victims of gun violence themselves. You can find far more examples in the last school year of teenagers being shot specifically by armed victims while engaging in criminal activity than of teenagers being shot in schools. So what's the federal role in all of this? Because that's the question. That's why we're all here today, right? Well, we know it doesn't work. Banning certain semi-automatic firearms or standard capacity magazines are not serious solutions, and they're based more on irrational fear than on data or on the Constitution. They become even less serious in the context of juvenile deaths, where most of these kids are already unable to lawfully purchase any firearms and are overwhelmingly using or being victimized by criminals with illegally possessed handguns. So instead of wasting too much time on what won't save our kids, I'm going to highlight 3 solutions out of the many proposed in my written submission, which I hope you read. Number 1, allow schools to shift unused COVID funds to school security and mental health. Physical security matters. Swift, armed responses to threats, whether mass shootings or any other threat, matter. Student access to mental health resources matters. Schools have access right now to over $100 billion in already allocated COVID relief funds. They can and should be able to use it in the short term to hire mental health professionals and invest in physical security needs as a short-term solution, giving them flexibility over the next few years to cut administrative bloat and prioritize long-term spending where it will be most effective. Number 2, authorize true behavioral threat assessment research and training. Most state and local agencies lack any coherent system for analyzing threats in their own communities. Meanwhile, many federal agencies have decades of training and experience with behavioral threat assessment. Congress can facilitate this process of taking these strategies that we know work at a federal level to prevent targeted mass violence and retooling them in a way that makes sense for state and local entities. Number 3, provide healthier, more stable environments for our kids. The root of the problem is not guns. It's the underlying causes that create violent environments in the first place. Parents, and especially low-income and working parents, need more choices when it comes to accessing mental health care for their kids. They also need more choices when it comes to adequate learning environments. Studies and statistics clearly show that when parents can more easily remove their kids from schools where they are bullied, face violent threats, or are not otherwise receiving necessary resources, it alleviates the risk of suicide and the likelihood that they will participate in criminal behaviors that are most associated with violent outcomes, like gun-related death and injury. Kids deserve educational environments where they feel safe and are most likely to develop into thriving adults, regardless of income or zip code. Senators, it's clear that the kids are not all right. They're increasingly suicidal. They're increasingly engaging in serious criminal behaviors. They're increasingly deciding that school just isn't worth it, and we are watching as their futures and their lives vanish. We are losing our kids. And if we don't act soon and act to stem these problems at the source, it won't just be the kids that we're losing. We will lose an entire generation of adults as well. And I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Swear. Chief Williams.
Good morning, Chairman Durbin and Ranking Member Grassley, and distinguished members of this committee. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in today's hearing. Yesterday in Phoenix, the 9th of one of my officers was shot in the line of duty. Had it not been for her vest that she is wearing, I wouldn't be sitting here today. I would be in Phoenix planning for another funeral. I appear before you today as a police chief in Phoenix, Arizona. I also serve as the president of the Major City Chiefs Association. It is my honor to testify on behalf of my MCCA colleagues. Nearly every major city in the United States is grappling with rising gun violence. The nature of many of these shootings is extremely troubling. These incidents often involve multiple victims and trigger pullers. For example, in Phoenix again, a few weeks ago, a shooting in Phoenix killed 1 and injured 8. The increase in gun violence is having a significant impact on America's youth, as previously mentioned. The number of juveniles killed and injured by gun violence has increased sharply over the past few years. However, that impact also goes well beyond the victims. Sadly, many MCCA members have reported an increase in the amount of gun violence perpetrated by juveniles. This has created a vicious cycle because today's suspects is often tomorrow's victim. It's incredibly troubling to see such a disregard for the sanctity of life at a young age. Youth in major cities, especially communities of color, have become desensitized to the persistent gun violence in their communities. Children should neither be afraid of getting hit by a stray bullet in their homes, attending an event, or walking through their neighborhood, nor should any child feel the need to carry a gun to protect themselves or think that using it is an appropriate way to resolve conflict. Reducing juvenile gun violence will require addressing the trauma inflicted when children witness violence or become victims of violence themselves. Our MCCA member cities have made significant investments in intervention programs that are aimed to help the juveniles heal, prevent retaliation, and then break the cycles of violence described above. However, as previously mentioned, this is only part of the solution. Guns have flooded our communities, and it's become far too easy for our children to get their hands on a gun. The MCCA has long been an advocate for sensible firearms policy. In fact, in 2018, the MCCA adopted a firearms violence policy that would help mitigate the threat of gun violence without infringing on constitutional rights or weakening due process. These reforms include requiring universal background checks, closing the boyfriend loophole, supporting the use of extreme protection orders, aggressively prosecuting straw purchases and prohibited possessors, and lastly, banning assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. The MCCA was greatly encouraged by the bipartisan firearms policy framework that was recently released. There is significant overlap with the MCCA firearms policy, and polling shows that the majority of Americans support common sense reform. And Congress must act immediately to close those loopholes and the gaps in our system. As was previously mentioned, protecting our children also requires addressing the underlying violent crime problem in many of our cities. Unfortunately, constitutional proactive policing that helps drive violent crime down has sometimes become a luxury for many departments. Law enforcement needs additional resources to bolster its response to violent crime and gun violence. An overall lack of accountability for violent offenders is contributing to the rise in gun violence. In some of our major cities, district attorneys are not prosecuting serial firearm offenders. Judges continue to release violent offenders on low or no bond. To address these challenges, Congress must provide resources to the U.S. Attorney's offices to support additional federal prosecution as appropriate. Additionally, we know that approximately 60% of the districts do not have a Senate-confirmed U.S. attorney. A confirmed U.S. attorney is a key partner in local law enforcement's fight against violent crime. Local law enforcement continues to do everything in our power to protect our communities from gun violence, and unfortunately, the brave officers on the front line, as the one that I mentioned previously, have not been spared. In the last 6 months, 9 Phoenix police officers have been shot and 15 injured. Many of these attacks are brazen, and the shooters are often violent offenders with previous felony conviction. The violence against law enforcement must stop. The current gun violence epidemic has been particularly devastating to America's youths. Far too many children have needlessly lost their lives, and countless others have been traumatized. These children are our future, and we must do everything in our power to protect them from the threat of gun violence. The Major City Chiefs Association stands ready to work with you to achieve this goal. Thank you again for this opportunity, and I look forward to any questions the committee may have.
Thank you, Chief. And now each member will have 5 minutes to ask questions. I want to start with you, if you don't mind, Chief Williams.
Yes, thank you.
In the Buffalo situation at the supermarket, there was a retired policeman who was a security guard.
Yes, sir.
And when the shooter came in with his AR-15 and started shooting randomly the customers in the store, he pulled out his handgun and he was gunned down by this AR-15 as well. He was clearly outgunned at that scene. That is not an uncommon experience, that many of the police that we count on around this country are being outgunned by the shooters. Is there a response that you would think could make it safer for the police that you represent?
So thank you, Chairman Durbin, for that question. We are outgunned. We're outgunned, we're outmanned, we're outstaffed. We do need responsible gun legislation. We do believe that there should be a ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines in order for us to properly serve and protect our community.
Dr. Szilagyi, you heard Mr. Willingham tell the story of growing up in Chicago and what he's been through and what he's witnessed and what he hears from his friends. Can you tell me a little bit, I think that would fit into the adverse childhood experience for sure, the trauma situation. Can you tell me, I'm trying to look for a hopeful sign here. He's come forward and has made quite a great contribution in his own life toward his college education and his aspirations. What are the hopes of rescuing young people like him who have been exposed to this trauma as they're growing up?
Thank you so much for that question, Senator Durbin, and I'd really like to thank Ernest Willingham for his testimony. He represents so many of the youth that I take care of. I've been a foster care, child welfare pediatrician for over 30 years, and one can't do that work without seeing trauma every day, everywhere I look. I do think there's been a pervasive sense of hopelessness among our youth, and that's partly why we're seeing such an increase in youth suicide and youth violence. But you asked about adverse childhood experiences and childhood trauma. And so the studies were done a long time ago now, but they have continued and they've reinforced what we know, that children who have high levels of exposure to adversity, particularly intrafamilial adversity, or stressors outside the family, such as discrimination, bullying, and community violence, have high rates of lifelong mental health, and poor social outcomes. But we also know that young people who grow up in such environments support you. I actually grew up in a rough and tough neighborhood, and I was blessed to have a wonderful family. And several of my friends died by suicide while I was growing up. And I also had a friend of my brother's was shot in my home by his cousin. So I've seen violence in my personal life. The hope comes that we know what we need to do to fix things. And in particular about adverse childhood experiences, it is identifying these children early. It is pouring resources into them, and a lot of that has to do with the relationships we surround them with. We need evidence-based trauma-informed mental health care, and I deeply appreciate the work that you have been doing to pass legislation on increasing mental health supports and addressing trauma-informed care. And I do think that there is hope. I have certainly seen the young people I know in foster care. They have ranged from kids saying to me, I don't expect to live past 20. Many of them probably grew up in neighborhoods similar to Mr. Willingham's. But I've also seen the young people from similar circumstances with the right inputs do very, very well, like Mr. Willingham going on to college and planning their future. So yes, there is hope.
Thank you, Doctor. Mr. Willingham, I wish I had more time because I'd like for you to explain, with all your friends and yourself going through a lifetime exposed to this gun violence and uncertainty and despair in some situations, how you ended up weathering that storm and are moving in the right direction. Could you say it in a few words? I'm sorry I don't have more time.
Thank you, Chairman Durbin, for that question. It's as simple as stating, as Dr. Moore explained, having a village. It takes really a village to pour into one child. And having a team of people, a good family, teachers, mentors, all of those different things matter. There are, and I'm not the only one in my neighborhood doing great things. I'm not the only young person in Chicago that has excelled throughout difficult times in their lives. But the reason so many of us have been able to excel in the midst of controversy, in the midst of gun violence, in the midst of just a difficult upbringing is because of the village, because you have a village to help you navigate through high school, help you navigate through college and possible career things, and also just that social and emotional counseling and therapy that you get, and not necessarily from a mental health professional, from someone, a community health worker or an educator in the school or someone at your neighborhood corner store. It literally takes a village to really navigate a child through difficult circumstances. So that's what I can attest to my story.
I've heard that phrase before. Thank you very much, Mr. Willingham. Senator Grassley?
Max, you've dedicated your life to enhancing safety in schools. I think you've advocated increasing physical security, introducing threat assessment programs, advocating for school resource officers. These programs all serve to deter mass shootings in schools. One of the things that you've advocated is very passionately for is dissemination of best practices in school safeties. I'm proud to co-sponsor a bill named after your son that will codify federal clearinghouse of best practices. How did you come to the conclusion that this vital element of protecting children in schools is an important approach?
Thank you, Senator Grassley. After Alex was murdered in the Parkland school shooting, I made it my mission to do everything I could to make sure that this never happened again. And when I traveled the country, the question that I got from a lot of educators were, where are these best practices? And what they were getting was a lot of confusing material from a lot of the different federal agencies. So we had this idea to create a federal school safety clearinghouse. And it's really been a model for what the federal government can do if they all work together. And all of the agencies that work on school safety, so you've got the Department of Education, Department of Health and Human Services, the Department of Justice, and the Department of Homeland Security are now all working together. They're coordinating, they're cooperating, and they have an editorial board. So they've gone through this issue, and everything, all the best practices that schools need are all housed on schoolsafety.gov. Because as I traveled the country, there's a lot of schools that were doing great things, but the problem was that a lot of schools didn't know that, and it was really only contained to the vicinity around that particular area. And so schools need help. Most educators become educators because they want to teach and they want to help children, not because they want to be school security experts. There's only one program that I know of that is the most successful that teaches teachers about school safety in college, and that is at the Indian River State College in Florida. They're doing great things. I think it's really important that teachers are taught that in college before they become teachers. so that the burden is not on the school district as well. So this clearinghouse that is formed is doing wonderful things. Not only do they have a place to have best practices, they also have a consolidated place for grant dollars. So on the site, school districts can go on their new grant finder tool. There's 40 different programs available and over $2 billion. So I encourage all educators and parents. Parents want information about how to make their schools safe, and that information is all available on schoolsafety.gov. And schools that are curious about what they should do first and where their gaps are, they have a school readiness tool where all they do is they fill out a 10-question questionnaire on the site, and that'll tell them, based on their answers, that'll tell them what they should be doing first, what they should be doing second, where their gaps are in school safety, and then based on their gaps, it directs them to grant dollars. So I really hope that this Congress will pass the Luke and Alex School Safety Act, and that is included in the new bipartisan agreement on gun safety.
This will have to be my last question to Max and to Amy. The Threat Assessment Center data shows over 80% of the active shooter events lasting less than 5 minutes. So would both of you tell me, what role do school resource officers serve in mitigating firearm violence in schools? Let's start with Amy.
Thank you, Senator. We know that when we've reached the point where it's too late, where we're not talking about prevention, we are talking about an individual who is an active threat to that school, whether because they're a mass shooter or any other threat. And in that moment, what matters is how quickly there is an armed response, an armed confrontation. School resource officers play a role in that armed confrontation because they are the ones on scene. It lessens that amount of time. And you actually saw this in Santa Fe High School several weeks after Parkland, where within under 4 minutes, you had school resource officers draw that shooter's attention to themselves, heroically take on that gunfire. And we would have seen, but for that, a rate of death quite similar to Parkland, but instead it was far less. And we've seen this, I've listed in my written testimony a number of other occasions where school resource officers have been immediately on the scene to confront that threat, again, whether it's a mass shooting or any other threat, because we know that that is in that moment, the thing that matters most is the quickness of that response.
Mac, maybe you can give a short response so I don't take time from my colleagues.
In Parkland, in just 3 minutes and 51 seconds, 24 people were shot and or killed, including my little boy, Alex. And school resource officers are critical to being on scene. In Florida, we are the only state in the country that we've mandated that every K through 12 school, there has to be an armed security officer. When these incidents happen, the most important thing is that they stop the killing and then stop the dying. And I just wish they were sooner. But you know, all other thing that needs to be addressed is the law enforcement response in Parkland. We had 9 sheriff's office deputies that waited outside. We saw the same thing in Uvalde. Law enforcement needs to do better at the training. When the Broward Sheriff's Office was only conducting active shooter training every 3 years, that is not sufficient. And we saw the result.
Thank you. We're calling on the Democratic side based on the early bird rule, and next up is Senator Feinstein.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to use my time, if I may, to make a statement. This country is no stranger to the horror of gun violence and its impact on our nation's children. Just last month in Texas, 19 children and 2 teachers were killed by a teenager with an assault weapon. Only 10 days before that, 10 people were killed at a grocery store in Buffalo by a teenager with an assault weapon. I think we deserve better than this, and I've reintroduced the Age 21 Act. This bill would prohibit the sale of assault weapons and high-capacity magazines to anyone under the age of 21. If this bill had been law, it would have prevented the teenagers in both Buffalo and Uvalde from legally purchasing the weapons they later used to kill a combined 31 people, including 19 children. I really deeply believe, I've been on this committee for a long time, that we need common sense reforms like the Age 21 Act to protect our children. Since 2018, 6 of the 9 deadliest shootings in the United States were committed by someone under the age of 21. That's a fact. The bill has received significant support from both medical professionals and educators because it would be a big step toward protecting children from gun violence. The National Association of School Psychologists, the American School Counselor Association, and the American Federation of Teachers recently sent letters to the Senate in support of the bill. So, Dr. Sislagi and Chief Williams, can you discuss what you have seen in your work between young people having easy access to dangerous firearms and harms caused to children from gun violence?
So, Senator, thank you for that question. As I previously mentioned in my oral statement, today's victims is tomorrow's suspects. We're seeing kids as young as 12, 13, and 14 have accessibility to guns and are unafraid to use those weapons in order to hurt or harm individuals in the community. So your point is extremely well taken when we talk about the age and the accessibilities to weapons. We as a country need to do better, and our children deserve far much better from us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Senator Feinstein. Senator Cornyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After the shooting in Uvalde, like Buffalo, like Florida, like in Colorado, every time one of these shootings occurs, we hear people say, do something. Do something. Unfortunately, there are also people who say, do nothing. And I, for one, am not going to be part of that cause as long as parents fear for the safety of their children in their schoolroom and children fear being in the classroom. I firmly believe there are things that we can do that do not infringe the constitutional rights of law-abiding citizens. I don't think we're talking about law-abiding citizens committing mass shootings or committing crimes. We're talking about criminals, we're talking about people with mental health crises, and then we're talking about other things we need to do to harden our schools, to use best practices, and provide resources for our mental health treatment at the community level. I think our mental health delivery system in America is a scandal. And we have a plan. Senator Stabenow, Senator Blunt have a great piece of legislation we hope to be able to pass as soon as next week that would provide massive investment in community-based mental health care. So police have some place to take someone suffering a mental health crisis other than the jail. People suffering mental health crisis have somewhere to go other than the emergency room. And we can actually get people some help so they don't get sicker and sicker and sicker and become a threat to themselves and potentially to others. I'm not suggesting that people undergoing mental health crises are always violent. That's not true. But some are, and as the doctor said, 60%, I don't know if you put a number on it, but you pointed out that 60% of the suicide deaths in America today are using a gun. So we, I think, have some things that we can do, and we need to do what we can. But what I would like to ask, maybe Ms. Swearer start with, it sounds like we're conflating a lot of different sorts of scenarios. The shootings in Chicago, which occur on a very frequent basis, Chicago, Illinois has the toughest gun laws in America, but that arguably will not deter a gang member or a criminal. So can you sort of help us cut through this? And, my hope is we'll focus on solving problems as opposed to making an ideological statement. But can you help us cut through that?
Sure, Senator, your point is well taken, that gun violence is much more complicated than any one specific subset of gun violence. And in fact, it is important to sort of separate those out because different types of gun violence have different underlying causes. They have different appropriate means of addressing them. They're even including from the standpoint of, quote, gun control. For example, when you're talking about gun violence in more, urban areas, gang-centric violence, it tends to be individuals who have long rap sheets or already prohibited persons who are illegally possessing firearms, and that's a lot different from, say, suicides, which are 2/3 of gun deaths, where obviously there is a mental health component there, or mass shooters who are almost always showing signs of being dangerous, but are legally possessing their guns. So it's important to sort those things out and to treat them individually in the way that they need to be treated.
Thank you for that. Unfortunately, I got 30 seconds. I want to ask the doctor a question. So the profile of some of these young male shooters seems eerily similar in some cases. You look at Adam Lanz at Sandy Hook. You look at Salvador Ramos in Uvalde, Texas. And the New York Times, I think, did a good job pointing out that like in 6 out of 9 of the mass shootings, the profile is pretty familiar. If we were able to get community-based mental health assistance to the young men, young boys really, and their families earlier, do you think we could improve the outcomes for them so that they could maybe live productive lives and not sort of circle down the drain and out of despair kill themselves and others as well?
My brief answer is yes. Amy's helping me out, thank you. My brief answer is yes, and I think that we probably need to make sure that everybody who interacts with a youth, whether that's an educator, a pediatrician, a police officer, is versed in trauma-informed care, and that type of training is available and goes on around the country. It is evidence-based. And I think if we could have every professional who interacts with a child take that kind of approach, that yes, and increasing our access to mental health services through community-based mental health, school-based mental health, integrated care in primary care settings, I think is crucial, and it all needs to be funded. So thank you so much for your work on this.
Thanks, Senator Cornyn. Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Chairman, and thanks to everyone for being here. I want to begin by remarking on the action that my home state has just taken, our Rhode Island General Assembly, as it's preparing to pass the final big budget bill that is the conclusion of the legislative year, has just banned large capacity magazines, has just raised the age to 21 to buy firearms or ammunition, and has just banned open carry of loaded rifles and shotguns, which seem like pretty reasonable interventions. I believe there are actually gun clubs with ranges where the range safety officer won't let you use a large capacity magazine, so that seems like a pretty reasonable accommodation. We don't allow people under 21 to buy a beer, so why they need to buy firearms and ammunition is a little hard to explain, particularly in the wake of what we've seen recently. And for the life of me, I can't imagine, as a gun owner myself, why you need to open carry a loaded long gun around in this society. So I think we're seeing some signs of progress at the state level. I wanted to ask Chief Williams I've spent a lot of years as a prosecutor involved with domestic violence. And one of the things we learned in the domestic violence context is the impact on young people simply of being witness to domestic violence in the home. I see you nodding. We've learned a lot about that. Our domestic violence community has developed, I think, very good interventions for that. Could you tell me what you think the lessons are that we learned in the domestic violence context from children who are witness to violence, domestic violence at home, for the children who are witness to even more ghastly demonstrations of violence in their schools with these massacres in which the damage to their classmates and friends is so great that DNA is required to identify the remains?
So, Senator, thank you for that question. As we all know, domestic violence plays a role in everything that we all do, from local law enforcement to what you all do here. Children seeing trauma, children normalizing trauma, children witnessing trauma, I'm sure the doctor would say this also creates this vicious cycle of violence where that child believes that is the norm. And so we as a society owe it to them to, as was previously mentioned, providing those services to those kids early and quickly and consistently. It shouldn't be a one-stop shop where you go in for care and then all of a sudden you're healed, because that doesn't happen. As far as the violence in school, we know that violence happens in school. It's obvious, it's evident. We need to provide those resources from a trauma-informed standpoint also to the students, as well as the parents, as well as the educators. Thank you for the question.
And Doctor, I wanted to go to you with the same question. You obviously in emergency rooms see the children who are brought in whose bodies have been torn apart by these weapons and the ammunition that they discharge. But that leaves all of their classmates who were not physically injured. What are your recommendations and advice to this committee regarding what sort of impact what they have witnessed has on the classmates who were not physically injured, and what we need to do to provide supports for those kids and for their families?
Thank you for that question. Thank you for that question, Senator Whitehouse. We know the impact of trauma on the brain of any kind, some worse than others. And we know after children have witnessed horrific events like shootings or other horrific events that they live with on a day-by-day basis, like interpersonal violence, that the back part of the brain, the limbic system, goes on hyper alert and kind of trains the brain to always scan for danger. They become hyper vigilant. They become very frightened. They sometimes erupt very quickly because the front part of the brain, which helps us to make judgment and rational decisions, is less well functioning after trauma. We also know that there are ways to help children, and there are numerous evidence-based trauma-informed mental health interventions that we can use to support families in supporting their children and providing therapy to children. Thank you.
My time has expired. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Whitehouse. Senator Booker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Stiligy, I thank you for your commentary. I think Mr. Willingham and I could probably appreciate what it's like to live in a community where you hear gunfire. Mr. Willingham, I know you have the feeling like I do when you know young people who've died. I've lost young men that I've mentored. I've watched kids that I've watched grow up. And I'm tired of seeing sidewalk shrines with teddy bears and candles all around my neighborhood. And to Senator Whitehouse's point, it really is the horror of a family losing a child, but the entire community suffers. Chief, I know you know this, when in communities like mine, when it's 4th of July is coming up, and I know what will happen when fireworks go off. Parents will tell me stories about their kids hiding under beds, calling the police, hiding in closets, And you see what that constant cortisol pumping in the brain does to their development, to their interactions with others. We had a kid bring a gun to school in my city just last week, not because he was seeking to hurt anybody, because he thought he needed it for protection. I have been championing a bill for a long time. It got included in the Build Back Better program called Break the Cycle of Violence Act, and it's for community violence intervention. I'm hoping it makes it into this bipartisan compromise, some resources. I really appreciated the testimony of Ms. Swearer, who we should follow the evidence, follow what works. Well, the data from places like Oakland are amazing with how much we can drop violence. And for instance, funding for hospital-based violence intervention programs that provide intensive counseling, peer support, case management, mediation, social services make a difference. And so I was wondering if you could affirm that. It's not, again, we talk about the guns, which I want to talk about, but we know that for the mental health, for the well-being, for communities that are grappling with this, there are other approaches that show massive reductions in violence.
Thank you for that question, Senator Booker. I think that they all have a common thread running through them. Yes, there are evidence-based interventions that have shown tremendous success. And I think the common thread comes out of the science of resilience, where we know that when the brain gets flooded by a hormone called oxytocin, when there's a positive relationship in a child's life or a positive support group, that activates the relationship or the affiliation network of the brain. And that is as much a real network as the trauma network, if we want to think about it that way. And I think, it gives us great cause for optimism that we have these various interventions that we can have been proven in science that are probably working through that network and that can really help the child's brain develop in a way that leads them toward becoming the kind of person Mr. Willingham and yourself have become, even though you've grown up in neighborhoods that people may have lowered their expectations for your outcome.
What fear does to a community, not to mention the economic impact. I remember we had a shooting at an IHOP. They canceled their night shift. People lost jobs. It is a horrific thing that it does to our communities. Ms. Swearer, I think you'd be surprised at how much we probably agree on from policy-wise. I agreed with you. You mentioned schools. It's great in my community that parents have high-quality choices, from public charter schools to magnet schools to you name it. And I agree with you about focusing on violence. These assault weapons, which I would like to see bans on, they are a very small percentage of the killings. The Shahad, a young man I saw grow up, got killed at the top of my block with an assault weapon, and the officer told me it was like their head exploded. So I'm concerned about those weapons. But I agree with you about following the policy interventions that are going to yield us the biggest reduction in violence. But there's one question I have to ask, and I stipulate I'm in agreement with a lot of your testimony, but I don't understand when I hear the arguments from friends of mine, colleagues of mine, that don't think it's the guns, because England has the same mental health problems. The same, I lived there for 2 years, horrible suicide rates with kids. Canada as well. But people don't die of gun violence. So it has to be the guns to some point, the easy access to guns. And I agree with you. In my time as mayor of Newark, law-abiding gun owners were not committing the crimes. It was people getting easy access to guns. So to have a picture that paints not a call to do something in this country about the guns seems to be a little incomplete. Would you agree?
To an extent, I would agree. It's about doing something about the guns that are actually causing problems in the hands of people who are committing violent offenses. And I think we'd agree overwhelmingly it's not about broad measures in the hands of law-abiding citizens, which is why it is important to do things like combat the very large and robust black market for firearms that we have in this country. And I actually do agree, Senator, that there is a lot that you and I do agree on. And it's not that it's not about firearms. I would also point out we have a pretty significant problem with non-firearm homicide in this country too, which is why it's important to address
I've
violence.
got to be respectful to my colleagues. I'm way over my time. The one thing I'll say is I look at the data. When Wyoming got rid of their gun licensing, shootings went up 20%, suicides rose. When Connecticut put gun licensing in, the data shows 40% drop in shootings, 15% drops in suicides. And so to me, I want to follow the data. And the ease of access to guns, a gun in the house, even a law-abiding citizen, with just having a gun in the house, increases the likelihood that their children will commit suicide with it dramatically. And so I'm all for following the data, but we've got to admit the facts and the data that we have points to a lot of the solutions that are being called for on both sides of the aisle, but it also points to doing something about the ease of access to guns. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Booker. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. His recent attacks on students at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, as well as patrons at the Tops grocery store in Buffalo, New York, Christmas parade attendees in Waukesha, Wisconsin, and students and teachers at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, are unthinkable tragedies. In the aftermath of each of these tragedies, we go through a number of processes. We mourn, we cry, we pray, we express our condolences for those who have lost loved ones. We attempt to assess what went wrong and to fix any failures of policy or oversights by law enforcement or society that might have allowed these heart-wrenching, gut-churning tragedies to occur. Unfortunately, politics often gets in the way. Every time a tragedy like this occurs, there are a number who immediately demand the same gun control proposals that many have pushed for decades, while simultaneously attempting to defund police in schools. But the people who will be hurt by these proposals are not the criminals. They are the law-abiding gun owners and children in unsafe schools. During the Obama administration, the Department of Justice studied how criminals convicted of gun crimes obtained firearms. More than half, the precise number was 56%, had obtained the weapon illegally. To really address this rise of violent behavior, we need to look at what's causing males in our society to become so angry, isolated, socially detached, that they'll commit these unspeakable, unthinkable horrors. We need to look not just at what caused the tragic school shootings like Uvalde and Parkland, but also what's causing the massive increases in violent crime in large cities across our country, including our nation's capital and cities like San Francisco and Chicago. If we take a look at it, I think that we might find that there are contributing factors that include both cultural issues and policy issues. The cultural issues might include, among other things, broken families, bullying, glorification and obsession with violence in news and entertainment media, obsession with social media, and loss of community connection. The policy issues might include things like the anti-bail policies of woke prosecutors, COVID lockdowns, failure to enforce our laws, and school policies instructing teachers and administrators to look the other way when students display disturbing and potentially violent behavior. Mr. Schachter, I'd like to start with you, if that's okay. First of all, my deepest condolences go out to you in connection with the loss of your son, Alex. I applaud your efforts to make our schools safer, and I support the Luke and Alex Safe Schools Act, which is something that has been proposed in response to your great work, so thank you for that. Now, following the shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, we found that the shooter displayed incredibly troubling and violent behavior. And yet, notwithstanding that behavior, which had been observed by a number of people familiar with him, we found that instead of being reported to authorities and removed from the school or otherwise put in some type of a program that might have led to a different outcome, Broward County school officials hid the behavior from law enforcement, didn't report it, hid it, brushed it under the rug. Why would schools hide? Why would they go to such lengths to hide violent behavior? I don't quite understand this. Why wouldn't they just report this troubled, violent individual to law enforcement or otherwise take action?
Thank you, Senator. There's a lot of issues that you talked about there, but I think that the solution to connecting all these dots. I mean, number one, you had a massive problem. There were silos of information. The Parkland murderer was extremely violent. He committed over 55 different disciplinary incidents in school, and then law enforcement was at his house over 40 times. Law enforcement didn't know what was happening in the school. The school didn't know what was happening outside of the school. So it's really connecting those dots. And that's why Senator Grassley's bill is so critical, EAGLES Act, because EAGLES Act reauthorizes the U.S. Secret Service's National Threat Assessment Center, which are the ones that are doing this work of connecting the dots through the behavioral threat assessment. And if the behavioral threat assessments are done correctly, you've got a lot of great outcomes. A couple of them are, number one, reduced suspensions, exclusionary discipline, bullying, racial disparities, and school arrests, which is what we all want. But even more importantly, if you're doing these threat assessments done correctly and properly with fidelity, which did not happen in Parkland. Parkland did a threat assessment on the Parkland murderer in 2016, completely botched it. The assistant principal that did the threat assessment had never done one in his 30-year career, didn't know where the paperwork was, didn't know how to fill it out. And I think that, we're seeing the same things in Oxford High School, and I think we're going to see a lot of, in all of these horrible tragedies, because we know these individuals don't just snap overnight. They exhibit concerning behavior ahead of time, and that's why, if we can pass the EAGLES Act, that will reauthorize the Secret Service's National Threat Assessment Center to do what they're doing and pass and teach more school districts to do threat assessments properly. Because if we can do that, we can stop mass shootings in schools. But not only that, the goal of a threat assessment is to get these individuals the help they need. And if we can do that, we can make them productive members of society and make our entire country safer in the long run.
Thank you. I see my time has expired, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Lee. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to join you in thanking our colleagues on the committee who have worked on this framework. I also want to especially thank Mr. Willingham and you, Mr. Schachter, for having the courage to come forward and believing that you can save other lives, other kids' lives, after the tragedies that you've experienced. And Mr. Schachter, after Parkland, Senator Hatch and I led the effort for some funding. It was like $100 million. It wasn't enough, but it was significant for schools, and that some of that is still going out there to the schools, and more needs to be done. I want to focus on part of the framework here, which does interact, as Senator Booker has pointed out, with kids, and that is the closing of the boyfriend loophole. Every year, more than 600 American women are shot to death by intimate partners. That's one woman shot to death every 14 hours. So I want you to picture that number, 600 every single year. And we know for a fact, by looking at the numbers, that preventing domestic abusers from buying a gun helps to save lives. These are convicted domestic abusers. Currently, federal law only prohibits domestic abusers from buying a gun if they are formally married or currently married or live together or have a child. And I know you know this, Chief, but half of the women killed by intimate partners are dating partners, romantic partners. They don't fit into those nice little categories set out in the law. That's why 19 states, including my state, have taken the common sense action to close the boyfriend loophole. Senator Grassley at one point had a hearing on this. Even the most conservative witnesses were in favor of this piece of our bill. In the states that have closed the loophole, we've seen a 13% reduction in intimate partner homicides involving firearms. So So this is one thing. It's clearly not the only thing, as all you know from the losses you've seen. But this bill was introduced. I led it in 2013. Been leading it ever since. That's a long time. I want to thank Senator Hirono for joining me in the bill, and also a few years later, Congresswoman Dingell introduced a companion to it. So I want to ask about the ways, first of all, that this affects kids. The first is obvious. Oftentimes when domestic abusers will shoot their partner, kids are also killed in the crossfire or injured in the crossfire. With the chief is nodding her head. The second way, of course, is just the impact it has on their lives growing up in such a home. When I was Hennepin County Attorney, I actually had a picture right outside my door. It was a poster of a woman beaten up with a Band-Aid over her nose, holding a little baby in her arms, and the words read, "Beat your wife and it's your son that goes to jail." Just to make that point, because so many of the kids that grow up in those homes end up getting involved in crime or domestic abuse themselves. You noted, Dr. Szilagyi, in your written testimony that oftentimes childhood trauma is a root of later acts of violence. You just talked about how closing this loophole would help.
Thank you, Senator Klobuchar, for that question. It would really help, I think, if we could identify children and families at risk early. And this is really incumbent upon us as pediatricians because we meet families early. But it's also incumbent on anybody who works with children and families. I think if we can get the right supports in place for children early, there is evidence showing that we can improve the sense of safety in the home. We can decrease the violence in the home. Removing the person who is being violent is certainly one very important way to do that. But we can use the parent-child relationship to rebuild the child's sense of safety and decrease the impact of trauma on the brain. And it moves the child out of their fight and flight brain into their learning and thinking brain.
Okay, thank you very much. One last question. Chief Williams, I remember one of our police officers in Lake City, Minnesota, who went to a domestic violence scene, had on his bulletproof vest by a very, very severely mentally ill young man who was abusing his girlfriend, who was very young. He just shot him in the head when he came to the door. The officer was at the funeral. 3 little kids, a little girl with a blue dress with stars all over it, walking down the aisle of the church where only 3 weeks ago that proud dad, who is now dead, had sat in the front row watching his kids in the nativity play. Something you don't forget. Could you quickly talk about some of the dangers that law enforcement officers face when responding to a domestic violence call and how those dangers are amplified when an abuser is armed?
So thank you very much for that question, Senator. I can give you a practical example that actually happened in Phoenix. Very clearly, a boyfriend shot and killed his girlfriend inside and then lured Phoenix police officers to the door, shot 5, injured 4 others, one of the largest scale events that we've had because of a domestic violence incident. This is troubling, it's real, and it's impacting not just the children in our community, but our officers are being traumatized, impacted, and shot as well.
Well, thank you. I didn't know about that story, but I think you see similar stories across the country, and it just shows that there is not just one victim in domestic abuse. There's the family surrounding that victim, and then there's the entire community, including police officers. So thank you, and I'm just really thankful that it looks like we are finally advancing this bill, and I think it's going to make a big difference in these types of cases. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Senator Klobuchar. Senator Coons.
Thank you, Chairman Durbin. And I'd like to thank my colleague, Senator Klobuchar, for her long work on closing the boyfriend loophole, and to thank the other colleagues I have on this committee and other committees, Senators Murphy, Senator Cornyn, and many others who are working to move forward on this framework. Mr. Willingham, Mr. Schachter, your personal testimonies of loss and of tragedy are what is propelling this body to act. More funerals than weddings. To hear your stories of your father, your brother, your best friend being victims of gun violence is just another part of the wave of contacts, calls, emails, testimony that we've all gotten in the months since the horrific attacks in Buffalo and Uvalde I've been flooded with messages from constituents begging for change and demanding Congress do something. I've heard from law enforcement, from pediatricians, from children, from educators, from parents who've been impacted by violence. Let me just briefly share two things I've heard. Dawn Hall, school social worker in the Brandywine School District, says she sees kids every day afraid to go out of their home or attend school because they fear if they go out, they won't return. Tracy Manza-Murphy, known to me as the executive director of the Delaware Coalition Against Gun Violence, told me that communities as well as individuals experience trauma from gun violence, and the invisible wounds on communities scar generations. Doctor, your testimony amplifies that same point. We can't allow this carnage to continue to traumatize children, families, whole communities, whether it's daily gun violence in our streets, whether it's horrible losses through suicide, or it's mass shootings that seem to rivet the attention of the country. I am glad to be working with 20 colleagues on a framework, and I think this package of reforms doesn't move every solution we might hope, but it makes progress on a number of solutions that many of my colleagues have worked on for years, and it will save lives. I was glad through my congressional delegation to deliver a $2 million congressionally directed spending investment in community violence intervention programs in Wilmington, Delaware, where I'm from, and excited to see the support for President Biden's request for millions more for similar community violence intervention programmings. I've also been proud to work with Chairman Durbin and Senator Booker on the Preventing and Addressing Trauma with Health Services, or PATHS Act, to surge resources to mental health programs for communities experiencing trauma from gun violence. Let me ask two quick questions, if I might. Mr. Willingham, there's been a lot of discussion about mental health solutions to prevent gun violence, but I'd also like to focus on the mental health needs of those who've been indirectly impacted, who are the family members or community members. What kinds of services or programs do you think Congress should support to help children who've experienced gun violence live through and move past their trauma?
Thank you, Senator Coons, for the question. And just thank you for just acknowledging that, you know, the secondhand trauma that family, friends, and community members face is definitely important, and it often gets pushed aside and neglected. I think programs as such, like I mentioned in my testimony, like the Chicago Youth Program, for example, me and many other graduates have gone on and graduated from the program, but gone on to do great things in life. Programs like that that ensure not only that.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you joining us here. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. We are monitoring Buffalo, New York. We will be hearing from Attorney General Merrick Garland. He just laid some flowers in remembrance of the 10 victims that were shot at that supermarket last month. Of course, we will bring you his full remarks right here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. A 2-minute break underway.
I know there has been discussion about the need to intervene and take action when there are warning signs, and so often there are warning signs, the so-called red flags, the evidence of an emergency risk that justify a court order to separate a person from a gun when he says he's going to kill himself or others. And I am very sympathetic to the Eagles Act in its objective of training school officials to identify and intervene, and to other measures that I want to say I think are important to keep in mind and perhaps support. But at the core of protecting people from those shooters who may kill or injure themselves or others is the idea that they have to be separated from the firearm. There has to be some kind of authorization, a court order, after due process, after evidence-based testimony. And that's why Florida's red flag law alone, which has been used more than 8,000 times, has been effective in saving lives, and why I believe so strongly that the proposal that Senator Graham and I have worked on over the years, and we've modified it for this proposal, really has to be integral to moving forward. Just keep in mind, red flag orders can only be temporary at both the emergency stage and after a hearing, notice, an opportunity to be heard. They can only be brought by certain individuals, such as law enforcement. They can only be issued by judges who determine the need for them based on evidence in court. But without this kind of court intervention, the identification is going to fall short of stopping the killing. So I am hopeful that we can move forward with this package. I'm very clear-eyed about the obstacles still to be overcome and the work ahead of us. We're on a very tight time schedule, and I am hopeful that we can land a package that truly saves lives. It won't be everything we want or everything we need, but it will be a start. We can build on it and demand more. People should demand more than what is in this package. Let me, and by the way, demanding more means safe storage. Let me ask you, Chief Williams, I have long been an advocate of Ethan's Law, which would provide for safe storage. Unfortunately, is not in this package, but it is a proposal that can save thousands of lives. Ethan's Law must be on our agenda. Would you agree?
Thank you for that question, Senator. We at the MCCA do agree that safe storage is definitely a component in making sure that there is responsible gun ownership, as well as keeping the guns not being accessible to young people and juveniles.
And do you agree that a red flag or emergency risk protection order statute or crisis intervention that is ordered by a court is important in saving lives?
So thank you for that question also, Senator. Yes, the MCCA, we do concur with the red flag laws as well.
Mr. Schachter, I appreciate your leadership on both the Eagles and the Luke and Alex Act. Do you view those as compatible with a red flag or emergency risk order statute?
100%, Senator. The threat assessment and the Eagles Act is the first component of getting all the stakeholders together to figure out what's going on with this individual and then to get them the help they need. The red flag law is one of the tools in their tool belt that they use. And so the threat assessment is done first to investigate, bring all those stakeholders together, to bring all the information together to connect the dots. And then, if we need, then you have the red flag law to remove that weapon from that dangerous individual. So they work hand in glove together, and they're very, very important that they are together. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. Thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the advocacy and the insights of everybody on this panel. I think we are in a very different political environment where people on both sides are heeding the American people's demand and plea, do something. And I think your point, Mr. Schachter, is very important for my colleagues to understand. They can be for the Eagles law and the Luke and Alex law and view it as mutually supportive.
Together.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Blumenthal. Senator Leahy.
Thank you, Chair. You know, I state the obvious when I say it's been a particularly heavy month for our country. May 14th, murder 10 in Buffalo motivated by a racist conspiracy theory. 10 days later, mass shooting that claimed the lives of 19 fourth graders, 2 teachers in Uvalde. Just days after Uvalde, even more mass shootings, scenes of carnage, every corner of America. Our children and our grandchildren having their lives cut short by gun violence. That's an unacceptable reality in our country. Firearms becoming the leading cause of death among children. The intolerable reality in our country, something other countries do not have to face. I think it's time that everybody acknowledge the reality and do something about it. Protecting the lives of our children and our grandchildren, this shouldn't be a matter for debate or disagreement. There is hope on the horizon. I'm glad to see agreement on a bipartisan package of bills that begin to address gun violence in this country. It's a good start. I wish it went further, but I know how difficult it was for them to get there. I am particularly encouraged the agreement includes key provisions for my bill, the Stop Illegal Trafficking in Firearms, which I've been working on for the past 10 years with Senator Durbin and Senator Collins. This bipartisan legislation will help combat straw purchasing, something that law enforcement all over the country tell me is important. I know there's no single answer, but we've got to do better for our children. When I was a prosecutor, every time there was a shooting that resulted in death, I went to the scene, whether it was 3 o'clock in the morning or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I've never gotten those scenes out of my mind. I can recount every single one of them, every single second, every single thing I saw. And that was a tiny fraction of what we're seeing today. So Chief Williams, thank you for your testimony on behalf of the Major Cities Chief Association. They want us to update the law. They want us to ensure federal prosecutors can hold straw purchases accountable. I hear that from the police in my state. What kind of...
You're watching Live Now from Fox there as we were able to take a large portion of this very important hearing on the Senate side as they talking about the very big issue of protecting children from gun violence, especially in schools. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's take a quick 2-minute break.
also notes that
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Taking you out to Buffalo, New York, as Attorney General Merrick Garland making some remarks there after visiting the site of the tragedy that occurred there last month, where 10 people were killed in a supermarket. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
the interior of the store, count the number of black people present, and observe the presence of black security guards. On May 14th, the defendant arrived at Tops wearing a tactical style helmet, camouflage clothing, body armor, and a GoPro video camera, and carrying a loaded Bushmaster XM15 rifle and multiple loaded magazines. The affidavit alleges that he repeatedly targeted, shot, and killed black people. At one point, he aimed his rifle at a white male Tops employee who had been shot in the leg and injured. Instead of shooting the white employee, the gunman apologized to him before continuing his attack. Ballistics evidence recovered at Tops indicated that the gunman fired approximately 60 shots during the attack. In the days and weeks since the attack, we have all witnessed the strength of this community's bonds, its resilience, and its love. I am humbled to have just felt that firsthand in my discussions with the families. Hate-fueled acts of violence terrorize not only the individuals who are all attacked, but entire communities. Hate brings immediate devastation, and it inflicts lasting fear. At the Justice Department, we view confronting hate crimes as both our legal and our moral obligation. The Justice Department was founded more than 150 years ago with the first principal task of protecting black Americans and our democracy from white supremacist violence. Today, we approach that task with the same degree of urgency as we did then. We fully recognize the threat that hatred and violent extremism pose to the safety of the American people and American democracy. We will be relentless in our efforts to combat hate crimes, to support the communities terrorized by them, and to hold accountable those who perpetrate them. No one in this country should have to live in fear that they will go to work or shop at a grocery store and will be attacked by someone who hates them because of the color of their skin. Someone who commits that act because he subscribes to the vile theory that only people like him belong in this country. And no one in this country should have to bury a loved one because of such hate. The Justice Department will never stop working to fulfill our duty to protect the American people from hate-fueled violence. Indeed, it is the duty of every American to stand against such hate. I'm now pleased to turn the podium over to U.S. Attorney Brittany Ross. I'll return afterwards for a few questions.
Thank you, Attorney Garland, for your strong support of this community during this difficult time, and thank you for your leadership. My name is Brittany Ross, and I am the United States Attorney for the Western District of New York. I was born and raised in the city of Buffalo, attended Buffalo Public Schools, and continue to be a very proud Buffalonian. On the afternoon of March 14th, I received a call that no chief law enforcement officer ever wants to receive. Sorry, I said March, and I mean May 14th. There had been a mass shooting at the Tops Friendly Market on Jefferson Avenue, and there were multiple fatalities on scene. Immediately after receiving the call, I assembled a team from the United States Attorney's Office and put them into action. We have not stopped since that day, and we will not stop until this case comes to a conclusion. As a former career prosecutor with over 23 years as an assistant United States attorney, when I was sworn in as the U.S. Attorney, I fully understood that racially motivated violence was increasing across this country and that it represented a threat to all Americans. Still, there are no words that can adequately capture what it meant to see this sort of terror come to Buffalo and to wreak havoc in our community. As alleged in the complaint, the defendant spent months planning and arming himself for an attack that would target Black residents of Jefferson Avenue. We know the horrific outcome. 10 people killed, 3 people injured, and a community terrorized. But as you are aware, every defendant is innocent until proven guilty. We must prove these allegations, and we intend to do so. Since the day of this attack, we have worked tirelessly to respond, and we will continue to respond until this case is concluded. I want to commend and thank all of the local and federal officials who have committed themselves to addressing this unspeakable tragedy. I know I speak for all of us when I say we will do everything in our power to hold the shooter accountable and to secure as much justice as we possibly can for the victims, their families, and this community. This process may not be as fast as some would hope, but it will be thorough, it will be fair, it will be comprehensive, and it will reflect what is best about our community and about democracy. I would now like to invite Associate Attorney General Vanita Gupta to take the microphone.
Thank you, U.S. Attorney Ross. It is tragic that we are standing here in the aftermath of such a horrifying act of violence, and we grieve with the families who lost loved ones and for this whole community. Hate crimes are insidious. They instill fear across entire communities, and they undermine the principles upon which our democracy stands. No person and no community should ever have to experience this. As the Attorney General mentioned, around the time that the Justice Department was founded, the Ku Klux Klan was carrying out a reign of terror against Black Americans. More than 150 years later, white supremacists are still terrorizing Black Americans and other communities of color, and the Justice Department will not tolerate it. The Justice Department's top priority is holding accountable those who commit these heinous acts. But we must all continue to combat hate and discrimination in all of its forms and address them before they ever escalate to violence. Every community deserves to feel safe and protected. Through vital grant programs and technical assistance, the department is working diligently to support victims and jurisdictions that have experienced these traumatic incidents of mass violence. Here in Buffalo, the Office for Victims of Crime deployed 2 expert mass violence consultants to work with the community and state officials and ensure that everyone who needs and wants services has continued access to mental health and other resources. The Justice Department stands with you, and we will continue working to make real this nation's promise of justice and equality under the law. I am now going to pass it to Assistant Attorney General Clark.
Thank you, Associate Attorney General Gupta, Mr. Attorney General, and colleagues. Today, I join my colleagues in grieving the innocent victims of this senseless crime and expressing my condolences to their families and the Buffalo community that has suffered through this traumatic event. I grieve with you as a New Yorker, as a Black woman, and as Chief Federal Law Enforcement Officer for Civil Rights at the Department of Justice. Every day we see evidence that racially motivated hate crimes are on the rise across our country. According to the FBI's most recent data, most victims of racially motivated hate crimes are Black. These acts of hate are a stain on our democracy and have no place in our society. Let me be clear, the Civil Rights Division and the entire Justice Department will not stand by idly in the fight against white supremacist-fueled violence. As Attorney General Garland noted, we will pursue the perpetrators of hate crimes and hold them accountable. And we will be vigilant in our quest to secure justice for the victims and their families. Prosecutions alone will not stop the spread of hate. That's why the Justice Department is also hard at work addressing non-criminal acts of bias that rear their ugly head inside our schools, workplaces, and our neighborhoods. We're also addressing the need for hate crime prevention through education and awareness. This multi-part strategy is critical to eliminating hate, root and branch. Today, we charge this defendant with violating the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Jr. Hate Crimes Prevention Act, alleging he murdered 10 innocent people and attempted to murder 3 others with a firearm because he wanted to kill and injure Black people. A core mission of the Civil Rights Division is the fight against the scourge of hate crimes, to prevent them, prosecute them, and remedy the harms they cause to communities. That is our duty, and we intend to fulfill it. I want to now invite Deputy Director of the FBI to speak.
Thank you, Assistant Attorney General Clark, and good afternoon, everyone. I want to begin by expressing my deepest condolences to the victims, to the families and loved ones of those murdered and injured in this vicious attack. We recognize the enduring threat posed by those who commit hate crimes and acts of violent extremism and the devastating impact on people and communities. Taking action against these threats is our highest priority. The full weight and resources of the Department of Justice and the FBI have been brought to bear in this investigation and have involved hundreds of personnel from our Buffalo field office and across the country to support the victims and this community and to engage in the relentless pursuit of justice. The FBI's National Evidence Response Team, along with teams from Buffalo and other field offices, deployed specialized technical equipment for the evidence recovery operation that will be crucial to the successful prosecution and the attainment of justice in this case. A community resource center was established by FBI victim specialists in collaboration with our state and local counterparts to provide essential support and assistance to those impacted by this unimaginable tragedy. Strong, well-established relationships with our law enforcement partners have been indispensable to this response and investigation, and we cannot thank our partners enough for their steadfast commitment and unyielding efforts to help others. We immediately identified this attack as a hate crime and an act of racially motivated violent extremism directed at the very heart of this community. And we've been determined from the beginning to do our part to hold accountable the person who committed this horrific attack and to help this community heal. We remain committed in our work to protect life and freedom, to help and support those who've been victimized, and to seek swift and absolute justice against those who commit acts of violence and terror driven by hate. Our thoughts and prayers continue to be with always all who have been so severely impacted by this terrible tragedy. Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll take some questions. Let's start with Carolyn Thompson from the Associated Press.
Hi. Ms. Ross, will you seek the death penalty? Mr. Garland, would you approve it if sought?
This is a death penalty eligible crime. The Justice Department has a series of procedures that follows. First, of course, there has to be an indictment. After the indictment, then the regulatory procedures will be followed, and the families and the survivors will be consulted.
All right, Sadie Gerber, Wall Street Journal.
Hi there. So the gunman in this case was an 18-year-old who used an assault rifle. The current framework being considered by Congress does not include a provision that would raise the minimum age to 21 to purchase such a gun. Should it include such a provision, and what else would the Justice Department like to see in any legislation that Congress is considering to help fight gun crime?
So the Justice Department agrees with the President that 18-year-olds should not be able to purchase a gun like this. Right now, there are meaningful negotiations going on in Congress with respect to a framework, and we look forward to assisting Congress in any way we can in bringing those to fruition.
You talked to the families. Did they tell you, if you can say, that they want the death penalty to be pursued?
So I came here specifically to talk to the families, to express our support and our deepest sympathy for what happened to them, and to tell them exactly what we are charging in the complaint. Out of respect for their privacy, I think I shouldn't share any more than that.
Right. Chris Strong.
Mr. Attorney General, can you talk about what the investigation is learning in terms of what kind of communications the individual may have had with others, and were others involved in the plotting, or at least the inciting the individual?
So let me just begin to be clear that the complaint itself charges only a single defendant, Mr. Gendron. The investigation is ongoing, and I think I'll turn it over to the Deputy Director of the FBI for further discussion about the investigation.
Yes, sir. As the Attorney General, as the Attorney General stated, the investigation is active and ongoing, and we're leaving no stone unturned. That's something that we're continuing to look at. Anyone who is connected with, associated with, in communication with this individual, we're continuing to pursue that, and we'll see where it leads. If it leads us to a place where justice is warranted, we'll go there.
Marquis Becker.
Could you explain the process of seeking the death penalty and what happens in terms of the sentencing for that?
There's a Justice Department manual and regulations that were established when Janet Reno was the Attorney General that established a process for discussion of an evaluation of whether the death penalty is appropriate in individual cases, and in particular, it involves discussions with which the U.S. Attorney will have with the families and the survivors, and that's really all I can say at this point.
Jake Gibson.
Thank you very much. Forgive me for an off-topic question, but there have been some criticisms about the protests going on outside of justices' homes, and calls for those individuals to be prosecuted. Do you have any comment on those criticisms?
So the Justice Department takes extraordinarily seriously any violence, criminal threats of violence, intimidation, harassment of the justices or of any government officials. For that reason, we swiftly moved to provide 24/7 protection for the justices, including of their residences. For that reason, I called a meeting with the Marshal of the Supreme Court, with the Director of the Marshal Service, with the Deputy Director of the FBI, and with our prosecutors, right from the very beginning, to be sure that we were assessing all possible threats and providing all resources available. I also met with the judges, Judge Salas and Judge Sullivan, of the Judicial Conferences Committee on Judicial Security, pledged our full support as well as our support for the legislation that they're seeking. There is currently legislation passing through Congress, and the Justice Department is extremely supportive of that security legislation.
That was latest remarks there from Attorney General Merrick Garland at the end, talking about security for the justices after Justice Brett Kavanaugh's life was threatened there. Assassination attempt there was thwarted. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break here. When we come back, might be the most in-demand news conference that we will hear in this hour. We'll go out right outside of the Capitol. We got House Republicans absolutely going off right now. They call it the Patriot Freedom Project, and they are talking all about the January 6th trials for suspects in the riots that occurred on January 6th. Let's listen on the other side of the break right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone. Here to Live Now from Fox, taking you out to right outside of the Capitol. We got House Republicans going off right now on the January 6th suspects, really court process there. They are saying a due process denied. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
From this DOJ and the disregard for rights coming out of investigations showing FBI lied, Intel lies, the DOJ lies. It ought to concern every single American. You know, I thought John Mitchell's Department of Justice was pretty bad, but compared to Merrick Garland's Department of Justice, they were a bunch of Cub Scouts. Thank God that Merrick Garland is not on the Supreme Court. We now see his colors, and we see that, as he has said online, he's monitoring these January 6 hearings. For heaven's sake, the head of the Department of Justice is taking his lead from a partisan political hack committee. It is a sad time for America, just tragic. And we have people here that will address different aspects of this. But one thing is very clear from the Constitution and all the cases that have come out of it. Pretrial confinement is never, ever to be used for punishment. And that's exactly what's happened here. It's been used for intimidation, punishment, and actually a bit of not revenge, not justice, but vengefulness from a D.C. jail that has enjoyed screwing over the January 6 defendants. Now, I've sent no telling how many people to prison, and I have no problem for people that were violent being punished and people that committed crimes being punished. But we haven't gotten answers to all that went on January 6. All we've got is a partisan committee doing a cover-up and people here at the Capitol doing a cover-up, not allowing all of the footage to come out so we can see what really happened. That's because they've got something to hide. And the further we go, the more we find out about that. We have a hateful deputy warden that went online previously and expressed in rather nasty terms what she wanted to do to Trump supporters. And lo and behold, she was then given a chance to do just what she put online. Our people, the Republicans who've made inquiry have been shut out at most every term. A couple of us were finally allowed into the jail, but we hadn't been allowed back. And there's still very concerning things that are going on. And it should concern every American, because this could be you next. And members of the media, just go back to the Obama administration. When they were wiretapping, they were getting warrants that were totally baseless, and the media just went along. You can't keep doing that, or you could end up in the D.C. jail and nobody coming to help you. Some of us will, but it won't be the people that you expected. So it is very important that this issue of treatment of pretrial confinees take front and center stage, and to have this thing drug out for a year and a half, that in itself is punishment. To tell people they can't see their lawyer unless they go into solitary confinement for 2 weeks when they have a room with plexiglass wall, telephones. There's no need to quarantine them in solitary confinement. It's outrageous. So we have some people here to address these issues, and I mentioned 2 of us were allowed into the D.C. jail where they are holding some federal prisoners, including January 6 detainees, and that is Congressperson Marjorie Taylor Greene a great advocate, and if you end up in the D.C. jail, may surprise you, but she will go after injustice, even to people that don't like her. My friend Marjorie Taylor Greene, come on up. Thank you.
So much. Thank you for taking your time to be here today. This is a very important issue. And I have something to say. I'm really sick and tired of politics. I'm tired of political parties, and I'm tired of this war that's going on between Republicans and Democrats. You see, because of this political war between the two parties, we have people, American citizens, that their rights are being abused. Their due process rights are being abused. Their human rights are being abused, and their families are being abused. And it's happening right here in Washington, D.C. Just as you heard from Congressman Gohmert, we are the only 2 members of Congress that have actually been in that disgusting jail and seen the conditions that these people are being held in pre-trial before they have been convicted of any crime. Now, I was also a victim of January 6th because I was inside the chamber when the Capitol was breached. And I have said over and over again, I do not agree with anything that happened that day. But these people have been charged, and they are now being persecuted, and they are being used as pawns to dangle in front of all of America to show that if you cross a certain line, if you support a certain president, as in President Trump, or if you dare to stand up against the government or say that you don't believe an election was right, or you're against an election being stolen, so to speak, that you should be used, and this is what's going to happen to you. You're going to spend your days wasting away in solitary confinement. Shame on them. Shame on the Department of Justice. Shame on all these judges here that are allowing this to happen. Shame on Mayor Muriel Bowser, who refuses to respond to me, even though I've sent her a letter and been to her office asking, requesting for members of Congress that want to go in and see that jail. Republicans, many of us now want to go back and see that jail, and people should care. You know why you should care? Everyone should care about this, because it shouldn't happen in America. This is not communist China. This is not Venezuela. This isn't Russia. This isn't some other country. This is the United States of America, where people shouldn't be held in jail like this. You know what else happens in this country? We have a 2-tiered justice system in America. We have people that are let off from rioting, criminal rioters that destroyed cities, burned down businesses, attacked police officers, federal courthouses, tore down monuments, but they got let off. You know what else? Not only did they get let off, they got bailed out by our now Vice President, Kamala Harris. And Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. Yeah, they shared the Minnesota Freedom Fund bail link. You haven't seen any Republicans like me bailing people out or paying for their these people's attorney fees. No, but that's what the Democrats did, and everyone cheered it on. You can donate to BLM through Act Blue, which is the Democrat fundraising platform. Yeah, and maybe you too funded a riot in some American city or town near where you're from. That's what happened here in America. But no, we have these people's rights being abused, and nobody gives a damn. Now here, you want to talk about justice? We went through justice for George Floyd, justice for him. But we don't see any justice for these people that went into the Capitol. None. Do you want to know how they're treated? I'll tell you what I saw. I saw men in that D.C. jail that hadn't had a haircut, couldn't shave. They were filthy, dirty, and disgusting. They looked extremely unhealthy because, you know what? They can choose between going outside for maybe an hour a day or calling their family. By the way, some of their family is here today. This isn't how things should work in a political war, but that's what politics are now in Washington, D.C. It's where you persecute the people that are supporting the opposing political party, just so you can prove a point to the rest of the people of this country. You know what? That's disgusting. It makes me sick. And I would hate it just as much as if it was my own party. But isn't that just politics? It shouldn't be. You know what we're supposed to do here in Congress? We're supposed to protect Americans' freedoms. Americans' rights, American everything, our Constitution. Oh, no, 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 it gets shredded to pieces right here in this building. And if you come to bring your grievances to Washington, you're terrified to do so because you might end up in the DC gulag like these other people and never let out to be seen again. Is that what we're supposed to be as Americans? No. Absolutely not. But that's where we are. And I cannot comprehend why we allow it to happen. Why? Why do we allow it to happen? Aren't we the United States of America, the greatest country on earth? We're making a mockery of ourselves. That is exactly what we are doing on the world stage. While we're supposed to be better than every other country, look at how we are treating our citizens. They don't get a fair trial. They don't even get fair treatment. They don't even get decent food. They don't even get the right to a haircut or shave or get medical treatment. You know, when I was in there, Congressman Gomer and I met people that were denied medical treatment. I met a man with his finger that was literally turned sideways, broken and sticking out this way. I met another man whose entire arm was purple, and they all begged me, please, please, if you help anyone, help him. He needs a doctor. Can you believe that? That's right here. It's only a couple miles from here. All of you press that are here today, you can go to that jail and say, we want to talk to people in charge. The deputy warden is Kathleen Landerkin. She hates Trump. She hates white men. How about that? Guess what? A lot of those guys are white men. How are they being treated? Why do we play these games? That's my question. It is my question. And then if you talk about it too much on social media, well, that's highly offensive. You know, you aren't supposed to talk about certain things on social media. Of course you aren't supposed to say we care about election integrity, or we don't like the results and we don't believe the results of the 2020 election. Oh no, that will get you kicked off. Oh, and you know, maybe persecuted in other ways. But that's where we are today. It's a two-tiered justice system. And the hypocrisy is screaming. It's deafening. And it's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. So I'm calling on Mayor Muriel Bowser to return my phone calls, my letters, and allow Republican members of Congress to go in and tour the jail because we're demanding it. And then this also comes with a warning. You know, DC statehood, that's not going to be a thing. And there's another thing. Congress provides oversight of this city. Congress provides oversight of that jail. And Republicans will be taking back the majority, and things will definitely change. But shame on our Department of Justice that is persecuting people just because it's helping their political allies. Shame on them. This is something people should care about. You should care about these families that are here. What if it was you? What if your husband was in jail? What if your father, your brother, maybe your nephew, or your uncle, your cousin? What if a friend you know? What if that was them? You would care. Wouldn't you care? Shouldn't we care? Isn't that what Americans are supposed to do, is care? I want to ask, where are my Democrat colleagues? The ones that care so much about prison reform. Where are they? I don't see Cori Bush out here. I don't see the squad. Where are they? Where are all of them that have decried how people are treated in prison? You know, I never get a phone call to work with them on legislation for things like this, and I welcome it. You know what else I saw in that DC jail? I thought it was horrible for everyone in there. And I even thought so much about it that when we made our report called Unusually Cruel that anyone can read on my website, which is green.house.gov, anyone can read this report, you will find that I made sure that we talked about the entire jail, all of it, not just where the January 6th pretrial defendants were being held in solitary confinement. You see, we have a problem in this country, a major problem where our government here no longer serves its people. They've forgotten how to represent the people of this country. They only know how to run them over, and it needs to end. With that, I'm going to hand this over to Congressman Andy Biggs, who has also been another big voice on this, and I'd like to thank my colleagues for being here today. Unfortunately, there's only a few of us.
Thank you, Marjorie. Thanks, Louie, and thank Congressman Nels, and then the family members and the attorneys who are here. You know, there are several points that I want to emphasize. First of all, is this notion of due process. America is great because of its adherence to the rule of law. And the rule of law indicates that everybody who is charged with a crime gets processed to protect their rights, just like we want to protect the victim's rights in any case. But what happens in this particular instance is this has been a weaponization of the court system, of the Department of Justice, and of the prison system. So while we stand here in front of the United States Capitol, you have 40 or so individuals in a nearby jail, and another 40 that have been dispersed throughout the country. Some have been held in solitary confinement. Some have been maltreated and not received adequate attention. But the real question ultimately is this: have they received due process? And the answer, of course, is no. Were they arraigned? Did they have an initial appearance? Sure. But they've been kept in confinement, not because any of the federal guidelines to hold someone in confinement have been met, but for political reasons. That should never happen in the United States of America. And yet it's happening right here in this capital, right in this capital city. It is absolutely a scourge, an embarrassment, a pox on this country. We should all be embarrassed by that. But we should be more than embarrassed. We should be outraged. And it doesn't matter if it's just these 40 or the other 40 elsewhere. Anybody held in the situation these defendants are held, pre-trial, pre-conviction detention, you realize international law would say what's happened to them is torture. And yet we hold ourselves up as the bastion of freedom, the rule of law, and due process, but it's not happening. And it's outrageous. Let's talk for a second about disparate treatment. I'll go into several issues, but I want to talk specifically, I'll talk about two cases, but I want to speak generically first, I should say. And that's this. These individuals who are being bumped and bumped, so there's trial dates set all the way into next year. All the way into next year. And they're not going to be released pre-trial. Why? Are they a danger to society? No. Are they a flight risk? No. Do they mean anything else? No. But they're going to hold them there because there's political animus towards these individuals. Now think about what happens if you cross our southern border. If you cross our southern border, you won't even be vetted because there's too many to vet, and they'd release you into the country. And we pay for you to go anywhere into the country. In the meantime, we keep these individuals locked up in horrific circumstances. That is not the America that we should know, but it is unfortunately Joe Biden's America. So, John Earl Sullivan, an Antifa BLM leader who was filmed inside the Capitol on January 6th, only spent 1 day in jail. 1 day in jail. The hypocrisy here is outrageous. And let's talk about the tragic case of Matthew Pena. Matt peacefully entered the Capitol building for nearly 20 minutes, almost 20 minutes, on January 6th. He was reportedly facing up to 20 years in prison for a felony obstruction of Congress charge, among other charges. He attended the rally peacefully because he wanted to exercise his First Amendment rights. He was no criminal, but he came to the Capitol and he went inside. He merely filmed and posted video of the rally on social media. He did not break, touch, or steal anything from the building. But even still, Matt endured months of emotional and legal mistreatment at the hands of the Attorney General Merrick Garland and Biden's corrupt Department of Justice. There were constant hearing delays, postponements, additional charges that dragged out for more than a year. And ultimately, because of the unnecessary uncertainty, Matt ultimately took his life. The disparate treatment in and of itself is an example, a type of disparate and unjust treatment for political reasons. That violates due process. Make no mistake, what's happening here is not anything more than the politicization and the weaponization of America's justice system. God help us all if we don't stop it today, because anyone who is targeted or heterodox to the left-wing orthodoxy that permeates the woke culture at DOJ and our district court systems, you run the risk of the torture and confinement that Alexander Solzhenitsyn endured and mentioned in the Gulag Archipelago, or A Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich. That's what you're seeing in America today. I'm thankful for these brave men and women who are here, the attorneys that are fighting on behalf of these. Some of these attorneys are not doing their best work, I can tell you. Continually waiving speedy trial rules may be necessary to get the discovery, but the reason that it's necessary to get the discovery is because the DOJ is screwing around with these defendants and their right to have a speedy trial. God help this country. Thank you, and I'll turn it over now to Troy Nels from Texas.
Thank you, Andy, and before I go into my short remarks, some of you may not know, but I'm an old county sheriff. I spent 30 years in law enforcement, ran a relatively large jail, Fort Bend County, Texas, 1,800 beds. And as a county sheriff, you have an obligation, you have a commitment to make sure that the people you are in charge to keep in your county jail, that you keep them safe. And how do we do that? We do that by having standards. And there was a jail commission that would come into the county jail, and some of those visits would be unannounced. But every year you would have an annual inspection. And from the stories that I've just heard from Marjorie and Andy and Louie, it appears that this jail in D.C. is not being held to the same standard that sheriffs across Texas, including myself, were held to. And the sad fact is I hope that the standards here at the jail are not that way because of the individuals inside the jail, that these standards are overlooked because of the people that are actually inside the jail. January 6th protesters. That should be a concern to everybody today, to think that this party will treat people differently based upon which party they belong to. There has to be a standard. There has to be one standard in our county jails across the country, and it just seems this one is exempt, and they should be ashamed of themselves. You know, on January 5th, these unknown suspects, they placed a few pipe bombs at the RNC and the DNC. On January 5th, they were discovered the next day at around noon. And I feel you all can agree with me that placing pipe bombs on the streets of our nation's capital is a real threat to our democracy. But those individuals have not been identified. They're not sitting among the protesters in the D.C. gulag. The D.C. government has spent over 15 months holding January 6 protesters for the same crimes that BLM protesters committed in the summer of 2020. Crimes like destruction of property and unlawful entry. In doing so, they have violated their constitutional rights and demonstrated to the American people just how far they will go to selectively punish political opponents. You all know it, you all see it. They release murders and felons into America's largest cities, yet for over a year, they have locked away individuals who object to their radical rule. And America, you need to start asking why. Why are Antifa and BLM rioters who vandalized federal monuments and destroyed cities for weeks treated differently? We all know that the Constitution requires a speedy trial. American citizens are being held for offenses related to January 6th, and some of these individuals have not been convicted of anything. They are being held pre-trial with no bail being offered, and the DOJ, listen to me, the DOJ continues to treat these individuals like one would expect of a convicted terrorist. Folks, this is not North Korea. This is not Guantanamo Bay. This is happening 2 miles from where we are standing. It is happening in that jail, one of the most foul and unsanitary detention centers in the country, and must not be blindly accepted. We must stand up to the far left's crusade to silence political opposition. My colleagues and I will never stop fighting until every American is guaranteed their God-given constitutional rights as Americans. Thank you.
And he was a sheriff that did his job. He applied the law across the board. And just to add an exclamation to the point about the disparate treatment, in June of 2016, we had a majority of the Democrats in the House of Representatives who obstructed an official session of Congress. The newspaper article said it was over 24, 26 hours. I'm not seeking to have people avoid consequences of violating the law, but it amazes me that people that obstructed an official session of Congress for 24, 26 hours would be demanding the heads of people that obstructed an official session of Congress for about 6 hours. And what they should realize, if there had been a speaker at the time who believed in enforcing the rules, they could have ended up charged with a felony and in the D.C. jail. And if that had happened, I would have been down there saying, this isn't fair, they're not a threat. But you don't see any Democrats doing that. You hear them say things like they got what they deserve. Well, listen, we have got some people here from families and from groups that have been working on this issue devoutly. Cynthia Hughes is the head of Patriot Freedom Project. Her nephew, Tim Hale, is currently in the D.C. jail. Cynthia, come on up.
My name is Cynthia Hughes, and my loved one has been languishing behind bars for more than 17 months in D.C. Gitmo on nonviolent charges. He lives in solitary confinement for nonviolent crimes. He has been denied medical treatment on multiple occasions. He does not see the sun, and I anticipate many health issues due to inadequate nutrition. That's just the tip of the iceberg. He was found guilty recently upon facing an extremely biased D.C. jury on obstruction of an official proceeding. He's facing years in prison. The evidence presented in his case was the suit and tie he wore on January 6th and a Trump flag he found on the ground inside the Capitol. Pretty pathetic. He was convicted not because of what he did that day, but because of words, loyalty to President Trump, and the actions of a few poor actors. Nobody in this city, the city of DC, will get a fair trial. There's polling that shows this. It's completely impossible. Every single trial should be moved out of the city of DC, and every trial should be televised, so the American people can see both sides to these cases, not what Liz Cheney wants you to see. I'm also the founder of the Patriot Freedom Project. I created this platform for the many women and children and families whose lives are literally in peril. They look for a safe place to turn and find hope, and they found that in Patriot Freedom Project. Some of the people serving this government, like Liz Cheney, Merrick Garland, Matthew Graves, want to try bits and pieces of these cases in the court of public opinion with these ridiculous hearings. And I'm asking you, the American people, to please remember there are two sides to the events of January 6th. But this committee will only be showing you one side, their side. The side that will cause as much shock and awe as possible. This committee has one thing on their mind, and that is to take down Trump at any cost. No matter what the path of destruction may leave, like these women behind me and their families and their children. Those who sit on the committee do not have the worries that these women have and these families have, or these lawyers have. These are women whose husbands are behind bars for more than 17 months. They should be ashamed of themselves for allowing this in this country. Innocent children's lives have been obliterated because of the agenda of this committee. And we must come together to help these families. To date, there are over 860 people and counting that have been arrested and charged in connection with the protests that happened on January 6th. And of that, almost 100 people remain behind bars in pre-trial detention, a denial of the fundamental right of due process. What we are watching is political theater. And Trump supporters, specifically this group of Trump supporters, are the collateral damage. In 2020, we watched in horror, you and me, as government buildings were set on fire, police cars set on fire, Molotov cocktails launched at police officers. But you never heard of the arrests happening in those cases like you do in these cases. Trump supporters are held to a different standard. We are living under a two-tier justice system, and it should not be okay with anybody in this country. We need your help, the American people's help. We need help. Please help the Patriot Freedom Project in this fight. Please visit our website today to see the many ways you can help us in this fight. And I want to thank the members of Congress who had the spine to show up here today to stand behind us and support us and help us. And I want to thank the family members, these incredible people who don't deserve what's happening to them, and their children don't deserve what's happening to them. Their lives have been obliterated. They have stories to tell, and the media should want to hear these stories, not just the other side. And I want to thank the lawyers, because without these fearless lawyers working overtime for nothing, we wouldn't be here right now. Thank you.
Who's up next?
Hello. My name is Angela, and I come to you today as a parent of a January 6th inmate. Robert entered the Army at 17. While in boot camp, he had his 18th birthday and was chosen to be an Army Ranger. As an elite soldier, Robert completed 3 tours in Afghanistan. The many parachute jumps and extensive combat training left Robert with permanent back pain and lifelong injuries. As an Army Ranger, Robert was injured many times. Some of these injuries are not just physical. He has great difficulty sleeping due to night terrors. Robert has PTSD from his time in service. It should be noted, though, that Robert is much more fortunate than the fellow Rangers who did not come home. However, my son entered the Army at 17, and he came home 4 years later almost broken. When Robert completed his service with the Army, he enrolled in Penn State. He had always wanted to be a teacher. He graduated in December 2020 and was looking forward to being a history teacher. His love for our beautiful country led him to the Capitol on January 6th. Robert, who had no prior criminal history, was arrested June 11th, 2021, and is still being held awaiting trial. Keep in mind, he has not been convicted of anything. One of the reasons cited for initially being denied bond was his military service. This is infuriating to me. The U.S. government recruited Robert, trained him to be an elite soldier, and is now holding it against him. Robert spent the first several months of incarceration at the Washington, D.C. Correctional Treatment Facility, the one you've heard so much about. The conditions at the D.C. jail are horrendous. His rations often smelled like cleaning fluid. There were pubic hairs included in the small portions of his food, the drinking water visibly dirty, mold was visible in cells, and roaches lived amongst them. Robert would probably still be in this facility if he was not assaulted by several guards last November. The unprovoked assault by no less than 5 guards included graphic sexual components and resulted in his transfer to Northern Neck Regional Jail. It should be noted that Robert had no behavior infractions of any kind while incarcerated, and he still has not. It is believed that this assault was in retaliation for meeting with his representation. And I might add that he has phenomenal representation, which I'm very, very thankful for. Robert comes to Washington, D.C. for each status hearing, traveling to and from in shackles and waiting in a chain-link box. One of those boxes you don't like to put your dog in because it doesn't seem right. At the November 7th hearing, Robert's attorney sought his release. The release was again denied. Christmas came and went with Robert still incarcerated. Mind you, again, not convicted of a crime. Although very disappointed, Robert held a Christmas service for his fellow inmates. Over the months of incarceration, Robert has prepared services for Easter, etc. He leads weekly Bible studies and has been employed as a trustee for the last 6 months at Northern Neck. He works nights painting, and then he tries to sleep during the day while the other inmates are awake. In March, Robert's attorney provided a motion for reconsideration of pretrial release, which was again denied. The pretrial detention of Robert, my son, is completely punitive. The duration of his detention, the effect of the violating his due process to discovery, and the abusive circumstances of Robert's detention must end, but not just for him, but for all January 6 inmates. As Robert's mother, I have moved across the country. I lived in Nevada, left there, and now have residency in Pennsylvania. I am prepared to have Robert released to me, to my custody, but the courts have no mind. In closing, Robert has shared with me a short message I would like to share with you. All the physical, emotional, psychological, and legal abuses you have heard about the first American political prisoners suffering at the hands of their jailers are true. I am limited to seeing the blue sky to a single hour once every 7 days. If Northern Neck Regional Jail feels like permitting outside recreation. Ants crawl all over my body when I attempt to sleep in my bunk. They constantly swarm my commissary. Cockroaches jumping out of my food is a common occurrence. Mouse poop is in the cereal and on dry food. At times there are yellow stains in the urine of dry foods such as Rice Krispies. There are swarms of rats in the kitchen. The bathroom areas have constant sitting rancid water due to the toilets leaking fecal matter. Black leech-like insects emerge from the inside of the drains, and flies constantly buzz around all the living areas. Absolutely no in-person visitation is permitted from anyone I know other than my attorney, and that's been for over a year. No books can be sent to me at Northern Neck Regional Jail. No consistent access to discovery evidence is taking place. There is only one outdated computer for the entire jail to be shared by over 400 inmates. In over 365 days of incarceration, I have been able to spend minimal hours on my discovery, and my trial is 11 weeks away, or at least scheduled for that time. Guards at both Northern Neck Regional and DC Jail antagonize people, and it's offensive. At DC Jail, I was assaulted and harassed. I am no rapist. I am no murderer. I am no arsonist. Before this, I had never been arrested, and yet I have no hope for bond. Thank you.
Horrendous. And I'm not going to pull a Senator Schumer and threaten the judges, but shame on them, as Marjorie said. If they have any ounce of decency and belief in our Constitution, instead of just breezing in and doing their job and, yeah, leave those guys in jail, though they're not a threat to themselves, they're not a threat to others, they committed no violence, shame on you. If you had any ounce of decency, you would stop this political prison now.
Judge Gomer, we appreciate you taking
Thank you, and I've got some other people that have sacrificed a lot of money and time to be here, and one of them is Joseph McBride. Joseph Bride, that's fine. Yep. Oh, that will happen.
Mr. McFarland, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joseph Daniel McBride. I am an attorney. I represent multiple people accused of January 6 related crimes. With me here today is the Nichols family. This is Ryan Nichols' mother and father, and this is Bonnie Nichols, Ryan Nichols' wife. I represent multiple people, as I have said, but I want to talk to you today about two people. I'm going to speak about Ryan Nichols second, and I'm going to speak about Christopher Quaglin first. Christopher Quaglin has celiac disease. He has been incarcerated since April of 2021. He has been moved to 6 different prisons because each time we have complained about his celiac disease, they have moved him instead of fixing the problem. He has lost 40 pounds on 2 separate occasions. He has been purposefully moved to violent wings of the prison in Northern Neck Regional Jail in order to intimidate him and harm him. He received a vicious beating as retaliatory conduct by the warden, Ted Hull himself, where he received, Ted Hull didn't hit him, but he was beat up by gang members from an international crime syndicate where Chris was put into their pod so as to be attacked. He received 8 stitches in the side of his face. There is a habeas corpus petition right now that has been filed by my office in front of Judge McFadden. That petition is going to be heard soon in court. We are demanding his release for his unconstitutional conditions, for his repeated abuse, for 11 months in solitary confinement, and for abject torture. It is wrong. It is unconstitutional. We do not do this to pretrial detainees in the United States of America. Ryan Nichols is a United States Marine Corps veteran with no previous criminal history. He has multiple military accommodations. He is a father to 2 young sons. He is a husband to his beautiful wife, Bonnie. He is a son to his parents who are here today. He has been held for 17 or 18 months at this point. without due process. And what I mean without due process is, sure, he went through a bond hearing and that didn't work out for us, fine, but he is a pre-trial detainee with documented PTSD who has been beaten, who has been starved, who has been denied sunlight, who was recently purposely put in prolonged solitary confinement for 3 weeks to the point where he was driven to suicide watch. Suicide watch. Why are they doing this? They are doing this to break the men who are in there. They are doing this to force pleas. They are doing this because they do not want a fair fight in court. They are going for broke. The Biden regime and the Democrats in Congress are going for broke. They hate these men. They hate the fact that these men stood up on January 6th and said, I object to the election results. They are the most marginalized community in America right now. You know, I couldn't help but notice the other day when I walked along the promenade here in between the Capitol and the Washington Monument, and I saw all the rainbow flags, and I saw all the parties that were happening. It was a celebration of a group of people who have declared victory over their marginalized status. Their flag was a symbol and is a symbol for a group of people who are marginalized, and now is a group of people who can go out in the world and be free and be unencumbered by government ridiculousness. When you see that Trump flag, I want you to think about the January 6ers who are being tortured in solitary confinement. I want you to think about Christopher Quaglen, who is being beaten despite the fact that he has not yet been accused of any crime. I want you to think about Ryan Nichols, somebody who has been on Ellen DeGeneres' show. He was world famous for rescuing people. In addition to being a father, in addition to being a husband and a business owner, he spends about 85 days a year rescuing old women, old men, puppies from natural disasters. This is what he's known for, and he's being called a terrorist. It is fundamentally unjust, and it is wrong. Regarding the January 6th hearings that are happening in there right now, this is a gross violation of the separation of powers. The Congress should not be meddling in the affairs of the Justice Department. They are showing one side of the story. Nick Quested's video last week on opening night on prime time showed one side of the story. They selectively edited out the portion where Roseanne Boylan was beaten to death at the Lower West Terrace, lying dead on the floor with Trump supporters doing compressions on her chest. They selectively edited out the part where Ashley Babbitt was forcibly removed from a crime scene. From a crime scene. When have you ever seen the cops remove somebody from a crime scene after they've been shot? They took her away. They carried her away like a dead deer. And supporters of President Trump who were there that day said, what is wrong with you people? How can you do this to an American citizen? It is wrong. We have been hamstrung in this case by the protective order in all of our cases. The United States government has waived its right. It has waived its right to claim that protective order anymore. Their justification for the protective order, which shields the public from the 14,000 hours of video footage, is state secrets, it's body cam footage, it's the way that the Capitol Police operate. They're playing it right now. And because of that, they have waived their rights. So we are going to file a motion in court in the case of the United States versus Ryan Nichols in front of Judge Thomas Hogan in the next week or so, and we're going to ask for all of the video to be released to the public. I have said enough here today. I could stand here and talk to you forever and a day about this, but no one is going to be able to deliver the message of suffering that has taken place within Mr. Nichols' family other than his wife, Bonnie.
Thank you for having me to here, and thank you for all the people that stand before me and behind me that have taken the time to share the true story about what happened on January 6th and uncover the truth of what's going on in the D.C. Gulag. I am the wife of Ryan Nichols. He is a husband, a father of 2 young boys, ages 5 and just 8. I stand here next to Patty Nichols and Don Nichols. And my husband has not seen his children in 514 days. My children do not remember what their father looks like. We have been denied access to see him, not even on video. Have we been denied access to see him, not even on video, due to COVID. My husband is a Marine veteran. He served his country honorably. He has not been convicted of any crime, and he has no criminal history. He's been labeled as an insurrectionist, and the narrative that they are trying to play is inaccurate. My husband owns a nonprofit called Rescue the Universe, where he goes all around the nation rescuing elderly, women, children, and animals in hurricanes and natural disasters. He's a hero in his community. And he's been featured on Ellen DeGeneres and many other media stations for his rescue efforts. That is who Ryan Nichols is. My husband has been denied access to due process, all of his constitutional rights, which he served his country honorably for. He's been denied access to see his family. He's been denied access to sunlight and nutritional diet. He's been denied access to have a haircut and to shave and to clip his fingernails and his toenails. And the guards in the DC gulag told him to chew his toenails off. This is the way that American citizens are being treated here in this country. It is wrong, it is unconstitutional, it is absolutely disgusting. And I share my testimony here today for everyone in every America to wake up to the truth about what is happening. You guys are being blindsided and brainwashed by the left, by the DOJ, and by the January 6th committee. They're not telling the truth. They're only telling you one side of the story. They're covering up the truth, and America deserves the truth. Like Joseph McBride said, they only played one part of that video. It was completely edited, and I demand them to uncover the truth, release the tapes, because America deserves that. My husband is not an insurrectionist. He is a Marine veteran. He served 4 years to serve his country, and this is the way veterans are being treated in America. It is disgusting. This is a nightmare. My family is suffering, my children are suffering, and we need help. We call on congressmen and women, we call on the Republicans to rise up, and I demand you to come forth. I demand you to do your job and do what you took an oath under God to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. This is not the America that we once knew. It is disgusting. I share this testimony for all the women and children that are watching that were too scared and feared for their life to come today because they've been harassed by CNN, by MSNBC, and been told that they will spend the rest of their life in prison. This is disgusting. And I ask you, do your research so that you can uncover the truth about what really happened on January 6th. Ryan is known for running to danger in his rescue efforts to help women, and that is exactly what he was doing on January 6th. Ryan could get, last thing, and I'll make this quick. Most of you have watched the congressional hearings or have heard about them, and we are not going to get a fair trial in DC because of the one-sided narrative. The videos that they're showing have been edited to fit their narrative. I've seen the same videos. The DOJ and the January 6th committee are hiding the truth from America and only showing one side of the story. America deserves the truth. Release the full, unedited tapes and tell the truth for once. Thank you, and God bless America.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody, as we were taking a listen to not only House Republicans, but also suspects' family members in January 6th, as they continue to talk about the court process has really their due process has been denied, and we'll continue to hear a little bit from them. But we played a good portion of this for you right here on Live Now from Fox. The next January 6th hearing is tomorrow. It is at 1 o'clock Eastern. And of course, we'll have that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. But just really wanted to show you both sides, of course, as always. That's what we do here on Live Now from Fox. Not only show the hearing, but also people that are complaining about due process in the investigation and court process for those suspects. All right, everyone, now let's take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll talk about and get a preview of the big Fed announcement there. Interest rates about to go up there, and it could be the biggest one in 28 years. We'll have a full breakdown from Fox Business coming up next year on Live Now from Fox. And live now from Fox continues. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Thanks so much for joining us here today. Well, it is a big day for the economy. All eyes right now on the Fed for their announcement later today. And to break it all down with everything economy related, let's go out to Fox Business's Edward Lawrence joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for being here on Live Now.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Thanks for having me.
No problem. All right. So today we are eyeing the Fed announcement there. All eyes on Jerome Powell. What's the latest here? We could see a big number increase, maybe first time in 28 years.
Yeah, right. First time since 1994. The market is expecting and pricing in at about 95% certainty the Fed will go 0.75% up with an interest rate. Now, the Federal Reserve Chairman didn't even put as they call 75 basis points, didn't even put that on the table for the last meeting. They went a half a percentage point. Now we're looking at more than that because inflation is growing. As you know, 8.6%. The trends of inflation are actually increasing. And, here's what the president's looking at. I mean, here's what the Federal Reserve Chairman is looking at. The consumer sentiment is on the lowest level that they've had recorded. Inflation's at a 40-year high, no matter what measure you look at. The producer price index, that means the stuff that companies buy to make the stuff that they sell, that continues to go up, putting pressure on inflation because they pass those costs on. Retail sales came in lower than expected, and previous months were revised down. So you're looking at possibly a slowdown in consumer spending. And then the major businesses that are represented by the roundtable, for example, showing that over the next 6 months, those CEOs believe they have a very dim view of the economy going forward. So you have all of these negative factors pushing the Federal Reserve to get more aggressive with inflation.
And what's that going to do with mortgage rates, Edward? Because just last week we were at 5.5%, and now we're already at 6.2%. I mean, that was just 1 week in the making. What is this going to do for mortgages?
Yeah, and that jump happened because they're anticipating this move for the Federal Reserve. I think that's already been baked in now. 6% roughly is where it's going to land with this next rate hike that is coming. And that's because the market had indicated, and the Federal Reserve sort of indicating, that there could be a 75 basis points or 0.75 increase to the percentage rate on the federal funds rate. So and that's the rate that banks lend to themselves, which pushes up interest rates. And this has a big effect, though, on your credit card statement. If you haven't gotten a notice from your bank company, they're probably in the mail already saying that your credit card interest rate will go up because of this, and it will go up more than it would have, had they just gone half a percentage point. So that's where the hit really is to the broad market. But yes, you have an adjustable rate mortgage, or if you're looking to get a mortgage now, then it's going to be more expensive for you to borrow that money.
Absolutely, absolutely. And are we almost seeing something where, like, the Fed looks like they're playing catch up when months and months before this, it looked like, things were going south and they weren't making any movements. Now, are we seeing this kind of catch up policy?
Yeah, that is exactly what's happening. And this is where you have the intersection of politics and the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve, an independent agency, but that intersection is we're seeing it right now because the Federal Reserve Chairman was up to be reappointed, which we know he has been. But the President Biden, delayed that reappointment. Should the Fed had started raising rates when they probably should have, either in October or November or even December of last year, then the Federal Reserve Chairman may not have been reappointed because that would have caused the ire from the president as he was trying to get that, if you remember back then, trying to get a massive spending bill passed through, which ended up not going through. So here, fast forward to today, that they delayed that announcement to reappoint Federal Reserve Chairman Jay Powell until after their December meeting. So the Fed then waited till after their December meeting to start raising rates, and immediately you heard in December, January, a change in attitude of being more aggressive, but they were already behind the curve. They tried to do this slowly to ease the economy into it, not have to have these major shocks to the economy, because those major shocks, when you go 75 basis points or 0.75 or 1%, that could spark a recession. They were trying to avoid that, but now they have to act more aggressively because they did not act at the end of last year.
Yeah, and that's what a lot of people fear, and really from across the country, people will be impacted by this. They're already seeing high gas prices, high food prices.
Right.
Now, will these movements by the Fed, the whole game is to try to slow inflation or stop it, but what could happen after this is put into effect?
Well, so the interesting thing is that with gas prices, this will not have a huge effect on gas prices unless you have the demand for gas go down. So the Federal Reserve has big blunt instruments, and it's sort of like whack-a-mole. When something's going on there, boom, they hit it really hard to try and get the inflation down. So they're not surgical. They can't precisely go in and do this and do that. So this is an across-the-board move, raising interest rates, to slow down the economy. But try and slow it down soft enough to where you don't have an impact on jobs or you don't have an impact on consumer perception, and that causes consumers not to spend more. So they want to try and make sure people keep spending because that drives 70% of the economy while they slow the economy down. So it's a blunt instrument is the way the Federal Reserve likes to talk about it, but it's a blunt instrument where they're trying to make a soft landing, as he likes to say.
Absolutely. And when we heard Biden yesterday talking about the record number of jobs that have been created and placed, but you go around and you still across the country see so many help wanted signs from small businesses.
Right.
So where is the movement where we are seeing this with jobs?
Right. You know, and they're playing a word game here at the White House. You hear the White House say we've created this many jobs. That's not, in fact, what they're doing. They've added back because we are still 800,000 jobs below pre-pandemic levels. So they're adding back jobs to the economy that were already there. So it's little word games they're playing first. Second of all, you know, there are 2 job openings for every unemployed person, and they're not really matching up. But you're having this wage inflation. So small businesses might not be able to keep up with paying their employees more. So what's happening is those employees are going to the bigger agencies. So let's say you have a mom and pop shop that does office supplies. Well, you know, they might not be able to pay the same salary as, say, a FedEx office supply center or an Amazon. And so the workers will then go to those areas. But again, that pressure on inflation could be causing some of those job openings, that misconnection between job openings and people taking the jobs. Also, there was just a sentiment in the U.S. at the end of last year that, you know, they didn't have to work. There's all this support out there for the economy from the administration. They're still paying rent for people. You know, there's still accommodation out there from the administration through programs giving people money, basically. And those folks are sitting on it, you know, money. And Americans are also sitting on more savings than they've had in a while. So maybe they feel like they just don't have to work. What's interesting, at the same time, you have more retirees now looking at this inflation and coming back into the job market, frankly, because they can't afford their lifestyle anymore. So it's a very interesting mixture that's happening right now with the economy, and we're probably at a pivot point. If the Federal Reserve can't get inflation down, you may see a recession in the future. We're starting to hear a lot of analysts talk about it.
Yeah, that terrible, terrible R word there. Edward, last question for you. We know that next month now, Biden is going to be going to Saudi Arabia, right, a country that he called a pariah. Now it almost seems like he's going there almost to plead and almost make us look like a country that is hoping and praying that these gas prices will go lower.
Yeah, you know, and that's interesting is the White House doesn't want to have that image, but that is in fact what's happening. You know, they're saying he's going over there to talk with a number of different nations at a conference. And oh, by the way, it happens to be in Saudi Arabia. And oh, by the way, we've happened to ask Saudi Arabia for oil over the past 8 or 9 months. We've sent representative after representative over there asking them to pump more oil, and they have not. You know, you've got people in Texas going, hey, come talk to us. We'll pump more oil. And that's where you have an interesting intersection of the policies of this administration and the needs of the people. Because instead of encouraging more through regulation, through opening up releases on federal lands, opening up more federal lands for our energy industry in Texas and in South Dakota, North Dakota, as well as Alaska, Oklahoma, instead of doing that, they're turning and looking for Saudi Arabia to pump more oil. And the Saudis have said, frankly, no, because of what this president has said during the campaign about making them a pariah and their involvement in the death of a journalist. So the images for this White House look horrible, but this is something the president has to do in order to see if the Saudis will pump more oil for us and bring the global supply up, and thus reducing the demand and reducing the price of oil.
And we know you and Fox Business will be part of every aspect of it in the reporting. Edward, thanks so much for the breakdown of this preview today for the Fed announcement. We truly appreciate your insight here on Live Now from Fox.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. And I'm going to Saudi Arabia with the president for this meeting. It's a really big deal.
Okay, absolutely. So we'll look forward to your reporting out there. No doubt you'll have it right there, as always, on Fox Business and Fox News. Thanks again, Edward.
Thanks.
And we got you covered here. We are about an hour away from that announcement. Of course, we'll have it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Our thanks to Edward there for the latest from Fox Business. As you're seeing the market there up 153 points for the Dow. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to get the latest breakdown from the Department of Defense when it comes to the crisis in Ukraine as that war continues on from Russia. We'll be back in just 2 right here on Live Now from Fox. Back up live here for you on Live Now from Fox as we continue to track the biggest stories of the day. Breaking news when it happens. We got you covered, as always, right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to roll on. Well, we are more than well past 100 days already into this war in Ukraine as the Russia onslaught continues there, as both sides are seeing deaths mount up. And unfortunately, does not look like it is ending anytime soon. We are getting an update from our Department of Defense officials on the very latest on the status of that war in Ukraine. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Had a very productive afternoon at the third meeting of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group. And it's great to be back together in person after our initial meeting at Ramstein in April. And once again, we met with Ukraine's Minister of Defense, my good friend, Oleksiy Reznikov. Everyone here is acutely aware of the dangers that Ukraine faces as Russia renews its reckless assault on the Donbass. And Minister Reznikov and his team gave us important insights into the changing battle space and a clearer understanding of Ukraine's priority requirements as the war shifts. We also had some important discussions about how to fortify our midterm and long-term support for Ukraine through training and sustainment. I'm especially pleased that defense leaders from some 50 countries came together here today. It's a testament to the underground impact of this contact group that it continues to grow. And I'm glad that we were joined today at today's meeting by several new countries, including Ecuador and Georgia and Moldova. And that's a reminder of how Russia's unprovoked and indefensible invasion of Ukraine has horrified and galvanized the world. But it's also a sign of the global admiration for the heroism and resilience of the Ukrainian people. You can see that in the progress that we've made since this contact group's previous virtual meeting a few weeks ago. In May, the U.S. Congress approved $40 billion to provide additional security assistance, economic and humanitarian support for Ukraine. And on June 1st, President Biden authorized an additional $700 million to meet Ukraine's critical needs for today's fight. And that included HIMARS rocket systems with guided MLRS munitions. This package also included javelins, helicopters, counter-battery radars, and ammunition. And I'm especially pleased to be able to announce today that the United States will provide an additional $1 billion security assistance package for Ukraine. And that includes our 12th drawdown from DoD inventory since August of 2021. And it includes guided MLRS munitions, 18 more M777 howitzers, and the tactical vehicles to tow them, and 36,000 rounds of 155 millimeter ammunition. This package also includes $650 million in Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative funds, and that will help Ukraine defend itself with 2 additional Harpoon coastal defense systems and thousands of secure radios, and night vision devices, and thermal sights, and other optics. Now, our allies and partners have also risen to the moment. We heard some significant announcements this afternoon about new security assistance packages for Ukraine. And many countries are providing Ukraine with urgently needed systems and ammunition. Other friends have made new commitments to train Ukraine's forces and sustain its military systems. But there are too many countries to properly thank here. I'll just take a moment to highlight a few. I want to thank Germany, which announced today it will provide 3 multiple launch rocket systems and guided MLRS munitions to Ukraine. We're working shoulder to shoulder with both the UK and now Germany as we develop Ukraine's long-range fires capabilities. This effort also builds upon our transfer of HIMARS. Let me also thank Slovakia, which announced a significant donation of MI series helicopters and of urgently needed rocket ammunition. And we also discussed important new artillery donations from many countries, including Canada and Poland and the Netherlands. These are key investments in Ukraine's long-range fires capabilities, and they'll be crucial to Ukraine's efforts to repel Russia's assault in the Donbass. I'm very thankful to these countries and to all of the countries that are helping Ukraine to defend itself, even as the war shifts and Ukraine's most urgent needs continue to evolve. Since the contact group first came together nearly 3 months ago, we've built tremendous momentum for donations and delivery of military assistance. And after this afternoon's discussions, we're not just going to maintain that momentum, we're going to move even faster and push even harder. We'll deepen our coordination and cooperation, and we'll bolster Ukraine's armed forces to help them repel Russian aggression now and in the future. So we'll continue working closely and intensively together with this contact group, and we'll keep on strengthening our support for Ukraine's self-defense, and we'll continue to stand up for the rules-based international order that protects us all. Thank you, and I'll turn it over to General Milley.
Thanks, Secretary Austin, for your words and for your leadership in putting together this contact group. It is indeed making a significant difference, and it frankly wouldn't be happening without Secretary Austin. And I want to thank also, as Secretary Austin said, the around 50 countries who participated in this third iteration of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group. And I also want to thank Ukrainian's Deputy Chad, who attended Lieutenant General Moisuk to today's meeting. The collective efforts of this group have helped achieve undeniable effects on the battlefield against the Russians. And we collectively will continue to support Ukraine as they defend against the unprovoked war, the illegal war being waged by Russia on Ukrainian sovereign national territory. In the current phase of this conflict, the Ukrainians are fighting hard, tooth and nail, every day, inch by inch, yard by yard, kilometer by kilometer, against the Russian advance in the Donbass. The Ministers of Defense and the Chiefs of Defense who met today are committed to providing Ukrainians the means to halt Russian aggression and defend their sovereign territory. The world has a significant stake in the outcome of what happens in Ukraine. The so-called rules-based international order is at stake that has been in place since the end of World War II to prevent great power war and to prevent large powers from conquering smaller countries with military force. Ukraine is under threat. They are at war, and we will continue to support them. But the rules-based international order is also under threat due to the actions of Russia in the Ukraine. The international community is not allowing this unambiguous act of aggression by Russia to go unanswered. To do so, the risks to the world returning to an era when large, powerful countries can invade smaller countries at will. That is what the international community is up against. Since the initiation of hostilities in late February, the global community has responded in an unprecedented manner. The Ukrainian Security Assistance Program has been calculated, responsive, and relevant to Ukrainian defense requirements. Our close and ongoing relationship with Ukraine's military leaders has informed our process to provide a tailored, timely assistance based on Ukrainian needs. Leaders at multiple levels, including the U.S.-European Command, led by General Walters, have maintained consistent contact with Ukrainian counterparts. Additionally, I have remained in active communication with the Ukrainian Chief of Staff, General Zaluzny, each week, several times a week, sometimes several times a day. At the onset of the Russian invasion, the global community took action in the form of security assistance to help Ukraine defend itself. This immediate assistance had exceptional impact on the battlefield. Russia halted and turned back their initial advances in the face of fierce Ukrainian resistance. As Russia now invades the Donbass region, which began this offensive on 16 April, some 60 days ago, we, along with our allies and partners, have provided dozens of 155mm howitzers and almost 500,000 rounds. By the end of this month, we will transfer HIMARS systems, ammunition, trained crews for operational use in the defense of Ukraine. We and other countries are building a platoon at a time in order to certify the Ukrainians to make sure that they can properly employ and maintain the system. And in a few weeks, the Ukrainians will have trained long-range rocket artillery in the fight. To date, we have trained 420 Ukrainians on the M777 howitzer, 300 Ukrainians on the self-propelled M109, 129 on the 113 armored personnel carrier, 100 on unmanned aerial systems, and 60 most recently graduating today on the HIMARS. Additionally, we have provided, the United States has provided, over 6,500 javelins and 20,000 other anti-armor systems. Collectively, the international community has provided almost 97,000 anti-tank systems, more anti-tank systems than there are tanks in the world. Validated and authorized, it is only a matter of days until the requirement is sourced, shipped, in the hands of Ukrainians. In some cases, it may take a week, but most of the time, it's measured in days. While more work is required, we could not have achieved this progress without the active assistance from the countries who are present today. We gathered today both in the defense of Ukraine and really in the defense of the world. It is only through the preservation of the rules-based international order that we are going to continue to have a peaceful international system that everyone benefits from. As we move together, we will continue to coordinate with our allies and partners around the globe to help support the Ukrainians with the training and the tools they need to fight and maintain their country's defense. I look forward to your questions.
Peter Martin, Bloomberg.
Yeah, thank you very much. Secretary Austin, Ukraine has publicly asked for a long list of weapons, including 1,000 howitzers, 500 tanks, and 300 multiple launch rocket systems. You've repeatedly stressed that US assistance needs to be driven by Ukraine's needs. And with that in mind, do you think that this latest package risks providing Ukraine with too little too late? And then for Chairman Milley, at this point, do you see the consolidation of Russian control in eastern Ukraine as inevitable? Thank you.
Well, thanks for the question. You're right. We remain focused on Ukraine's needs. And we understand what those needs are because, as you heard the chairman say, he's in contact with his counterpart sometimes a couple of times a week. I talk to the Minister of Defense, Reznikov, routinely. And one of the key benefits of having this contact group is that we have the ability of bringing the Ukrainian leadership in. The Minister of Defense, the Vice Chief of Defense, and have them give us a laydown of the battlefield dynamics, and then talk again about what their current requirements are. And as you know, the battlefield is dynamic, needs will evolve over time, and they've identified those needs currently to be long-range fires capability, armor, and some mid-range anti-aircraft capability, and also howitzers, which is different from the HIMARS. And so we remain focused on what their needs are currently, and also in the near term, looking out several weeks and months. Eventually, we'll want to work with our allies and partners to build a capability that to sustain themselves over time. But we really are focused on what the leadership believes that its current needs are in this fight. And I think we've done, the international community has done a pretty good job of providing that capability, but it's never enough. And so we're going to continue to work hard to move things, as much capability as we can, as fast as we can, and to ensure that Ukraine can be successful on the battlefield.
So on your question of the Donbass, but on the numbers, just real quick, I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I talked to General Zaluzny. We get lists. These are official requests from their Department of Defense. They asked for 10 battalions of artillery, 12 battalions of artillery were delivered. Again, I say 97,000 anti-tank systems. That's more anti-tank systems than tanks in the world. They asked for 200 tanks. They got 237 tanks. They asked for 100 infantry fighting vehicles. They got over 300. We've delivered, roughly speaking, 1,600 or so air defense systems and about 60,000 air defense rounds. This is, when I say us, I mean the international community. You're looking at 260 artillery tube systems, either rocket or tube. Artillery have been already delivered. There's 383 committed, and like I said, almost 500,000 rounds of artillery. The bottom line, and I can go down the whole list of everything. Bottom line is everything General Zaluzny asked for as rapidly as possible. We get it sourced through the international community, through the United States and allies and partners, and we get it done as rapidly as we can. So I don't know where those numbers are that you're coming from, but we are supporting, we the international community are taking it very seriously, and we are supporting the Ukrainian military as rapidly as humanly possible. With respect to is it inevitable that the Russians will consolidate power in the Donbass? As I said, that the war started on 24 February. They were defeated in and around Kyiv. They took their forces, they marshaled them and massed them in and around the Donbass. And so right now, that's where the battle's taking place. 2 oblasts are in the Donbass. One is Luhansk. The other is Donetsk. It's really the Luhansk oblast where most of the significant fighting is happening in and around Severodonetsk. Right now, the Severodonetsk, the city, is probably 3/4 taken or so by Russian forces, but the Ukrainians are fighting them street by street, house by house. And it's not a done deal. There are no inevitabilities in war. War takes many turns. So I wouldn't say it's a inevitability, but I would say that the numbers clearly favor the Russians. In terms of artillery, they do outnumber, they outgun and outrange. You've heard that many times. And they do have enough forces. But the Russians have run into a lot of problems. They've got command and control issues, logistics issues, they've got morale issues, leadership issues, and a wide variety of other issues. So the Ukrainians are fighting a heroic fight. This fight down in the Donbass has been going on since 16 April. And the advances that the Russians have made have been very slow, a very tough slog, very severe battle of attrition, almost World War I-like. And the Russians have suffered tremendous amounts of casualties.
Jonathan Beale from the BBC.
Thank you very much. If I can ask Secretary Austin, I think the Deputy Defense...
Thank you again to everyone who's watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. I'm sure you can see we do have another event coming up here in the next hour. We're going to have Powell speaking on interest rates. So our Federal Reserve announcement is expected to come within the next hour. Going to still listen in here with our Secretary of Defense and General Mark Milley as they are speaking on additional aid being given to Ukraine. Let's go ahead and send some of you off first to a 2-minute break.
It doesn't seem that much when you look at the numbers. I know you've given me lots of other numbers, but do you think it's really going to tip the balance? Thank you.
On the second part of that question, I think you have to be careful about equating a HIMARS capability or an M270 capability to other MLRS systems. These are precision munitions. And with a properly trained crew, they will hit what they're aiming at, and it provides some pretty good capability in terms of distance. But a capability is a weapon, a trained crew, and munitions. And so as we train those crews up, we're able to provide them with systems and munitions, and then you have an initial capability, and then you build on it. So over time, yeah, we think the combination of what the allies and partners can bring to the table, it will make a difference. But again, this is a different kind of capability than what you've seen from other multiple launch rocket systems. On the 10% issue, I don't know if you're quoting the Minister of Foreign Affairs or if you're quoting the Deputy Defense Minister. Well, we just spent time with his boss in the room next door, and as we have on a number of occasions and gone down line by line of what they need and is relevant in this fight. So we feel pretty confident that we're working hard to give them what they think is relevant. In terms of, where the big number came from, I can't speak to that. You'll have to let that gentleman explain his numbers. But I would only say this. General Milley and I have been in a number of fights. And when you're in a fight, you can never get enough. You always want more. You always believe that you need more. And I have been there. And so I certainly understand where the Ukrainians are coming from. And we're going to fight hard to get them everything they need. But again, we want to make sure that we're focused on what they think they need for this current fight and beyond. And I think this contact group brings together the right elements to be able to sort through that. And again, this is a constant effort. We don't believe that we're going to meet every need by tomorrow. And in 2 weeks from now, requirements will probably have evolved a bit. So I think we have to put things in perspective. You can never, when you're in the fight, you can never get enough, and you can never get it quick enough. So, but having said all that, we're going to work hard to make sure we're doing everything humanly possible. We're going to continue to move heaven and earth to get them the capability that they need.
So let me, first of all, in warfare, no weapon system is a silver bullet ever. So no weapon system, singular weapon system ever, quote unquote, turns the balance. It's the combination it's a combined arms fight. It's a combination of ground maneuver with air and artillery and so on and so forth. And that's where the HIMARS comes in. In this case, in terms of fires, this is a battle of fires. So the Ukrainians have mortars. They're going to go out to 5, 7, 8 kilometers. Then they've got the tube artillery. That's going to take you out to 25 kilometers with precision fire or accurate fire with the 777s. Then they've also got rocket-assisted projectiles, which will go out to 40 kilometers. And now the HIMARS will go out to 85 kilometers. So we're providing them, as you said, with the Brits and others, about 10 systems. They're going to have well over 100 rounds of ammunition. That's initial package. We're training a platoon at a time in Germany. The Secretary has directed the next platoon to be trained and so on. So this capability will build. But because it's a precision weapon, the amount of ammunition that we're given, if they use it properly, and we just ran the certification exercise in the last 48 hours for these guys, if they use the weapon properly and it's employed properly, they ought to be able to take out a significant amount of targets. And that will make a difference in combination with the 777s hitting at 40 and 25 kilometers in the mortars. So you want to echelon these fires. I will say this, the Ukrainians' artillery, their skills, the artillery skills of the Ukrainians are very, very good. They're top-notch gunners, and the effect that they're achieving on the battlefield right now with the 777s has been very, very good, very effective, and we expect the same out of the HIMARS.
Idris Ali from Reuters.
Mr. Secretary, in the past you've talked about the United States' aim in Ukraine being to help the Ukrainians win the war and weaken Russia. Is that still the United States' goal, or is that out of reach now that Russia seems to be making incremental gains in the East? And for the chairman, Ukrainians have talked about losing between 100 and 200 soldiers a day. Is that your assessment, and is this level of attrition sustainable for a military the size of Ukraine's?
Thanks for the question, Idris. I think you recall the op-ed that the President Biden published here just recently. And in that op-ed, I think he laid it out in straightforward terms in terms of what our goals are, and that is that we want to see a democratic, independent, sovereign, and prosperous Ukraine with the means to deter and to defend its sovereign territory. So I think that that addresses the question in terms of what our goals and objectives are. But again, we have said all along that we want to help Ukraine by providing it the security assistance, the means that it needs to do what I just said. What's been impressive about the Ukrainian people, and especially their soldiers, they're willing to fight to protect their sovereign territory. And so if we get them the means, the materials, the weapons, they've demonstrated that they can put them to good use. So we're going to continue to support them with as much as we can and get it to them as fast as we can. And we're going to remain in contact with them to make sure that we understand their needs as this battlefield evolves. And so again, I point back to the benefit of bringing ministers from around the globe together. Again, 30 members of NATO, around 50 or so ministers of defense in this meeting today. And I think that sends a powerful message about how much people around the world care about making sure that we have, that countries have the ability to protect their sovereign spaces, and that we respect the the rules of the international rules of law. So, Chairman.
On the assessment, let me caveat by saying casualties estimates in war are always extraordinarily difficult, and most of the time the initial casualty estimates are inaccurate. And it may take months or even years sometimes to get accurate casualty estimates. But having said that, in the media you see reported that Ukraine is taking 100 killed and 100 or 200 or 300 wounded per day. I would say those are in the ballpark of our assessments. I don't want to give you the actual assessments. And can they sustain that? For Ukraine, this is an existential threat. They're fighting for the very life of their country. So your ability to endure suffering, your ability to endure casualties is directly proportional to the object to be attained. And if the object to be attained is survival of your country, then you're going to sustain it. And as long as they have leadership and they have the means by which to fight, ammunition, artillery tubes, etc., then I think Ukraine will continue to fight.
All right, one last question will be from Yuri Shako from Deutsche Welle.
Thank you very much. I have two questions also about numbers and artillery. So, Secretary, you said that there were some other countries that also announced some additional artillery. Can you say us a little bit more what you can, of course? And another question, you said a lot about the advantages of HIMARS and also of advantages of 3.7s. Of course, they are very precise, it's clear, but if we look really at the numbers of what Ukrainians got, and we compare it with many, many hundreds of artillery systems that Russians had, and also hundreds of MLRS systems that the Russians have. And even if we look at what Ukraine had, it had also many hundreds of artillery pieces and also a lot of MLRS, but Ukraine is running out of ammunition for these older systems. And if we look at this gap that Ukraine has now, as it's running out of ammunition, what Ukraine received from the West is not really close to close this gap. So why now we hear only about like 18 additional howitzers, which is not really that much to close that huge gap? Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I think you made the point in the first part of your question there that other countries are providing artillery systems and munitions as well. Now, I'll let the chairman speak to the inventory, but I can assure you that the Ukrainians have a lot of 155 munitions or ammunition at this point. The United States has, we've pushed on our own 108 155 systems into country, and this next package includes another 18. But there are systems coming from a number of other countries around the globe. Some are self-propelled systems, some are towed systems, and they're also providing ammunition. Now, again, it's a combination of the howitzers, the cannon artillery, and the long-range rockets that will create a pretty good capability. And again, as you target things with that long-range capability, you're going after things like command and control nodes and logistical nodes and those kinds of things, which will begin to attrit the adversary's ability to sustain itself and command and control itself. But yeah, I mean, with the systems that we've provided them to date, I mean, the M777s have been absolutely lethal. The problem with the 152 howitzer is that you're no longer making munitions for those howitzers, and so we're going to very quickly have to transition completely to the 155s. But other countries are providing capability in addition to what we're providing, and even today, other countries stepped up to the plate and volunteered to provide more. Chairman.
So, first of all, the Russians do outnumber. In terms of artillery, they outnumber the Ukrainians. The estimates vary. Some say 4, 5, 6 to 1. Others say 10, 15 to 1. Others say 20 to 1. What the true accurate number is, I'll keep our assessments in the classified realm. But they outnumber them, and that's important. But war is not just a game of numbers. It's how you use them. The Russians are using artillery to just do massed fire on Ukrainian positions, but also civilian populations in urban areas. There's about, according to public estimates, some 20,000 Ukrainian civilians have been killed. There's 7 million internally displaced Ukrainians. There's 6 million refugees. So the Russians are just doing massed fires without necessarily achieving military effect, shall we say. The Ukrainians, on the other hand, are using much better artillery techniques, and they're having pretty good effect on the Russians. The Russians have lost probably somewhere in the tune of 20 to 30% of their armored force. That's significant. That's huge. So the Ukrainians are fighting a very effective fight tactically with both fires and maneuver, and that's significant. In terms of the numbers, just from today's conference, pledges of almost 100 additional tubes were being made. So you're looking at probably 300 or 400 artillery tubes, not rocket artillery, but tubes, that'll be provided in total to the Ukrainians. And then on top of that will be the long-range rocket artillery that what you're seeing with the HIMARS is just the beginning.
Thank you, everyone. Okay. Sure. Sir.
Sure.
All right, so more aid is going to be provided to Ukraine, especially as they continue to fight against Russian forces who invaded them months ago now. U.S. can be providing an additional $1.2 billion in aid to Ukraine. We'll definitely be continuing to keep an eye on the latest with that. Do want to let everyone know, of course, we're going to be also keeping a close eye for Jerome Powell to step out to talk about a increase in our interest rates. That's what everyone is expecting this announcement to be. It is set to take place here in about 30 more minutes. Live Now from Fox. Going to be right back after this commercial break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are keeping a close eye here for this press conference. It's not expected to take place here yet for another half hour, but did want to at least show our viewers. We've got our cameras set up inside. We are ready as the Federal Reserve is expected to say that they are increasing yet again. Here are some interest rates. This hike going to be the biggest one in 28 years. This all coming at a time with inflation definitely accelerating here. We've been seeing a lot of us affected by these prices. So did want to at least let our viewers know this is going to be something we're going to be on here in about a half hour. Until that time, though, of course, we always like to continue to give you the top stories happening here across the country. Going to take us out to New York, where we did have just a little bit earlier here today, the New York Attorney General announcing that they have once again cracked down on some major crime. They busted a drug trafficking ring that also meant a seizure of handguns and assault weapons. Let's go ahead, listen into that update right here for you on Live Now from Fox, where we're always staying on top of the latest top stories.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Letitia James, the Attorney General of the State of New York, and I'm joined here with a number of my colleagues who I'll introduce shortly. So throughout New York and across America, we are seeing record levels of death from drug overdoses, especially opioids that are tearing our communities apart. And the crisis has devastated Ulster and Dutchess County, the Hudson Valley, the Capital Region, and our entire state. We are also seeing an alarming rise in gun violence. As members of law enforcement, it is our responsibility and our mission to do all that we can to protect our communities from these dangerous forces that harm our children and our families. Today, once again, we are making good on our commitment, and I want to thank my partners in law enforcement who are here today. Ulster County Sheriff Juan Figueroa, Dutchess County Sheriff Kirk Imperati, Ulster County District Attorney David Clegg, Dutchess County District Attorney William Grady, Lieutenant David Da Quartero, Special Investigators Unit, New York State Police, Dutchess County Drug Task Force, and our partners in government, Ulster County Executive Pat Ryan, Dutchess County Executive Mark Molinaro, State Senator Michelle Hinchy, Assembly Member Kevin Cahill, and Kingston Mayor Steve Noble. We are here to announce the takedown of a drug trafficking ring that has been moving massive amounts of illegal drugs in and around the Hudson Valley and the Capital Region, and the indictment of 12 individuals for their roles in flooding communities in Ulster, Dutchess, and Saratoga counties with heroin, cocaine, and methamphetamine. 4 of the defendants are also being charged for illegal possession of firearms, including assault weapons, high-capacity magazines. This takedown is the result of a joint investigation between my office's Organized Crime Task Force, which is headed by Nicole Keary, and the Ulster Regional Gang Enforcement Narcotics Team, otherwise known as Urgent. This investigation, which began in June of 2021, resulted in the seizure of 11 kilograms of cocaine with a street value of $1.2 million. More than 15,000 methamphetamine pills with a street value of $100,000. More than 5,000 artificial Xanax pills with a street value of $50,000. And more than 750 heroin pills with a street value of $20,000. We also recovered 39 firearms, including assault weapons, 40 high-capacity magazines, hundreds of rounds of ammunition, and more than $120,000 in cash. The first indictment charges 11 defendants with 275 counts for their roles in 2 drug trafficking operations, both of which were centered around Christopher Pulinchin. As alleged in the first conspiracy, Mr. Pulinchin operated an illegal pill distribution network in and around Ulster, Dutchess, and Saratoga counties. Mr. Pulinchin purchased heroin pills from Alton Countryman and then resold them to Thomas Cologne, Julia Eaton, and Zachary Van Vleck. These individuals then resold them to people across the region. Mr. Pulinchin also purchased methamphetamine pills from a source on the West Coast and then resold these methamphetamine pills to Colin, Eaton, Van Vleck, and David Devin Wolney. Cologne then sold the pills to Ralph Banks Jr. and others. Mr. Pulinchin stored these pills at his residence located in New Paltz and at 3 additional stash houses located in New Paltz, Kingston, and at his office located in Wappinger Falls. Flooding communities with these powerful drugs is illegal and dangerous in the first place. Heroin is a very powerful opioid. But what makes this illegal pill operation that much more dangerous and disturbing is the fact that people were buying these drugs. They did not know that they were buying them ingesting heroin and methamphetamine. These pills were marketed on the street as oxycodone and Adderall. And they were made to look exactly like the pharmaceutical grade versions of these prescription drugs. Alton Countryman made the heroin pills himself at his home in Kingston. He took loose heroin, pressed it into pills, and designed it to look exactly like pharmaceutical grade oxycodone. They had the same shape, color, and most concerning, these pills had the same imprints as real pharmaceutical oxycodone pills, marked with the imprint A2-1-5. Mr. Pullichin then brought these heroin pills from Countryman and sold them to other defendants in this network. And people had no idea that they were actually consuming heroin. Similarly, the methamphetamine that Mr. Pullichin purchased from a West Coast source was made to look exactly like an Adderall pill. It was orange. It was oval shape. Had the same B9-7-4 imprint as real Adderall. It was then sold to individuals as Adderall. But people had no idea that they were actually consuming methamphetamine. Mr. Pullichin also obtained large amounts of cocaine and artificial Xanax pills from another source located in the Gulf Coast states. He then sold that cocaine to Cologne, Eaton, and Wolney for resale to others. And Cologne's resold the cocaine to Banks and Kevin Drake and Nicholas LaSousa. After testing the Xanax at a lab, we found that it contained no Xanax whatsoever. In fact, it was a placebo, a sugar pill. And using electronic surveillance, our investigators overheard the defendants frequently use coded and cryptic terminology in an attempt to disguise their illicit activities, such as referring to cocaine as girl, or lady, or white. They referred to the blue heroin pills as blues, blueberries, or berries. They referred to the orange methamphetamine pills as oranges, or peaches. And they referred to the artificial Xanax pills as greens or beans. And over the course of the investigation, we also seized a significant number of firearms from several of the defendants, many of which you can see here today. And these guys were armed with assault weapons and high-capacity magazines and hundreds of rounds of ammunition and professional-grade riot gear and other weapons and law enforcement-grade supplies. Mr. Pullichin and Mr. Alton Countryman and Mr. Banks and Cologne also are facing charges related to these firearm offenses. And while conducting this investigation, we uncovered another individual who was selling large quantities of cocaine in the region but was not directly connected to this network. The second indictment unsealed in this prosecution today charges Robert Curry of Kingston for possession of large amounts of cocaine. These 12 individuals are charged with 279 counts for their roles in selling these drugs and illegally owning these weapons, including operating as a major trafficker, which is a Class A1 felony, which Mr. Pullichin is being charged with, criminal possession of a controlled substance, criminal possession of a weapon, criminal possession of stolen property, and conspiracy. Today's takedown is the latest example of our office's commitment to combating the often violent drug operation that puts all of us at risk. And since 2007, my office's suburban and upstate response to the growing epidemic or surge initiative has taken 738 alleged drug traffickers off the streets. In addition to that, we all know that we must address this in every angle. And as you all know, we've been successful in our efforts to hold the manufacturers and distributors of opioids accountable, delivering $1.5 billion to New York State thus far, and including more than $100 million for the Hudson Valley region to address this very crisis. But we are also going after those who make profit and claim lives by selling these drugs on our streets. And once again, we're taking action to do just that and to prevent the death and destruction and carnage caused by drugs and guns. I'm proud of the fact that we have worked with our partners across law enforcement to make New York safe for all. And I want to thank our partners in law enforcement for their work and support in this investigation. And I want all of them to know that I think and pray for them each and every day. And I specifically acknowledge the members of my office and our partners who led this effort. Investigator Joseph Stock, Detective Sergeant Jason Brook, Detective Lieutenant Abram Markowitz, Commander Jared Blades, Dutchess County Drug Task Force Coordinator Detective Sergeant Adam Harris, and from the AG's office, Detective David Walsh, Detective Supervisor Bradford Miller, Acting Assistant Chief Andy Boss, Chief Investigator Oliver Pufo, Assistant Deputy Attorney General Griffin Kenyon, a Special Assistant Deputy Attorney General Shaza Malik, a Special Assistant Deputy Attorney General John L. Mason of the Ulster County District Attorney's Office, Legal Support Analyst Santiago Molina, Downstate Deputy Chief Lauren Abenati, and of course the Deputy Attorney General in charge of OCTF, who continues to do a great job, Nicole Keary, and the Chief Deputy Attorney General for the Criminal Justice, Jose Maldonado, and all of this is under the leadership of Deputy Chief John Reedy. And at this point in time, the takedown would not have happened without the invaluable partnership of all of the local state law enforcement agencies who are here today. So I want to invite our main partner and first speaker, Ulster County Sheriff Juan Figueroa, to say a few words.
All right, so our New York State Attorney General here making this announcement on this drug trafficking ring that they did bust. It came also with weapons as well that they confiscated. Do want to mention Federal Reserve did raise its benchmark interest rate by 75 basis points for the first time in nearly 3 decades, waiting for our federal chair, Jerome Powell, to step out and make some comments after their meeting is finished. It is expected to take place here in just over 15 more minutes. So Live Now from Fox going to take a quick 2-minute break as we continue listening in here with our New York leaders, waiting for Powell to step out to that podium.
As a team, to get these drugs and these weapons and the illegal, especially the illegal weapons, off the streets. I cannot be prouder of being a member of law enforcement. I've been in this game for a long time. And when we first pitched this case to the Organized Crime Task Force and the Attorney General's office, I didn't know if they were going to take the case, but they enthusiastically did. And it was a seamless teamwork that I haven't seen in over 30 years of law enforcement. And the partnership that I saw between the Organized Crime Task Force, the Attorney General's Office, the Dutchess County Task Force, the members of Urgent, which the chiefs are all here today, because we cannot do this type of work alone. It is a collaborative effort. And this is really about saving lives. And Madam Attorney General, I want to thank you for coming here and bringing your team to succeed in something that we cannot do alone. So I thank you and your team, and in particular Nicole Keary for her leadership of the Organized Crime Task Force, and of course the men and women of the Urgent Task Force and the New York State Police Special Investigations Unit. Lieutenant DeQuarto, thank you for being here. And all members of law enforcement that have been part of this historic case in Ulster County. Thank you very much.
John Reedy, you should be up here. Come on up. As I've said earlier, this was a joint investigation carried out by a lot of agencies, including the local district attorneys. And now I'd like to invite Ulster County District Attorney David Clegg to say a few words. DA?
So I remember talking with the sheriff 6 months or so ago about this investigation and about the amount of effort it's going to take to make it work. And he reached out to the Attorney General's office, and God bless them, they said they're in. And what I want to say is, and I've been involved in this, we've designated 2 of our ADAs since the beginning of this investigation to this, and they say it's one of the best experiences of their life because it has been so well managed at every level with everybody working together. Teamwork is the essential part of what happened with this investigation, which is why it led to the success that we have here today. You are looking at thousands, virtually thousands and thousands of hours of law enforcement work, of law enforcement both with the Attorney General's office, my office, the Sheriff's office, Dutchess County, the state police. It takes a lot to make this happen, and it's scary to see what is happening in our county when we realize that across the country, drugs are being sent, that weapons are being sent, weapons that are essentially submachine guns or machine guns that, could kill and harm tens, dozens, 30s, magazines with 30 bullets in it. All of this is illegal. We're going to prosecute it. My office is going to be shoulder to shoulder with the Attorney General's office in prosecuting the cases in the future. We will invest everything that we can to make sure that everybody in this investigation who's been arrested will be held accountable. I can't speak highly enough about Urgent. My office has been part of Urgent for a long time, but the work that they've done here, the work that the sheriff has done, is remarkably, successful and something that we should all applaud. So I've got the Attorney General and the sheriff and all the law enforcement agencies. Please appreciate the level of work it took to get this done. Thank you very much.
Mr. DA, you know what they say, teamwork makes the dream work. And just a few minutes ago when we were upstairs, the DA challenged the next speaker to a basketball game. I just want all of you to know that I plan on attending that game because I'd like to see the DA's jump shot. So the next speaker is the Ulster County Executive, Mr. Pat Ryan.
All right. Thank you, Attorney General. That's now on the record, and we're going to have to make that happen. Attorney General, thank you for being here, for your leadership, your whole team, Sheriff, both sheriffs and district attorneys and team. I'm really here on behalf of the 180,000 residents of Ulster County. One, to say thank you. Thank you especially to the men and women standing behind the cameras right now, many of whom literally risked their lives to put this case together, to trace and track this, and to make our community safer at a time when we all know, across all regions, across all political parties and everything else, that safety is increasingly the #1 concern for people in our community. And this intersection of guns and gangs and drugs is 90+% of the problem in our community. So it's outrageous, it's infuriating that people have the sheer audacity to bring these weapons of war and deadly drugs into our community, and that pisses me off, frankly. But it makes me extremely proud that the teamwork that was exhibited here, resulting in a historic seizure and case that's really going to send not just a devastating blow to this network and these individuals, but a clear message that we have no tolerance for this kind of violence and this kind of disregard for human life. So again, I just want to thank everyone involved in this, to say that all our part was, and my part was, making sure that our Urgent Task Force in particular had the resources and the support that they needed. So I'm proud that Ulster County stepped up and increased funding to Urgent over 20% over the last few years to make sure we can have the right team and resources to continue to prosecute cases like this. So again, thank you all, and I'll hand it back to you, Attorney General.
Thank you. Community service and public service knows no politics. When it comes to death and destruction, all of us should be committed to keeping our community safe. The next speaker is a very good friend and someone who I respect and have great admiration for, Dutchess County Executive Mark Molinaro.
Attorney General, thank you. I want to begin just by acknowledging the Attorney General's steadfast focus on confronting not only the criminality that historically has been presented to us today, but her commitment and her office's commitment to ensure that governments like ours have the resources not only to enforce the law, and respectfully, there must be, but we must make it easier for law enforcement to do their job so that there aren't thousands of hours that bring these kinds of criminal issues to the forefront, but also services and support. And the Attorney General fought pretty exhaustively to ensure that the resources secured through the prescription drug litigation found its way to local governments responsible for the delivery of intervention and mediation and treatment services, and that is going to be critically important in the days and months ahead. For a decade, we talked about opioids and substance use disorder as the public health crisis. You cannot stand here and look at this and think this is a public health crisis. This is murder. There are thousands upon thousands of our loved ones who are falling prey to criminals who are attacking them. It's bad enough that we have law enforcement and those in the criminal justice system who have to fight back against those who are overt in their sale and trafficking of illegal drugs. But then there are those who wish to prey upon the illness of substance use, prey upon those unwittingly making purchases thinking that they're taking one drug and getting something else. There is not a family in the Hudson Valley or perhaps across America that has not been impacted by these crimes. And I know that everyone has said it, and I think the Attorney General would agree. The cameras are wrongfully placed on this side of the room. There are men and women in law enforcement and our District Attorney's Office, and yes, the leadership of the Attorney General's Office is second to none, that have engaged in what now is an historic effort to bring these few criminals to justice. But there are thousands more across America, hundreds more across the Hudson Valley that need to be brought to justice too. And so we hope that today establishes at least a chilling reminder that this is not going to be tolerated or accepted in our society or in our communities. Perhaps this compels others to confront policies and procedures that make it easier for us to confront the scourge of these crimes. And to the men and women of law enforcement, we cannot thank you enough. The Dutchess County Drug Task Force is one of the oldest in the state. It is unique in that it receives full Dutchess County government funding. Our commitment has been steadfast. I'm grateful to the towns and villages, I know several of them are here, who lend their staff and resources to this coordinated effort, and I'm grateful to Dutchess County District Attorney Bill Grady and to Sheriff Imperati, who have made this coordinated approach not only seamless but effective, and have advocated for more and more resources to confront the criminality that we see on display in these tables here today, and hopefully will generate continued support for our efforts to continue to confront this in every corner of our community. Too many lives are being taken, and too many young people especially are struggling too hard. And we hope that today sends a clear message. So, Attorney General James, thank you for your leadership, for your work with all of us, and to everyone here for the willingness to coordinate in a seamless effort to bring at least these individuals to justice. Thank you.
The next speaker is someone who I've known for a long time as a former staff member who worked in the state legislature. I want to thank Assemblymember Cahill and Assemblymember Senator Hinchey, whose father I knew when I worked in the state legislature. And I want to thank them for putting the resources from the opioid settlement in a lockbox. And those funds will be exclusively for prevention and education. Our next speaker is my very good friend, State Senator Michelle Hinchey.
Thank you, Attorney General. This is the incredible work of law enforcement. Our communities are under attack, and as we've heard here today, we know that. But we also know that the Hudson Valley, but especially Ulster County, is incredibly easy for people to come and prey on us because of our throughway corridor. It's the people in this room who are standing here and so many others who are on the front lines of that. This is incredible, incredible work, and it's an issue that's very personal to me. I've said it before, but I think it's important to continue to say. I myself have lost 5 friends to substance use disorder, to people who had an illness or were seeking something and got something else unknowingly, were targeted and died far too early. Innocent lives who were taken from us far too early. But this is what law enforcement does. Law enforcement protects us. They seek out the criminals and the bad guys who are looking to prey on the weak, looking at our community members, seeking where they can find, and they keep us safe. This is an incredible, incredible job. And so, Attorney General, I want to thank you and your entire team for just taking all of this so profoundly seriously, and for being here with us. Sheriff Figueroa, for calling the Attorney General's office, for bringing this forward, making sure.
New York cracking down on drug rings and drug trafficking, especially as it is affecting the lives and families across the state, also across the nation. Want to remind our viewers, coming up here in about 5 minutes, we're expecting to hear from Jerome Powell. He's going to be speaking on the meeting that is going on at this time. Federal Reserve raising their interest rates. Let's go ahead, step away for a 2-minute break, and as soon as we do see Powell step up to that podium, that's what will be in full for you here on Live Now from Fox.
Making sure that you are always working on behalf of us, for helping our community, for keeping us safe, and I'm really proud to be here today and witness the incredible work that you've done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to thank the senator and as well as Assemblymember Cahill for all that he has done. All that he has done in Albany and getting resources for law enforcement, for my office, for addressing gun violence all throughout the state of New York. Both of them have been amazing champions. And so the next speaker is Assemblymember Kevin Cahill.
First, I want to just put the congratulations back on the Attorney General for the lockbox. It was only through her good work, her hard work, and the work of her office that lockbox even exists to create the resources we have to help fight the opioid epidemic that was in very large part started by the people that she successfully sued. So thank you, Attorney General, for that. I look at these two tables and I see death and destruction. I see death and destruction that has been too close to home in so many ways. And then I think about what we as public officials do every day. And I think about why Pat, Michelle, and I have been fighting now for the better part of 2 years to get mental health beds restored to our community because they are needed. I think about the work that Michelle and I did just last week to take the strongest gun laws in the country and make them even better. The other thing I see on these tables is life, the life that the people in the back of this room has saved. Hundreds of lives, hundreds of people who will not be getting tainted drugs, drugs that have a potency far beyond what the person that might be consuming them realizes, resulting in this plague that's on our society today. Tens of thousands of opioid deaths. On this table, you see hundreds of those deaths prevented. And on this table, firearms that are all too familiar to us, and not because we are sportsmen and not because we are gun enthusiasts, but because we have seen them as evidence after a mass shooting. Weapons like this used to terrorize people in a grocery store, in a discotheque, in a literacy center, and of course the part that makes us all weep just by thinking about it, an elementary school. Removing these items from the street, law enforcement, has already saved lives, and we are grateful for that. And just remember that we're here to do our part. We're here to back up people like our good sheriff who thrives on coordination, who thrives on cooperation. Our good county district attorney who takes every single aspect of what his responsibility is very seriously. The people who are up here that are showing leadership from their communities, we're here to say that we are your partners in preventing the death and destruction, and we want to join you in saving lives. The most important thing to say to you today is thank you for doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember. Our last speaker is the Mayor of Kingston, Steve Noble. I look forward to working with the Mayor of the City of New York. As you know, yesterday I announced that we will be holding a hearing next week in regards to the loss of mental health beds all across the state of New York as a result of COVID and as a result of a number of issues that we will be addressing next week. And so I look forward to working with the next speaker, the Mayor of Kingston, Mr. Steve Noble.
It's hard to be able to speak after all of our amazing partners in law enforcement and our elected officials have really clearly, eloquently talked about
how...
All right, guys, here you can see Powell up at the podium. Let's listen in live here on Live Now from Fox.
I will begin with one overarching message. We at the Fed understand the hardship that high inflation is causing. We're strongly committed to bringing inflation back down, and we're moving expeditiously to do so. We have both the tools we need and the resolve that it will take to restore price stability on behalf of American families and businesses. The economy and the country have been through a lot over the past 2.5 years and have proved resilient. It is essential that we bring inflation down if we are to have a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all. From the standpoint of our congressional mandate to promote maximum employment and price stability, the current picture is plain to see.